This little dude was born with a grown man's brain. Whenever he got hungry, he'd just grab his bottle and chug it down like a boss, no crying for help needed. See, he realized that liquid wasn't just any old baby formula, it was straight up ancient dragon blood. Thanks to that, by the time he was 7, he was shredded with a six-pack that would make a bodybuilder cry. Even the beasts in the jungle were just snacks to him, one punch and they were down for the count. While the other kids were out there dying just to finish basic training, our boy was flexing, doing one-armed push-ups while lugging around a 100-pound rock just for kicks. Little did those other kids know, he was actually the legendary founder of their family line, reincarnated just to whip his good-for-nothing descendants into shape. Let's take it back over 1,000 years. Gilfus Eldragon was hailed as the strongest man alive. But even at the top of the food chain, he felt empty, realizing how short a human life really is. Not about to let mortality box him in, he chased down an ancient legend. Rumor had it that deep in the Holy Lands, guarded by a divine dragon, there was a golden fruit that held the secret to immortality. Through hell and high water, he took down the dragon and finally laid eyes on that mythical fruit. His body was trashed and he was running on fumes, but he was still smirking. With this, he thought, I can finally hit that absolute peak of power. Without a second thought, he downed the thing. Decades later, inside a fancy mansion full of roses, a heavy, gloomy vibe filled the air because a legend's time was running out. Gilliam, the eldest son of the Eldragon family, was sobbing on his knees by the bedside, watching his old man fade away. With his dying breaths, the patriarch Gilfus looked at his crying son and calmly checked him. Stop making that pathetic face. My time is just up, that's all. Gilliam gripped his dad's bony hand, sobbing. That mansion felt so cold without a mother or anyone else around. Watching his kid fall apart, Gilfus silently told him not to be so weak. He gazed off into the distance, thinking that the legends about the magic fruit were basically a scam, but at least he felt lucky to have a kind wife and good kids. My dear children, I, Gilfus, have lived long enough. I have no regrets. But just as his consciousness began to fade, a different thought flared up with crazy intensity. Gilfus's eyes suddenly snapped open. Don't be ridiculous. Of course I have regrets. His hands trembled as he reached out, trying to grab hold of his own destiny, screaming in his heart with pure frustration. If only I had more time. If I could just get a little more time, I could finally reach the absolute peak of martial arts. Gilliam's cries of "Father" rang out in desperation, marking the moment the legend of Gilfus Eldragon officially closed its doors. Or so everyone thought, but in a completely different dimension. A newborn baby suddenly opened his eyes, totally confused. Did I just nod off? He looked at the ceiling, realizing the wallpaper was just like the one in the family's annex. He felt weirdly light, which totally freaked him out. He lifted his hands in front of his face and was shocked, asking himself, wait, what the hell? What are these tiny little hands? These are newborn hands, aren't they? The truth hit him like a truck. I turned into a newborn baby? After steadying his breathing, Gilfus started sizing up the situation. To pull someone like him who hit the 10-star level into this kind of circus without him noticing, that's some next-level weirdness. Lying in the crib, his amber eyes narrowed as he wondered who could have done this, and how. Gilfus suddenly remembered the showdown with the divine dragon, and that glow-in-the-dark fruit years ago. He gasped, could it be because of that fruit? Everything started clicking into place. He realized the real deal wasn't immortality, it was reincarnation. An ambitious grin spread across the baby's face. Didn't see that coming, but damn, am I lucky. Now I can finally witness the absolute peak of martial arts. Looking around, Gilfus realized he was in an annex with a bunch of other babies. He wondered why they were all dumped there. Right then, the door swung open, and the maids walked in with a cart full of bottles holding some weird red liquid. A cold voice barked an order. 1, 2, 3, get them out here now. And just like that, a goblin-like creature was dragged out. To Gilfus's surprise, the maids started forcing that goblin to drink the red juice from a bottle, and the stuff splattered all over him. He was horrified, thinking, why is there a goblin here? What the hell are they trying to do? When a maid scooped him up and brought that bottle close, Gilfus panicked. What the hell is that? What are you making them drink? Feeling a massive but dangerous power inside that liquid, Gilfus tried to spit it out on instinct, but his weak baby body made him swallow some. He was shocked it was ancient dragon blood. While the maids figured diluting it would keep the kids safe, Gilfus felt like his body was going to blow up from all that raw energy. Then, a bold idea popped into his head. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime shot? He told himself, if I soak up all this energy, I can blow past my old self and finally reach the absolute peak of martial arts. No matter what the reason behind this was, Gilphus decided to seize it, diving into that burning rush of power. His face twisted, veins popping out as the insane pressure wrecked his tiny body. Even though he was struggling, Gilphus's eyes burned with the pride of a true powerhouse. "Don't you dare look down on me," he gritted his teeth, determined to conquer that ancient power. "Don't underestimate Gilphus Eldragon. I'm gonna show you what's what." Watching this bizarre scene, the maid could only gasp. This kid. He's ignoring the pain tearing his body apart. Gilphus kept greedily guzzling the red liquid, telling himself, "I will absorb all the ancient dragon's power, and then I'll reach that peak of martial arts I couldn't hit in my past life." Lying flat in the crib, covered in dried blood, Gilphus gasped for air, totally wiped out. Somehow, I pulled it off. He glanced around and saw the other kids seemed to have survived this death trap too. Looks like the others made it too, he thought to himself. Never underestimate a baby's survival instincts, for real. As night falls, that tiny body starts hitting its limits. Man, being stuck in a kid's body is rough. You blink and you're already passing out. The master's consciousness drifts into a deep sleep to let his body start assimilating that power. 7 years fly by, and deep in a remote mountain range, the sound of rhythmic counting echoes with serious intensity. 998, 999 under the blazing sun, a kid with shredded muscles is grinding out some extreme training. He's doing one-handed handstands while balancing a massive boulder on his legs. He checks out his own hand and smirks, confident as ever. Still got that god-tier physique, nice. Now, the former head of the Eldragon clan, Gilphus, has officially started his new journey under the name Z-Dragon. He clenches his fist, dead set on this. It's all thanks to the ancient dragon blood. Every living thing has power, and that ancient dragon blood Z and the other kids were forced to drink? That's the key to unlocking that infinite potential. Any kid who consumed that stuff ended up with a physique way beyond a normal human. Mixed with the power of the divine dragon he took down in his past life, Zeke is the only brat who fully absorbed the essence of the ancient dragon. Still, he can't hide his disappointment looking at his hand. He's only reached the 1st star. Man, this situation sucks. I should have been at least the 4th star by now. But whatever, it is what it is, I guess. Stars are basically your power level. You only unlock them when you push yourself to the absolute brink. A person's body is like a mini universe with stars floating around inside. The more stars you've got, the more power you're packing, but getting a new one? That's a nightmare. In his past life as the great Eldragon Gilphus, he hit the 10th star. That was a record no one else in history ever touched. It's been 7 years since he reincarnated as the illegitimate son of the current Eldragon clan leader. Zeke stares off into the distance, his heart heavy when he thinks about his late mom and the dad who hasn't shown his face once. He's starting to doubt if the guy's even fit to be a father, but mostly, he's just mind-blown by how much the world has changed in 1,000 years. Reincarnation was already a trip, but waking up a millennium later, that's a total shocker. Before he even got a handle on the timeline, Zeke realized this world had turned into a place where only the strong survive, and it's brutal. The perfect example is the Dragon's Trial, where they force newborns to chug that ancient dragon blood. Usually, only the kids who survive that nightmare get trained to be real Eldragon warriors. But where Zeke is, things are totally backwards. He's confused and turns to grill the maid standing nearby. For 7 years, not a single instructor has come to see Zeke. Isn't that weird? Everyone who clears the trial is supposed to get combat training, right? But here, just maids. Seeing the maid freak out a little, Zeke just clicks his tongue and lets it slide. He tells himself his physical training is the priority anyway, and he can learn to fight on his own. Still, he's super curious about the other kids and the main clan, and that itch won't go away. Z stares her down, hoping for some answers, but she just bows her head and coldly replies, "I'm afraid I cannot answer that." Zeke presses, "I'm just talking about clan business. You get that?" But even with him pushing, the maid keeps that blank, indifferent vibe. "I'm afraid I cannot answer. Does this lady have a broken record, or what?" His eyes sharpen. He growls, "Is that seriously all you've got to say?" Even with him radiating that kind of pressure, she doesn't budge. Zeke sighs, annoyed, like, is treating me like this really necessary? Come on now. Zeke's just a little son. Why you gotta be like that? The maid bows and explains they're only ordered to take care of his basic daily needs. Zeke keeps a close watch and realizes this maid is already at the 3rd star level, more than strong enough to teach him basic combat. But yeah, she's definitely keeping her distance on purpose. Not wanting to waste more breath, Zeke turns his back on her. Whatever, I'll just hit the forest. Living like this for 7 years with basically zero talk, something is definitely off. Deep in the thicket, Zeke suddenly grabs a handful of weird leaves and just starts chewing on them like it's nothing. His face immediately twists in disgust. This poison grass has zero sugar. Gross. Even though it tastes like straight up trash, he tells himself it's just part of the grind to build up his toxin resistance. Z tries to keep his cool. Patience, patience. Still, he can feel some random gaze tracking him constantly lately. Being watched is starting to get under his skin. He really wants to do something to end this annoyance. Zeke stops dead and calls out to the empty air. Wow, didn't think you guys would actually show yourselves over something so small? For real? If you've got something to say, come out and say it to my face. Right then, a wave of evil black-purple energy erupts from the bushes ahead. Zeke watches carefully. Something's over there. A giant boar appears, its eyes glowing red and its body covered in that weird, misty aura. He's shocked. A raging boar? Looking at the black energy swirling around the beast, Zeke muses that this kind of stuff didn't even exist 1,000 years ago. What kind of power is this? The beast sniffs him out fast and realizes someone's invading its turf. The monster charges at insane speed, but Zeke doesn't even flinch. He smirks with total confidence and nimbly dodges the death-dealing ram. Immediately, he channels energy into his fist, making his hand glow with a powerful golden aura. With one single punch, Z makes the raging boar explode in a flash of blinding light. Looking at the lingering glow on his hand, he evaluates the situation. Barely tapping a first-star level threat, and it packs that much punch? The quality of those stars really is key. Zeke just throws the massive carcass over his shoulder and walks off, bored. Man, I'm getting tired of just being left alone like this. Maybe I should go explore a bit. Let's see. Where should I go? It's getting way too hot lately. Maybe I'll hit the beach for a swim. But every move he makes is being watched by some stranger hidden in the trees. He was totally shook by the kid's power. What the hell is going on here? Even without any proper training, he used one-star power to take down a wild boar in just one hit. And more importantly, he actually sensed his hidden presence. That kid is definitely not normal. The observer thought about Zeke's fate, a kid whose mom is gone and who's been iced out by his own father. But since he carries that Eldrigan blood, he's never been able to escape the family's grip. Even if he's just a bastard son, he's still got the family bloodline, right? Is that how it is? Things are going to get pretty interesting from here on out. Meanwhile, he got back to his shack and realized some strangers were waiting for him. He got on guard, checking them out. 3 4-star fighters and 1 5-star, these guys were legit elites. What do guys like that want here? Seeing the glowing Eldragon crest on their chests, he realized they were from the main family. An old official stepped up, hands respectfully on his chest. I believe this is our first meeting. We're here to escort you. You're required to take an entrance exam. Z froze at the sudden request, totally stunned. An exam? The sheer absurdity and anger made him snap. What? I gotta take an exam without even learning a single thing? Can't believe after 7 years of being out here, I'm finally heading back to the Eldragon main estate. The envoys dragged him from the remote borderlands back to the main house. Seeing Zeke looking like a total mess, the maids immediately blocked his path. You need to change. You can't enter the estate looking like that. Z just stared at them, confused. I can't go in? He knew this return wasn't about living the high life. It was for something else entirely. Turns out, for the last 1,000 years, the Eldragon clan has been running a specialized academy called the Dragon's Den. Every kid born into the family dreams of getting in, and they get homeschooled until they're 7. Today was the entrance exam, but Zeke just smirked. Well, guess I'm the one who hasn't been taught a damn thing. Even without the basics, taking the test was mandatory. Z slumped onto the ground, looking miserable. So they dragged me all the way from the border for this? Why'd it have to happen right when I was about to bail? Thinking about all the effort he put into packing his bags just to watch it go down the drain, he just face-palmed in frustration. Right then, a soft-looking kid with blue hair walked up, looking worried. You okay? Is something wrong? Zeke looked up at the stranger and asked coldly, Who are you? The kid scratched his head, introducing himself as Rangis from OG Village. Z narrowed his eyes, sizing him up. This little dude looks shy, but he's actually pretty sharp. After Zeke gave his name, he kept it real and admitted he had no clue what they were even supposed to do in this test. Rangis looked super surprised. He stammered that the test had been the same for years. Zeke just casually admitted he didn't even know what the test consisted of, leaving Rangis with his jaw on the floor. Wait, what? You really don't know a single thing about the test? Is this guy for real? Just then, a cocky-looking guy walked up. It was Ron from Oskell Village. He didn't waste any time with the trash talk. Hey, Rangus, the weakling, what are you doing here? Get lost? Go home before you get hurt. Ron kept laughing at the idea of Rangus taking the test. You? No way. Not in a million years. He even dragged Rangus's dad into it to humiliate him. Yo, your old man is a false dragon, right? What could a false dragon's kid possibly do? Let's see you try. Hearing that, Rangus balled his fists but didn't dare fight back. The Eldragon clan has a strict hierarchy set by the absolute monarch. From the starter dragon, the regular young dragon soldiers, the senior captains, all the way to the high lords. And at the very bottom of the food chain, the false dragon's a title for those who can't enter or graduate from the dragon's den. Rangus kept his head down, bitter, but deep down, his spirit was still burning. But I want to prove we aren't fakes. Zeke looked at his new friend and cut in. Why? How can you be so sure without even trying? Seeing someone else stick their nose in, Ron barked aggressively. Huh? Who the hell are you? Z stood his ground, calm as ever. So what? You got a problem? No, just asking. Why can't Rangus do it? Ron roared with contempt, obviously, because he's weak. Seeing Rangus looking defeated, Z suddenly let out a terrifying pressure. His eyes blazed like fire, making the others flinch in fear. He coldly declared, Weak? He's a hell of a lot stronger than you losers. That was like throwing gasoline on a fire. Ron went ballistic. You calling us weaker than that moron? Just as things were about to blow up, the loudspeaker blared. Listen up, the entrance exam for the Dragon's Den begins now. Candidates must register in order and move out with your numbered badges. Ron stormed off, but not before leaving a salty threat. I've got my eyes on you, you little punk. Watching him walk away, Zeke just sighed. Why are kids these days so quick to snap? Completely forgetting that he was technically in the body of a kid the same age. When Rangus told him the test was mandatory, Zeke innocently asked if he could just bail or quit midway, leaving his new friend speechless at his shocking lack of knowledge. Rangus gave him a bitter smile, telling him he should probably back out if he could to avoid getting hurt, since there's no turning back once you're in. Zeke just clicked his tongue and urged them to get to the arena before they missed the opening ceremony. Seriously, we're at the big moment and you're still dragging your feet? At the testing arena, the judge stood tall and clearly announced the rules. The test is actually pretty simple. You just have to leave a single scratch on this giant stone using your bare hands or the provided weapons. However, you only get 3 tries to prove what you're made of. While the other kids were panicking, Zeke felt incredibly disappointed. He thought to himself, after surviving the brutal dragon ritual back in the day, this lame test was a total snooze fest. The first candidate stepped up, face pale, hands shaking from the nerves. The kid let out a huge yell and put everything he had into a massive swing at the stone. Suddenly, a brutal shockwave slammed back, forcing Rangus to clamp his hands over his ears in agony. The insane recoil shattered his sword and left the kid's hands mangled. Watching that train wreck unfold, Rangus and the rest of the crew were shook at how tough that target was. The kid hit the ground, screaming his lungs out. But the judge didn't even blink, just scribbling on his clipboard like a robot and announcing the first attempt was a bust, then asking if he wanted to run it back. The cold-blooded judge just waved the guards over to clear the mess after the first contestant crashed out. Talk about ruthless. Some people just live for misery, don't they? As the injured kid was dragged off and the next contestant got called up, Rangus was shaking like a leaf. Z was deep in thought, staring at the rock and wondering, what even is that thing? Rangus explained it's a rebirth stone, some kind of material that instantly heals every scratch. And here's the kicker. If you hit it with pure, raw power, it reflects that energy back at you, like 100 times harder. Z couldn't help but call cap on that. Isn't that material just straight up broken? Still, Rangus mentioned that if you know how to circulate your energy right and strike the sweet spot, you can actually leave a mark. Z clocked the trick to the exam in a heartbeat. Got it. From what I'm hearing, fancy martial arts don't mean squat compared to knowing how to control your power flow. That's my guy, strong, decisive, and sharp as a tack. Looking at the people ahead struggling, he realized barely anyone was making the cut. Even the arrogant jerks from earlier were getting wrecked. The vibe in the arena was getting super tense as one fail after another echoed through the hall, mixed with the blood-curdling screams of injured contestants. Number 51, out. Number 202, also out. When the judge barked out, number 315, Zeke glanced at his tag. All right, my turn. Rangus was sweating it, asking if he wanted to bail for his own safety. But Zeke just marched toward the rock, cool as ice, and muttered, relax, this stuff's a total joke, easy as cake. Z stood all alone in front of that massive rock, under the gaze of hundreds of spectators. The judge started prepping his notes. As Zeke locked his eyes on the target, they suddenly flared with intense power. A gold-hued aura surged around his body like a roaring fire, radiating the kind of pressure you'd only feel from a top-tier legend. Seeing him step up empty-handed, the judge raised an eyebrow. No weapon? Zeke just shrugged. Didn't feel like it. My bare hands are more than enough. That massive flex sent the crowd into a total frenzy. They were all whispering that even if you're good at channeling energy, there's no way you're scratching that rock bare-handed. Some jerk even hissed that his fists or his whole arm were going to get turned to mush. Rangus was sweating bullets in the stands, regretting not stopping him for real. The judge nodded. Understood. Get to it. Z closed the distance, eyes glued to the weird stone. He thought to himself, this has got to be some kind of new mineral that formed over 1,000 years. Never seen this before. Even with all the questions, Z just shook it off. Whatever, it is what it is. A burning surge of energy started cranking up in his arm. Seeing him go all in like that, Rangus jumped up, screaming, "No, wait, I gotta stop him." But Zeke didn't care about the noise, just flashing a hyped-up grin. With this, I can finally cut loose. He funneled all his power into one point and roared. Dragon-slaying technique, first form, critical strike. A massive explosion rocked the place, kicking up so much dust the whole arena vanished, leaving Rangus just staring in shock. Even the judge froze, his hand shaking while holding the pen, stunned by the kind of power a kid shouldn't even have. As the dust finally settled, the rock that everyone thought was indestructible now had a deep, jagged crack running through it. Z glanced at his own busted-up hand, thinking, that technique is still a bit too much for this body to handle. Need more practice, but hey, gotta keep that confident smile on, no matter what. The whole stadium went dead silent before everyone started buzzing. Someone gasped, no way, he actually smashed the stone. In the middle of the crowd, a blonde girl with sharp eyes cracked a wicked smile. Damn, this kid's actually interesting. Meanwhile, Rangus was totally frozen, face contorted in disbelief. Wait, what? Zeke just stood there in the center of the arena, grinning confidently while everyone else lost their minds. The judge was catatonic, his brain fried. It's impossible. This kid just blew away half of a rebirth stone. That kind of damage usually only happens with 4-star power or higher, yet a kid pulled it off. He squinted at him, wondering if the bloodline of the clan head really was that potent in a bastard son. Or maybe that technique. Had he seen it somewhere before? Seeing the judge staring for way too long, Zeke piped up. Judge? How'd I do? The guy snapped out of it and barked. Number 315. Pass. He then tossed him a small blue vial. Here, take this. Z was confused. What's this stuff? The judge just gave a small smile and ushered him off so they could clear the scene. Zeke grumbled as he walked away. Why is everyone in this era in such a rush? What's with all the drama? Chill out for a second. Immediately, Rangus tackled him, grabbing his shoulders and geeking out. You're a legend. You actually broke it. Zeke just kept it casual. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that hard. He held up the blue vial. By the way, Rangus, what is this? Rangus explained it's a standard-issue recovery potion for anyone who clears the exam. Z stared at the vial, picking up the vibe of the energy inside, definitely not poison. Wait, don't tell me this is a spirit elixir? He realized this was cloud-piercing elixir, a super rare concoction made from herbs found in secret realms and infused with the core of a divine beast. This stuff doesn't just heal wounds and old scars instantly, it even gives your power level a major boost. Even knowing how rare and hard it is to brew, he didn't hesitate for a second, tilting his head back and downing the whole thing. The moment it hit, a cool blue glow wrapped around his mangled arm. No way, this really is a spirit elixir? Z gasped, watching his nasty injuries from the recoil heal up like magic. Rangus stood there, explaining that while he's no expert on elixirs, anything from the Eldragon clan is definitely tiers above the cheap stuff you find on the street. Zeke was low-key shocked at how fast that thing worked. He thought to himself, it might not boost power like the real-deal elixirs, but that healing speed is still wild. Rangus looked at Z with total awe. He figured Z himself was even more mind-blowing than the potion, making him just click his tongue. Why you staring so hard? What, you never seen a miracle before? Checking out the bottle in his hand, Zeke realized human tech had leveled up crazy hard after 1,000 years of grinding. Rangus couldn't stop showering him with props. You're seriously the GOAT. ZCH is absolutely cracked, but man, whenever you talk, it sounds so stiff. The competition kept rolling, with the judges calling out, "Pass!" for candidates 373, 395, and 405. Zeke watched it all go down and figured it was no surprise these guys were clearing the trials. Then the vibe got heavy when the judge called out 414. Ranges was shaking as he stepped onto the field. Zeke saw him and tried to chill him out. Yo, why you acting like such a nervous wreck, man? This stuff is easy as pie. You're fine. Just keep it cool and vibe. Ranges felt like facepalming. Does this dude think everyone can just smash rocks to dust like him? Either way, he had to tell himself to lower his expectations so he wouldn't get crushed. Standing in front of the rebirth rock, Ranges took a deep breath, drew his blade, and started channeling his energy. Ranges let out a roar and swung his sword with everything he had, but that shockwave bounced right back, and he totally whiffed his first try. Not giving up, Ranges pushed himself up, dead set on dumping all his energy into the next shot, hoping he could finally make something happen. A loud thud echoed as Ranges got sent flying again, landing hard on the ground. Seeing the rock sitting there without even a scratch, he whispered, "No way." Immediately, the sound of Ron and his crew laughing hit him like a gut punch. Just like they predicted a fake dragon's kid is still a fake dragon. Just give up already. Redon walked up to Z, looking all arrogant and smirking. What was that you said earlier? Didn't you claim the loser lying there was stronger than us? Ignoring the nasty laughs and the crowd telling them to shut it, the judge just stared cold-blooded at Ranges, who was still on his knees. One last try. You in? While Ranges was still stuttering, I randomly walked up and asked him, "Bro, what are you even doing? You got a spear. Why the heck aren't you using it? Why you out here shaking with a sword? You're killing me, man." Ranges looked at Z, totally lost. Spear? What are you talking about? Like I said, why the hell are you using the wrong gear with zero game plan? He made it clear that as he was, no matter how hard Ranges tried, he wasn't even going to leave a dent in that rock with that sword. Hearing that, Redon and his crew burst out laughing. Yo, look at this clown. Is he stupid? His old man probably couldn't use a spear either. That's why he taught this brat swordplay instead. They piled on, mocking him for thinking a weapon swap would do anything. Not even bothering with those flies, Zeke turned to the judge. "Excuse me, Judge. Is swapping gear mid-test against the rules?" When he got the all good, Zeke winked at his buddy. "You heard the man, Ranges. Lucky you." Z's eyes went straight up terrifying. Is he just gonna let it slide? As memories of his old training flooded back, he bit his lip, his will firing up and wiping out the fear. "No, I'm gonna." Ranges decided to bet it all on Zeke's advice. He stepped up and shouted that he was gonna use the spear. In his mind, an emotional image of his late father appeared. His dad couldn't enter the dragon's den, got called a fake dragon, and was mocked, but he still raised him with a calm heart. Standing before the rock, Ranges told himself, "The man my father raised isn't a fake. Today, right here, I'm gonna prove it." He knew if he tried with the sword again, it would be the same old story, so he put his full trust in the plan. Even though he was still shaky about the spear, Zeke pointed and barked the order. "Ranges, just thrust it straight. Don't think about anything else. If he says so, just go for it. He's got to be right." Z kept pushing. Just thrust straight ahead, straight ahead. Using a weapon you're not used to is usually a death wish. But trusting this dude he just met, Ranges made up his mind. "I got it. I'll try." Since Zeke believed in him, he was going to try believing in himself too. Holding his sword from the start until now, he had never felt his internal flow moving like this. Ranges screamed, putting all his strength into a wind-piercing thrust. Ron's crew was still laughing. What is he even doing? Just swapping a weapon isn't going to change a damn thing. But their smirks vanished immediately when Ranges felt the spear become part of his own body, triggering a massive shockwave that made everyone gasp. What? The judges were stunned by something they'd never seen before. They shouted in disbelief, "My God, he didn't just break it, he punched right through it." Standing in the arena, Ranges was still dazed until he heard Zik clapping. "Amazing. Great job, Ranges." The judge quickly scribbled in his notebook and announced the result. Number 414, pass. Holding the spear, Ranges was still frozen from the adrenaline. He stuttered, I passed?" Z rushed over and threw his arm around his friend, fired up. "That's right, you did it, just like I thought." Ranges finally broke down in happiness. He hugged him tight and yelled, "I did it, I really passed." Z smiled, cool as ever, "Told ya." Watching the scene, Redon and his crew were just seething, trying to claim it was a total fluke and not actual skill. Right then, a heavy announcement echoed across the arena. "The entrance exam has concluded. The opening ceremony will begin now." Z looked confused. Is the ceremony seriously just this simple? And Ranges explained that there were probably even crazier trials waiting for them once they officially started classes. While they were wondering what to do next, the heavy, rhythmic stomping of the honor guard signaled the arrival of a big shot. The clan head of Eldragon is here to give you guys a shout out. A guy with hair like blazing red flames and an overwhelming vibe walked onto the stage, looking stone cold. Seeing that grumpy-looking dude, Zeke just casually asked, "Who's this grumpy, red-haired old man, acting all high and mighty?" Rangus went pale as a sheet, trembling. That's the clan head. Ignoring his friend's freakout, Zeke kept roasting the guy's sour face, even joking that a block of ice might actually be warmer than the clan head. Totally terrified, Rangus scrambled to clamp his hand over Zeke's mouth, begging him to shut up if he wanted to live. "Hey, keep it down, man. I thought I was getting carried by some pro, but turns out you're just straight up trash. But behind that, I don't give a damn vibe." Zeke's eyes were sharp as hell, low-key sizing up the Eldragon clan's strength. He acts all chill, but he could judge a dozen people in a single minute. He clocked a few 7-star level guards in the mix, plus a whole army of 6-star warriors. That's a legit force to be reckoned with. Zeke's eyes locked onto the clan leader, standing up there. The pressure coming off him was suffocating. That's the current Eldragon clan leader. I'm guessing he's an 8-star. Zeke drifted back to 1,000 years ago, when being an 8-star was basically the ceiling. Fewer than 12 people in the whole world had reached that level. He was low-key processing how much the world had changed, all while keeping his eyes glued to that massive source of power in front of him. Staring at the Eldragon clan leader, he couldn't hide his disgust. "I really don't like that guy." The speakers blared, telling everyone to quiet down for a speech from the big boss. Ban stepped out, radiating a deep crimson-red pressure. He said coldly, "Strive to become the flesh and blood of the Eldragon." The aura from an 8-star powerhouse made the air feel like thick sludge. The kids nearby couldn't even breathe. They were dropping like flies from the sheer terror. Seeing that, Zeke gritted his teeth, feeling an intense, burning hatred for the guy even if he didn't know exactly why yet. As soon as the Eldragon clan leader left, some official with a goofy grin hopped up and started clapping. Wow. Those were some truly inspiring words. The guy sounded hyped, rambling about how Lord Balza had super high expectations for the new batch of students. Zeke just stared blankly at this random dude running his mouth, wondering who this clown was and how he could spew such hollow garbage. The official kept on pushing. "You gotta give it your all, our nation's youth." Zeke scoffed with total contempt. "Are you serious right now? Talk about full of it." Still, he noticed the suffocating tension from earlier had finally started to chill out a bit. Another judge with a super serious face stepped up to handle the dorm assignments, telling everyone to move out once their names were called. Seeing everyone heading out, Zeke turned to Rangus. "Wait, what? We aren't all staying in the same place?" Rangus explained that there are actually 4 different Dragon Lair sectors, east, west, south, and north, to train the students. Right then, the list was called out. Zeke heard his number, 315. "That's my cue. Catch you later, Rangus." Zeke got assigned to the East Dragon Lair. A massive, legit-looking mansion appeared in front of him. Walking through the huge hallways, Zeke was deep in thought. 1,000 years later and everything's changed. Turn here. Since he wasn't used to the layout of the giant estate, he spent forever trying to find his room. Zeke finally let out a sigh of relief. There it is. "Man, I'm late because I got lost. My roommate probably beat me here." He pushed the door open, looking hyped. He was ready to drop a smooth greeting. "Sorry to keep you waiting. We're bunking together starting today." But his smile froze right on his face. Zeke stood there staring at the guy in the room, stuttering, "Wait, you're..." Turns out his roommate was Rangus. "Guess we've got some weird luck, huh?" Rangus sighed with relief too, grinning back. "Oh, thank God. I was worried I'd be stuck here all by myself." Talk about a lucky break. When night rolled around, they were both just chilling in the room after a long-ass day. Rangus reminded him, "Oh yeah, training starts tomorrow." Seeing Zeke looking all spacey, Rangus asked, worried, "Are you even listening?" The instructor literally said that. Zeke just gave a thumbs up and announced, "I didn't hear a single word." That straight-up confident answer left Rangus speechless. "Dude, are you for real?" That's not exactly something to brag about. He told Zeke to get some sleep early since tomorrow's training was going to be brutal. Zeke just stared out the window, calculating his next moves. He was originally planning to bail on this boring clan and go adventuring, but the crazy stuff he saw at the exam, like the resurrection stones and those elixirs, made him change his mind. To figure out what the hell happened in the last 1,000 years, staying with the Eldragon clan for a bit wasn't the worst idea. A month flew by since he started. Out on the training grounds, the vibe was insanely harsh under the eye of a super strict instructor. The guy yelled, "Listen up! The dragon breath I taught you is a god-tier breathing technique created by the 15th head of the Eldragon clan. Down below, the students were struggling, drenched in sweat, hitting their physical limits. You guys need to master this technique for every damn situation. While Rangis and the others were groaning in pain under the weight of the iron blocks, the instructor was low-key watching and grading everyone's progress. He noticed a bunch of them had finally gotten the hang of dragon breath. Some kids were even hitting the 2-star level as their energy started overflowing. But then, his eyes locked onto someone and he completely froze. What the hell is that kid doing? The sight in front of him was just straight up impossible. Zeke wasn't just lifting weight, he was playing the game on nightmare mode by throwing 3 massive boulders on top of his load. What really freaked the instructor out was that Zeke was staying steady like it was nothing. The guy looked like he was about to pass out from the shock. The instructor couldn't believe a kid without a legit mentor could have that kind of freakish strength. Zeke just scoffed in his head. Can't believe the Dragon King breathing I invented is getting passed around by these losers as dragon breath. He knew the secret to the technique was just pulling energy from the air to beef up your body, and the real difference maker was how clever you were with it. That's why the clans always kept these full-blown perfected techniques as their top-tier classified secrets. Even though dragon breath was safe and easy to learn, for Zeke, if he just wanted to chill out, he didn't even need it. Though he got to admit, it's pretty funny how they just kept the basics and cut the rest. See, he was the guy who invented the original Dragon King breathing, the only technique that lets you control that energy without ever breaking your rhythm, even while you're on the move. But since it was way too hard for most people to pull off, the later generations must have dumbed it down into dragon breath just to boost the clan's overall power. Seeing his own technique get butchered like that, he felt a mix of nostalgia and curiosity, wondering if all the other martial arts had been messed with after 1,000 years. He kept lugging that giant rock around, training and secretly looking forward to whatever crazy stuff was coming next. In the academy cafeteria, Zeke was absolutely crushing a massive pile of food, leaving everyone around him shook. Seeing Rangis just sitting there looking bummed out, he chewed and asked, "What's with you, man? You look like your girl just dumped you or something." Rangis reminded his buddy that if he doesn't eat, he's never gonna get stronger. He was totally confused, wondering how Zeke's stamina and energy could be that insane. Zeke gave him a cold reality check, totally blunt. "It's 'cause you're just weak, bro." He urged Rangis to eat up and train harder because there's no other way for a lightweight like him. While eating, Zeke quietly sized up the other students, thinking some of them were actually trained pretty well. Just then, a blonde chick with a serious vibe walked up to their table and piped up, "Hey, you're pretty talented, right?" While Zeke was still clueless, wondering who the hell she was, Rangus next to him turned ghost white, shaking so hard he couldn't even get a word out. He panicked and whispered into his friend's ear, "Dude, you really don't know? That's Lady Laika, the clan leader's daughter." He explained that Laika Typhona Eldragon was a top-tier candidate to take over the clan, and nobodies like them usually had zero business talking to her. Zeke kept a totally straight face, not even fazed, and added, "If that's the case, then I'm the clan leader's son too, even if I'm just a bastard kid." That bombshell dropped, and both Rangus and Laika froze in shock. Laika stared daggers at him, demanding to know how some cast-off kid with no backing could pull off something as crazy as crushing a rebirth stone with his bare hands. Zeke just casually cut his steak and replied, "That's just me. Rangus, stop zoning out and eat." Laika broke into a hyped-up smile, her eyes clearly showing she was impressed. "Man, you're looking real interesting. Hey, how about it? Why don't you become my subordinate?" Seeing Rangus still just eating, she kept pushing him. "I'm asking you, do you want to be on my side? I'll be your backbone. A bastard kid like you could probably use an ally, right?" Laika painted a pretty picture, asking him to use his strength to help her snatch the clan leader spot. In exchange, she'd treat him real good. But Zeke just coldly dropped one line, "No thanks." Damn, that was brutal, honestly. The blunt rejection left Laika stunned, her eyes suddenly turning sharp and suspicious. "What's the deal? Don't tell me you're planning on taking the clan leader spot for yourself?" Zeke silently clocked the aura radiating off Laika, realizing she'd already hit the 2-star threshold, a pretty impressive flex for her age. Still, he kept a totally indifferent look. "Do whatever you want. I got no interest in being clan leader or any of that family drama." His dismissive answer left Laika straight up shocked. Suddenly, Zeke unleashed a blazing golden pressure, his entire body glowing with an overwhelming force. His eyes went wild, full of pride as he declared, "I don't owe anyone a damn thing, 'cause I'm the strongest one here." The insane pressure from Zeke totally rocked Laika. She stumbled back, shaking, her mind racing. Did I just get outclassed? It took her a second to collect herself, while Zeke just went right back to his meal. Even though Rangus next to him was scared stiff, Laika felt totally disrespected. Wanting to save face, she screamed in a rage, "Fine then, I'll force you to submit. Fight me." Zeke just sat there with his mouth full, looking at the fuming noble girl like she was crazy. News of the scrap between the rookie and Lady Laika spread through the academy like wildfire. "Yo, where you guys going?" "The training grounds. There's a duel between the rookie and Lady Laika." Students were scrambling to the arena, dying to see the action. Nobody could believe nobody had the guts to challenge a genius from the Typhona family. At the massive training arena, Laika was already waiting, hyped up. Zeke and Rangus walked up while the crowd stared at them with straight-up disbelief. Who the hell is that guy? With the fight about to go down, Rangus couldn't help but panic. "Man, we are in deep trouble. Are you seriously okay? That's Lady Laika." Zeke cluelessly replied that even if he said that, he still didn't know who she was, and wondered why Rangus suddenly switched to such a formal tone. His blue-haired buddy shouted, "Of course I am. You're the clan leader's son, man." Rangus desperately begged Zeke to rethink this because Laika wasn't just Ban's daughter, she had the blood of the Typhona family, one of the 4 big pillars of the Eldragon house. He stressed that she was a genius who'd mastered the Great Thunder Sword technique at age 7, on par with the other elite kids of the Ban house. Zeke kept his cool. "Sorry, the only part I got was that she's the clan leader's daughter." Rangus was shook, yelling, "Why?" Zeke explained that everything here was brand new to him and told him to quit asking. Seeing Zeke laughing, thinking it was even more fun because he didn't know who she was, Rangus just got more stressed out. "No matter how strong you are, fighting Lady Laika is just a bad move. Why would you even accept this?" When someone challenges me, I don't back down." He saw his opponent had arrived. She looked ready to go. Laika walked onto the arena with a boss aura, her hand gripped tight around her sword hilt. All the small talk was officially dead now that Laika was ready to throw down. She impatiently cut them off, barking, "Too much noise already. You guys done yapping, or are we gonna fight?" Seeing she was ready, Zeke just smirked, feeling confident, while Rangus couldn't hide his nerves. The blue-haired guy shouted as he ran off, "Please, just be careful." Zeke dismissed the warning, casually saying his safety depended entirely on how good the noble girl was. He curiously asked why Laika was so dead set on fighting him anyway. With a steady look, Laika admitted her goal was to become clan leader. To do that, she needed to crush him and get him on her side. Seeing him still looking confused, asking, and what's that got to do with me?" Laika was shocked to realize he was totally clueless about the family politics. Probably because he was the illegitimate son. Zeke quietly laughed at himself, the progenitor, and he didn't know a thing. He told her to just give it to him straight. Laika broke it down. There were 5 candidates for the next clan leader, including her and Zeke. Every single one of them, except for him, had already hooked up with one of the 4 main branches of the Eldragon family. She stressed that whoever becomes the next leader decides the status of all the branches. That's why the competition at Dragon's Den was getting so cutthroat. To take on her other siblings, Laika was hungry for Zeke's power to beef up her own side. Zeke just sat there, deep in thought about all this messy drama. What the hell is this mess? I'm not sure I'm even following this garbage. But then, you gave a small nod. Got it. Not giving Zeke a second to think, Laika instantly drew her sword, making it clear she was ending this right here. She screamed, "I'm gonna wreck you," and charged like a damn hurricane. She brought down a crushing blow that shook the whole arena and cracked the ground wide open. She swung that massive greatsword, hunting him down relentlessly. She shrieked, "Don't you even think about running. You're not getting away from me." The crowd watching was losing their minds. So fast. She's swinging that giant sword like it's made of cardboard. Z was dodging everything while low-key analyzing how her precision and attack speed were cranking up by the second. He realized this was the real deal, the kind of power you expect from the main bloodline, and figured it was only a matter of time before this fight wrapped up. Zeke just kept chilling, dodging every hit, which was really getting under Elle's skin since she couldn't land a single shot. Seeing the whole scene, Rangus could only mutter, "Damn, that's insane." Zeke was busy sizing up her weird fighting style and speed, which was way beyond a standard rank 1. Triggered, Laika barked, "Shut your trap and focus on the fight already." Responding to her heat, Zeke just kept his cool, thinking, "I am focused." He closed the distance in a flash and delivered a massive gut punch that sent Laika stumbling back in pure pain. The crowd started buzzing with panic. They couldn't wrap their heads around how every single move from the young lady was missing. They stared, shook, wondering, who the hell is that guy? Elle, absolutely livid, started grilling herself. Why couldn't she land a hit when she was supposed to be way faster than some rank 1 nobody? Z calmly broke it down. You're faster than any rank 1 I've ever met. Sure. But at the end of the day, you're still just a rank 1. Ignoring her whining about them being the same rank, Zeke just pointed and laid it out simple. Your breathing, the way your muscles tense up. Just by watching those, I can read almost every move you make. The rest? That's just experience. He shrugged it off with a totally relaxed vibe, watching the arrogant princess have a total meltdown. What, are you not even gonna leave yourself a chance to get married later? You! Leica roared, losing it, and started swinging like a maniac, but he just kept dodging like it was nothing. He coldly reminded her, I told you, I can read you. He immediately let out a heavy blow that sent Leica flying until she slammed into the stone wall. The crowd was frozen, couldn't believe their eyes. No way, is she actually losing? Lady Leica is losing? Rangus gasped. He actually took her down. But wait, not yet. He realized she'd funneled all her energy into her core to soak up that hit, so it wasn't enough to end it. Elle pulled herself out of the rubble, gasping for air. Seeing things get heated, Rangus tried to step in, but Zeke coldly warned him. Hey, back off. I ain't responsible if you catch a stray hit, man. Zeke caught a weird shift from his opponent. Did she actually hit rank 2? A brilliant white aura washed over Leica's body, and the students started going wild. That was the mark of rank 2, that white glow. It was her forcing her energy out to fuel her martial arts. The power of the aura. Wiping blood off her face, she gave a twisted smile. Thanks, man. Because of you, I hit rank 2. Before Zeke could even blink, she zoomed at him with insane speed. Lightning started crackling around Leica as she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Zeke was caught off guard. He'd actually been tagged. I could have sworn I dodged that. He touched a tiny cut on his face, eyes narrowing at her. Leica stood tall, boasting, See that? This is what I'm capable of now. She jammed all her lightning energy into her blade, eyes blazing. Now that I've got this rank 2 aura, I'll show you what real lightning sword style looks like. Instead of being scared, Zeke looked pumped as hell. He flashed a cocky grin and pointed at her, daring her. Oh, for real? So I get to see some moves I've never even heard of? Hell yeah, let's do this. LCA let loose a lightning blitz, calling down bolts of electricity all over the ring. Zeke was dodging like a madman while sounding genuinely shocked. Whoa, hold up. You're telling me you can actually control lightning? The kid wasn't even sweating. He was having the time of his life, thinking this whole thing was absolutely wild. Leica gritted her teeth. You look like you're having a little too much fun. She instantly whipped out a lightning web, triggering a massive blast that shattered the ground. Z could feel a night and day difference from before. He low-key admitted that these lightning strikes were no joke even for him. It was getting tricky. He couldn't help but wonder how just one rank jump could change the game this much. Zeke calmly crunched the numbers. Even if Leica's moves were pretty straightforward, the second she hit that rank 2 aura, the power of her great lightning sword style went nuclear. Her speed was god tier now, and she was wrapped in that sketchy, crackling electricity. Even though he could have countered his curiosity about how this power actually worked made him want to keep watching a bit longer. Seeing him still acting so chill, Leica screamed in rage. You're still smiling in this situation? You're one laid-back dude, huh? If that's how you want to play, I'll personally wipe that stupid grin off your face. She charged with terrifying speed, dragging her electrified blade against the ground, leaving a glowing trail. A massive explosion rocked the place, sending stone shards flying and filling the arena with smoke. Watching that chaos, Rangus and the rest were screaming in pure panic. Sir Z was holding his ground in the ruins, but Leica wasn't giving him a second to breathe, unleashing another killer lightning strike. Seeing it go too far, Rangus panicked and rushed in to break it up. Lady Leica, please stop, if you keep this up. But Leica didn't care. She was just staring down her opponent standing in the distance. She thought stopping now would be a massive insult to Zeke's grit. Rangus was crying his eyes out. Sir Zeke, please, just give it up. Give it up? I haven't even finished the good parts yet. Leica saw Zeke was looking pretty rough too. She made one final call. If you surrender and bow down to me, I'll let it slide. Zeke just responded with a cryptic smirk. Leica realized that even if he was the illegitimate kid, he still held on to the pride of a dragon. She decided to show some respect and dropped her ultimate greatsword move, the first secret technique, Sky Lightning. A massive pillar of lightning hammered down from the heavens, swallowing Z whole as Rangus shrieked in desperation. The dust settles, leaving Z lying motionless amidst the rubble, body beat to hell. Leica jams her sword into the dirt, letting out a regretful sigh. Too bad, but this fight ends here, she says, turning her back, fully convinced the game is over. But then, a calm voice echoes from behind. I get it now. Laika whips around, stunned to see a blinding surge of energy erupting from his body. She can't believe her eyes. He's literally covered in crackling electricity. What the hell? How do you have a lightning aura? Zeke brushes the dust off, looking at his new power with genuine curiosity. Oh, so this is what they call a lightning aura? When Laika demands to know how he pulled that off, Zeke just shrugs, totally chill. Honestly, no clue. Leaving Laika completely frozen in shock, Zeke excitedly flexes. Check this out. I took your hits on purpose to get a feel for this power, and somehow, I just managed to spark it up myself. Laika is left speechless, staring in total disbelief. She stammers, You can actually use it? It dawns on her while tanking those mysterious lightning attacks he was constantly cycling his Dragon King breath technique. That specific reaction between his breathing and Lika's lightning aura is what started building up all that voltage inside him. Before he even knew it, Zeke realized he could manipulate the charge. Not fully grasping the mechanics, he starts to suspect he's got some kind of special build. Or maybe the whole Eldragon clan just has this freaky bloodline that lets them pull off these ancestral martial arts. He figures he can probably level up his power based on the nature of the lightning itself. Zeke laughs, hyped up. Man, what an awesome training session. Sparks of lightning start dancing around his hands. He declares confidently, This is sick. All thanks to you. I've hit the 2-star rank. A terrifying wave of pressure explodes from him, making him look like an actual lightning god standing in the wreckage. His eyes blaze with a hunger for battle as he insists the fight isn't over yet. Z's amber eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous glint. The moment Laika swings her heavy sword, he vanishes into a streak of golden lightning, closing the gap with a cocky grin. It ain't over yet. I'm having too much fun for us to stop now. A massive explosion of energy rips through the arena as Zeke launches a lightning-fast counter, creating a blinding flash that makes the whole ground shake. Landing softly, Zeke checks himself out, amazed at the new speed and power. He realizes that as his output spikes, it's directly hitting his nerves and reinforcing his entire body. Every single sense Z has is heightened to insane levels, letting him move way past his normal limits. He takes a deep breath to stabilize. Gotta get used to this, he mutters. Watching from a distance, Rangus is completely overwhelmed by the duel between the two clan leader candidates. The blue-haired kid just stands there, panicked, feeling like he can't even keep up with the action, wondering if what he's seeing is just a dream. Zeke dances around Laika's lightning-fast slashes with ease. Realizing she's losing her edge, Laika screams in frustration. The hell? Who are you laughing at? Z gives her a sincere smile. I'm not mocking you, seriously. I actually think you're a beast. Zeke muses to himself, hyped up. Been going at it for a while now, huh? Maybe I should invent a new move? Laika stares, confused. A move? Zeke thinks for a second and decides, yeah, first form. Or maybe I should call it a secret art? Seeing that level of confidence, Laika can't help but freak out. Has he actually had secret training? How the hell is he coming up with a new move this easily? Taking advantage of her distraction, Zeke lunges. You're wide open. The lady barely realizes things have gone south before Zeke lands the finishing blow. Dragon Ruin. Secret art. Extreme Lightning Claw. The high-stakes match is officially over. Zeke stands tall, flashing a radiant grin. Man, that was a hell of a fight. Sprawled on the ground, completely wiped out, Laika is still in shock, struggling to accept the reality. No way. I lost? It looks like she's not quite ready to concede yet. All the pressure about becoming the clan leader and crushing her brothers comes flooding back into her mind. She realizes, bitter as hell, that she absolutely cannot afford to lose. Yet, Zeke walks over with a look of pure appreciation. Whoa, that was amazing. You're seriously strong. Seeing her still dazed, he genuinely shares how much he learned and how meaningful this time was. Zeke holds out his hand with a bright, sunny smile. It'd be a total drag if this was the only time we sparred. Let's go again. Wait, did he just wreck her and then immediately ask for seconds? Faced with Zeke's raw enthusiasm, the arrogant noble girl suddenly blushes, looking at him with eyes that have totally changed. Zeke beams, pulling the downed girl to her feet, and excitedly suggests, Let's spar again. Laika, I'm already looking forward to next time. Looking at Zeke's sincerity and the overwhelming energy he puts off, Laika finally realizes the gap in their skill is massive. She softly grips his hand and bows her head, completely admitting defeat. How could I ever compare to you? I got absolutely crushed out there. A few hours later, in a dark space deep inside a rift, the leader of the Ban Eldragon clan is handling a horde of freakish monsters all by himself. With cold, authoritative eyes, he unleashes a blood-red dragon aura, heavy with pressure, blanketing the entire battlefield and striking terror into the monsters. Instantly, Ban-El unleashes the dragon spirit, Annihilation Field, the first form, known as Origin, creating a devastating explosion of power that wipes out every enemy in one go. In the middle of the wasteland left after the battle, a close aide approaches and reports respectfully, "Lord Balza-El, I have a report." When he gets a cold glare and a sharp look from the clan leader, the soldier excitedly drops the news he thinks is a big deal. Lady Laika has reached the 2-star rank. Sir, contrary to the subordinate's excitement, Ban-El stays totally indifferent. He turns his back cold-bloodedly and drops a dismissive line. So what? Talent doesn't mean a damn thing. Don't report to me until she's actually useful. If you came all this way just to talk about some trivial garbage like that, then get lost. Even as the soldier tries to explain that hitting 2-star at her age is a massive feat, and that Laika could definitely hit 5-star by the time she graduates the Dragon's Den, Ban-El doesn't give a damn. Trembling under his master's pressure, the soldier is forced to spit out the final, earth-shattering truth. But Lady Laika got her butt kicked. Balza arched a brow, skeptical as hell when he heard the news. He muttered, "What? Did the brat try to challenge one of the older ones?" But his subordinate quickly shook his head, swearing that the one who took the lady down was just a kid her own age named Zeke. Hearing that name, Balza's eyes darkened, and he mumbled, lost in thought, "Zeke, that woman's kid." The image of a woman with a fragile back flashed through the clan leader's mind. He admitted she had a natural talent for martial arts, but it cost her her life. Balza coldly brought up the fact that she died the moment she gave birth. He wondered who the hell had been training the kid to give him enough skill to wreck a 2-star warrior. Upon hearing that Zeke hit that level all on his own without any mentor, Balza made a cutthroat decision. "I get it. Then let's kick off the first training session." Even though his subordinate was worried it was way too soon since the kids only started school a month ago, and most hadn't even reached 1-star, Balza stuck to his brutal philosophy. He deadass insisted that death treats everyone equally, and only the strong deserve to survive. With a stern face, Balza growled that anyone who couldn't pass this first trial wasn't fit to be a dragon. He ordered his subordinate to report this to Freya and put her in charge of overseeing the entire trial. Balza wanted Freya to keep a close eye on the whole thing to see what the kid was made of. Looking off into the distance, the clan leader smirked. "Zeke, huh? Sounds pretty interesting." The next day, the training grounds were buzzing. While Rangis and the other kids were grinding away at the Dragon Seal battle arts, a technique meant to strengthen the body created by the 15th clan leader so even kids could master it. Zeke was doing some insane, extreme physical training. Seeing Zeke messing with a pile of rocks, Rangis, covered in sweat, asked, "Aren't you going to train, Zeke?" Zeke looked confused. What are you talking about? Don't you see me training right here?" Rangis quickly clarified he meant the Dragon Seal arts, not just basic physical training. Zeke replied coolly, "I already learned that." That line left Rangis so shocked he started stuttering. "Oh my god, for real? You just learned it and you've already got it down?" Zeke nodded. "Obviously. More importantly, Rangis, your energy flow is all messed up." Zeke turned around, and a golden aura surged from his hand into Rangis's body, making the blue-haired kid gasp. "Wait, did I just float?" "Yeah, pretty much." Zeke adjusted the flow. That's the right way to do it. Feeling the drastic change inside him, Rangis looked up, totally awestruck. "Thanks a lot, man. You really mastered it," Zeke grumbled, annoyed. "You doubting me? What kind of guy are you?" Rangis freaked out and apologized. He opened up, saying this was his first time being taught by someone else, so he'd felt hopeless. He admitted he thought the Dragon Seal arts were too simple and boring, unlike someone strong enough to beat Lady Laika. But Zeke shut that down. "That's not true at all. I'm actually impressed by how solid the Dragon Seal technique is." Deep down, he remembered his own Dragon Ruin technique, which was so complex his descendants in his past life couldn't keep up. The Dragon Ruin battle arts were complicated and a pain in the ass, but they packed overwhelming power like a true combat style. This system started from the first form all the way to the 4th, plus the secret form he just made during the fight with Laika, and above all, the final form that held the destructive power to take down even the divine dragon back in the day. Zeke was hyped, thinking, "I'm curious about the other dragon techniques too. Maybe those have been modified as well. This is going to be a blast." He casually told Rangis, "Anyway, since I'm done with the Dragon Seal arts, I'm just doing my usual conditioning. Everyone learns at their own pace." Suddenly, Rangis bowed low and shouted, determined, "Please train me. I want you to guide me like you did just now." Zeke looked surprised, but the blue-haired kid was desperate to get even a little stronger. Zeke shrugged, "I don't mind. Seeing Ranges still looking stunned, he asked, "For real?" Zeke insisted he wasn't lying and thought he was totally worth the effort. Right then, a voice rang out from behind. "Hey, in that case, include me too. I want in on the training." It was Lady Laika, face flushed with embarrassment. "Wait, even Lady Laika?" Laika snapped. "You got a problem with that?" She bluntly admitted that her pride as a clan successor candidate was completely shattered when Zeke steamrolled her with that lightning aura. Laika shouted, "Fired up, I want to get stronger, strong enough to beat my brothers. And you too." Zeke looked at the fired-up lady, secretly weighing the new situation. Laika hesitated. "Is it a no? I get it." She looked down, explaining that since Zeke was also a potential heir, training with a rival probably wasn't the best idea. Ranges, standing nearby, silently agreed, because even though he was born out of wedlock, Zeke still carried the clan leader's blood and was obviously in the running. However, Zeke just brushed it off. "I don't care." But then he narrowed his eyes at Laika's injuries, wondering if she was actually okay. That hit should have had her bedridden for at least a month. "Oh, I used a recovery potion, so I'm fine," Zeke mused. "Wow, the crazy medicine in this era is basically a miracle drug." Ranges chimed in, saying this potion was way better than the ones they gave out at the entrance exam. "Fitting for a lady like you," he said, smiling smugly. "What a great time to be alive, huh?" Teased. Laika snapped back, saying if it weren't for the potion, she would have been out for a month. Then she nervously asked again if he'd really train her, since he needed time for his own training too. Zeke flashed a bright smile. "Oh, of course. I'd never turn down someone young and full of ambition like you." Ranges started sweating bullets, muttering in confusion. "You're young too, aren't you? We're all the same age." Zeke just laughed it off and looked Laika straight in the eye to make sure. "You sure about this, Laika? Remember, I'm the one who beat you." With eyes burning with resolve, Laika insisted she didn't have the luxury to be picky. She clenched her fist and declared, "If getting stronger means becoming clan leader, I'll do whatever it takes." Zeke asked, intrigued. "Yeah, but before you picked a fight with me, you were yapping about that clan leader spot, remember? What's with the obsession? Why are you so hung up on being the leader anyway?" Her voice dropped low, spitting out the bitter truth. "Duh. Isn't it obvious? If I don't become the leader, my only future is getting hitched to whoever they pick." An arranged marriage, she thought about it with pure disgust. If she got lucky, she'd be stuck with some annoying cousin. If not, she'd be forced to be some random guy's side piece. "Wait, what?" Zeke blurted out, totally floored by the clan's prehistoric mindset. Laika kept it real, explaining that preserving the dragon bloodline was top priority, especially for the four great clans, since their original essence energy was one of a kind and had endless uses. Hearing that, he just wanted to dip. He felt sick listening to how these jerks thought. He barked back, "What is wrong with you people? Do you even see humans as actual people? You bunch of idiots. I'm gonna tear down all these twisted, backwards traditions myself. Just watch me." Right when he was about to blow a fuse and burn the whole place down, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Focus." Ranges was so spooked he nearly jumped out of his skin, scrambling to see where the sound came from. As the tension hit a boiling point, a stunning woman with long red hair stepped in, leaving all the kids wide-eyed, wondering what the hell was going on. The instructor stood up and announced, "Starting today, we've got a new trainer joining us. Despite her insane schedule, she's here personally to coach you all. Be grateful." The woman glided in like a gust of wind. "You must be Lady Laika, right?" That sharp gaze of hers froze, Laika dead in her tracks, completely speechless. This woman moved so fast it freaked everyone out. She flashed a mesmerizing smile and winked. "Nice reflexes. And your spirit energy isn't half bad either." While the guards around them were breaking a sweat over this sudden appearance, Zeke narrowed his eyes, staying on high alert. He was shocked he hadn't sensed a single thing from her until she was already standing there. Ranges, trembling and clinging to his gear, nervously asked who this powerful woman was. It was Lady Freyja Windkick, a member of the Black Dragon Guard, known as the Goddess of the Wind. "Freyja." She waved happily. "Hey, so good to meet you guys." Then her eyes locked onto Zeke. "You must be Zeke, right?" Seeing him stay totally chill, Freyja looked intrigued. "You don't seem surprised at all, huh?" Zeke smirked, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he noticed something off. "Nothing to be surprised about. But I gotta say, you've got some pretty interesting techniques, miss." Freyja thought to herself, "Oh, I see. No wonder the clan leader has his eyes on this guy." Meanwhile, Zeke was watching her just as closely, silently judging her stealth skills. They were legit impressive, but the real deal was the martial art she'd mastered. Zeke noticed her original essence was flowing mostly into her lower body, a flow he'd never seen anything like before. He started cracking the code behind Freyja's silent footsteps. So that's why she doesn't make a sound, even in those shoes. What kind of technique is this? Man, this is interesting. Freyja smiled and dropped the bomb. All right, like you were told, I'm your new trainer. Let's do our best. Her arrival had the whole class buzzing. Wait, isn't that Freyja, the goddess of the wind? No way, that's her in the flesh. This is insane. The old coach stepped up to add that Lady Freyja was a 6-star ranker and one of the big shots in the Black Dragon Guard. He pushed the kids to learn everything they could from her. The students were confused. Wait, the Black Dragon Guard? That's the clan leader's personal elite squad, right? And why would someone like her just show up out of nowhere? Are you actually going to train us, Lady Freyja? Freyja beamed. You bet. But she immediately dropped the condition. Only if you pass my test. The kids panicked. Freyja played it cool. Don't sweat it, it's pretty easy. She pulled out a glowing spirit stone and laid out the challenge. You just have to keep this stone in one piece and survive in the Venom Dragon Mountain for a month. Zeke thought, oh hell no, the Venom Dragon Mountain? That place is crawling with toxic creatures. It was a death trap where even touching a random blade of grass could kill you. In his past life, Zeke had trained there, and just remembering how brutal it was gave him goosebumps. He felt for the kids. Isn't this a bit too intense for them? Freyja's tone turned ice cold. If the stone breaks or gets lost, you're out. One student, shaking, asked what happened if they failed. Freyja gave a cryptic smile. Well, you get kicked out. If you survive, that is. Is she trying to kill us? Either way, we're getting kicked out. Freyja explained that you could deal with the poison by using dragon breath to push the toxins out. She promised that as long as the stone stayed intact, they'd be fine. But when a student nervously asked about the monsters, Freyja's face went dark and terrifying. She said flatly that they'd better be ready to fight. Otherwise, they'd have nothing to eat and would be dead before the month was up. That straight-up threat left the kids pale and shaking at the sheer brutality of it all. Seeing the tension, Freyja broke into a bright smile, telling them not to freak out because they had 5 days to prep. During that time, everyone could pick a weapon and start training with the Eldragon clan's secret techniques. She figured if they could handle the monsters, survival would be a breeze. But then, her eyes flashed with that cold, sharp look again. Freyja warned them, if they couldn't master the techniques in these 5 short days, she wouldn't be responsible for whatever happened to them afterward. When a student naively asked if she'd bail them out if things went south, Freyja just let out a mocking laugh. She pointed at her burning insignia and declared firmly, Eldragon is where the weak get cut, only the strong have the right to survive. To her, if you couldn't take down a monster and ended up meeting a tragic end, that was just how it went. Freyja cold-bloodedly added that if they couldn't pass such a simple test, they might as well go sleep in a bed full of poison and monsters. The pressure from the new instructor left the students speechless, just standing there sweating bullets. Watching all this cruelty, Zeke couldn't help but deep dive into his thoughts. This place. It's nothing like the Eldragon I used to know. Suddenly, he was hit with a flashback, his son, Gilliam, grinning as he proudly showed off his newborn baby. It was such a warm, gentle memory, a total 180 from the cold, ruthless vibe of this family now. Freyja clapped her hands, snapping him out of it. She announced it was time to hand out the combat manuals for each weapon type. The kids started buzzing, scrambling to pick their gear. While Ranjis was standing there, frozen and clueless about what to pick, Zeke stepped up. He noticed his buddy struggling and told him to go with the spear, the same one he'd crushed it with during the entrance exam. Take it from me, you'll be unstoppable. Just trust your boy on this one. Meanwhile, Laika was still stressing over whether to pick the Thunder Spirit sword style, even though she was still a beginner. Seeing her hesitation, Zeke cut right to the chase. Yo, hold up, Laika. I think you should totally go for that sword style. When the young lady looked at him, confused as to why, he just casually explained that it was the perfect piece to round out everything she was missing. It clicked for her, and Laika agreed to take that manual without another thought. Freyja stood up high, looking down at the kids who'd finally grabbed their materials, and gave them a cold warning. For the next 5 days, you train like your life depends on it. Because honestly, if you don't, you're just walking dead. Her smile turned straight up twisted as she dropped a bombshell. The seniors from 10 years ago were joining the challenge, and their only mission was to hunt down the rookies and snatch their crystals. Those upperclassmen were legit warriors, their eyes glowing with pure bloodlust. Freyja waved them off with a goodbye, reminding them that while Venom Dragon Mountain was huge, they were definitely going to be hunted down hard, so they'd better give it everything they've got. Ranjis was freaking out, literally screaming and clutching his head. realizing they were about to face monsters and seniors who were all at least 2-star rank or higher. Even Laika was sweating it. If they got ambushed by a whole group, nobody's odds of survival were looking good. But while his friends were spiraling, Zeke just chilled, reading his book before dropping a single, short sentence. Seeing them both staring at him, dead silent, he calmly suggested, "Hey, if you guys are having a rough time handling it alone, just form a small party of 2 or 3. Zeke pointed out that teaming up to hunt monsters wasn't against the rules, and the more heads they had, the better off they'd be. Thinking that made sense, Laika and Rangus nodded along, but then they wondered what Zeke was planning. With a bright face and a cocky grin, he declared, "Me? You asking about me? Do you really have to ask? Obviously, I'm going to enjoy this challenge solo." That answer left his friends completely shook, stunned by his sheer recklessness. Zeke laughed it off and rushed them to go grab some food before they started training. Laika could only sigh, admitting to herself that he was the weirdest guy she'd ever met. The 5 days of prep flew by at the foot of the majestic, mist-covered Venom Dragon Mountain. The students were all gathered, looking sharp in their uniforms with their weapons ready to go. Freya appeared, looking radiant. She scanned the fired-up crowd and spoke loud and clear. "Looks like everyone's here. Let's get this show on the road." Even though Zeke had suggested teaming up, Rangus was still a nervous wreck about being paired with a lady like Laika. He hesitated, wondering if a commoner like him, who hadn't even earned a single star yet, really had any business standing next to pureblood nobles. Right then, Celine and Raymond, the high-potential stars from the East Hall, showed up, leaving Rangus totally floored. Celine cheered him on. "We're all the same here, you know." Rangus calmly explained that status didn't matter, and he'd only agreed to join them because he actually respected their skills. Hearing that encouragement, Rangus gripped his spear tight. He made up his mind right then to work his tail off so he wouldn't be dead weight to his team. Seeing the group was ready, Laika turned to ask Zeke one last time. "Are you really going to go at it alone?" He replied, cool as ice, obviously. Seeing that kind of confidence, Raymond couldn't help but admire him. "Man, that's wild. I've been sweating bullets this whole time. So, is this what royal blood feels like?" Laika snapped back immediately, telling him not to group her in with a weirdo like Zeke, since she was shaking with nerves too. Zeke looked confused and asked, "You scared? What's there to be worried about?" He casually figured that since elite students like Laika were all gathered here, there wasn't anything to sweat. Seeing Zeke acting so reckless, Rangus sighed. "Actually, there are plenty of reasons to be worried." Zeke shot back. "So, you actually think those seniors have real talent or something?" Laika stated firmly, "Of course they do." From the perspective of a master, Zeke thought Laika was pretty smart for pooling the most promising students in the class together. He could tell their defense and offense were top tier, so this exam was probably going to be a walk in the park. Rangus could only click his tongue. Right, Zeke is always this confident, huh? Just then, Freya popped up with a bright smile and asked, "All right, is everyone here?" Seeing the students had already split into teams, she nodded in approval, saying it was a decent choice for anyone who wasn't a total master of their craft yet. Freya held up a glowing blue crystal and announced that the exam was officially underway. She emphasized that their mission was to survive for 1 month on Venom Dragon Mountain and keep that crystal in one piece. As long as they had it when the time was up, they passed. But then she dropped the brutal rule. All the crystals were identical, so if you lost yours, you better go steal one from someone else. To make it even worse, as soon as the kids found a place to hide, the seniors were going to start their hunt to snatch those crystals right out of their hands. Watching from a distance, the seniors just smirked with pure contempt, thinking that taking care of rookies who hadn't even hit 1 star yet would be easier than taking candy from a baby. Amidst the tension, Zeke kept a deep, thoughtful expression, silently scouting the area. "Those quiet types are usually the ones you have to watch out for," Freya shouted out. "Rules are explained. Exam starts now." Suddenly, the rookies took off like a shot, their footsteps thundering all across the school grounds. Right before she disappeared into the deep woods, Laika looked back and screamed, "Zeke, you better stay alive, okay?" Zeke watched her go, silent for a second, then replied, "Yeah, you guys too." From start to finish, he's kept that ice-cold attitude the whole time, hasn't he? Freya found it odd and couldn't help but chime in. "Be careful, kid. Don't you have to get going too?" When Freya grilled him on whether he was nervous at all, he just walked away, leaving her with a super arrogant answer. "Nothing to worry about." "Now, if you'll excuse me, supervisor." Watching the kid's back fade into the distance, Freya muttered, "What a weird little brat." As night fell, the flickering firelight from the supervisor's camp cut through the heavy silence. A guard stepped up to Freya, looking worried that this test might be way too much for the new recruits. He was sweating the fact that these kids had zero real combat experience and was wondering how many would actually make it out in one piece. Freja just told him to chill out and not stress it. She said even though Venom Dragon Mountain is crawling with toxic critters, the monsters themselves aren't really that big of a deal. She pointed out that most of them are only rank 1 or rank 2, nothing the trainees can't handle on their own if they've got any guts. The guard bowed and took the order, but Freja kept her eyes locked on that dark, ominous mountain. Right where this brutal survival game was just getting started, her look turned cold and calculated. She thought to herself, still, I'm gonna unleash that thing at the very end. When the guard asked what she said because he didn't quite catch it, Freja snapped back to her usual bubbly self, waving him off. Oh, it's nothing. Right after, she barked an order to the upperclassmen, who were itching for a fight. All right, time's up. You guys get moving too. Watching the hunters disappear into the fog, Freja flashed a twisted, excited grin, wondering how many of these poor little suckers would survive the night. Wow, the audacity of this woman. She's definitely not checking into heaven anytime soon. The upperclassmen tore through the dense forest, totally hyped. Hey, check it out, one of them shouted, spotting JK just strolling along, lone wolf style with his backpack on. The guy sneered at how clueless the kid looked. Found one already. Can't believe after all this time, he's still just hanging around in one spot. Is that dude sleeping or something? He signaled his crew to ambush him. An arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight at him from the thick brush. But in a flash, he spun around and caught the arrow with his bare hands before it could even graze him. He yelled out, "All fired up, I've been waiting for you guys." That insane move and sheer power had the seniors stunned. Holy crap, what kind of trash talk is he spouting? One of them realized the terrifying truth. Didn't he just catch that arrow with his bare hands? Not caring that his enemies were shook, Wretch leaped from his spot, his amber eyes burning with pure arrogance. He grinned wide and declared, "So, shall we start the game?" Out on Venom Dragon Mountain, the fight for survival got real ugly when a giant frog monster suddenly lunged at them. Celine screamed and swung her sword, fighting back hard, but just as she took down the target, another threat was lurking right behind her. Raymond caught it in time and yelled a warning. He lunged over, using his sturdy shield to block the monster's strike. Finally, Ranges thrust his spear with perfect aim, finishing the monster off. Roan let out a breath and checked on his crew. All right, is everyone good? Looking over at Laika, the whole group was stunned to see she'd already wiped out the rest of the monsters by herself. Celine whispered, totally impressed, just like the rumors said. While the rest of them were panicking, Miss Laika had taken down a whole swarm solo. Laika confidently flashed her glowing rank 2 mark. She gave a playful wink. Hey, don't forget, I've hit rank 2 now too, yeah? Still, she gave props to the group for grinding it out all week, especially Celine and Raymond for finally hitting rank 1. Faced with her being so humble, they both thanked her in sync, saying if it weren't for her help and training, they wouldn't have leveled up so fast. Seeing everyone else moving up, Ranges couldn't help but feel a bit down since he was still stuck at the bottom. Seeing that, Raymond and Celine walked over to cheer him up, telling him not to rush because he'd actually gotten way stronger. Laika jumped in to encourage him too, saying that taking down a tree monster alone was a huge deal. She reminded him that since he was trained in spear skills by the man himself, it was only a matter of time before he hit rank 1. The sky started turning a deep, fiery red, signaling the end of a long day. Laika ordered the group, "All right, it's getting dark. Let's head back to the hideout and grab some dinner." When they finally got back, they realized someone else was already there. Laika's gaze turned icy. She growled at the figure standing in the shadows. "What are you doing at our base?" A harsh footstep echoed in the silence, making the group jump. A senior student stepped out from the dark with a smug grin. "Finally noticed me, huh?" Laika, Ranges, and Raymond were shocked to see it was one of the upperclassmen. "You're from the 10th year class, aren't you? You came to swipe our Pia crystals?" The guy didn't even try to hide it. He was full of himself, being a rank 2 pro, and couldn't believe he'd found Miss Laika's base so easily. Stealing and acting all high and mighty about it, what a legend. Laika spat back, cold as ice. "So why don't you get lost? You can't take us down by yourself." The senior just smirked, his eyes flashing with a cold, nasty light. "Who said I was alone?" In an instant, 3 more upperclassmen, all rank 2, popped out and surrounded them. The leader laughed, mocking them. "Even if you are the great Miss Laika, it's gotta be tough carrying 3 dead weights, right? So, just surrender already." He drew his sword and went on the offensive. The fight exploded into chaos. Laika blocked the leader's slash with her sword. She shouted, Hang in there just a little longer until I can loop back. While Laika was held up, Raymond had to use his shield to tank hits that felt like they weighed a ton. Celine and Rangis were struggling to keep their heads above water against the hunters. The senior kept attacking like a maniac, barking, "Come on, hand over the crystals!" Seeing his squad getting pushed to the brink, Rangis was totally lost, having no clue how to get out of this nightmare. With all that pressure from the four hunters bearing down on him, Rangis suddenly remembered his talk with Z. When he'd asked how to take down a beast of an opponent when he didn't even have a single star, Z had just dropped a bucket of ice-cold reality on him. Give up. That savage response made Rangis blurt out in total disbelief. What? Are you serious right now? My brain is literally fried. Zeke just calmly explained that it's common sense. A 0-star scrub trying to fight a rank 3 or 4 is totally impossible. Still, he reassured him that if the opponent is only a 1-star or 2-star rank, he can still make it work. Seeing how stressed Rangis was about the upcoming test at Venom Dragon Mountain, where the monsters and upperclassmen are mostly 2 stars, Zeke stayed ice cold and told him there's always a way. No secret sauce, just one thing: exploit their openings. He insisted that even someone without a star rank, like Rangis, can flip the script if they just find a 2-star opponent's weak spot. When Rangis panicked and asked how to spot an opening, Zeke dropped a brutal strategy. Just take the hits. Tank it, suck it up, and keep taking hits until you see that opening. As Rangis looked shell-shocked, Zeke growled that when you're the underdog, you don't get the luxury of choosing how you fight a stronger opponent. Zeke made it clear. This isn't about whether Rangis can take the pain, it's that he has to take it. Otherwise, winning is just a pipe dream. He used Laika, a girl with electric powers, as an example to prove that with his current skills, Rangis could totally hold his own against a 2-star. Seeing his friend still doubting himself, Zeke told him he's got to believe in his own hype if he wants to get stronger. He gave him one final, hard-hitting piece of advice. Don't overthink this. Stop stressing about finding complex openings or different types of power. Seeing Rangis still looking lost, he broke it down. Just be patient, wait for the opening, and drive your spear right through it. Zeke pointed and confirmed. Exactly. That's the ultimate secret to taking down someone stronger than you. Back in reality, the upperclassman let out a frustrated roar. Are you kidding me? This dude is stubborn as a mule. The guy kept raining down heavy blows while Rangis gritted his teeth and whispered to himself. Right. I'm weaker than him, so I just gotta take it and wait, no matter what. Finally losing his patience, the upperclassman screamed, "Damn it!" and launched himself into the air for a massive overhead swing. Dude's absolutely losing it, totally tweaking out. What is he even doing? Right at that moment, Rangis's eyes lit up. The perfect window was open. He poured everything he had into a pinpoint spear thrust, slamming it into the opponent's gut before he could even react. Standing in the dark, Rangis looked like a beast, the 1-star mark glowing bright on his chest, a massive level up. On the other side of the battlefield, Laika had just wrapped up her fight. Looks like they're done over there, she noted. Her opponent screamed in pure despair. No way! This can't be happening. I'm a 2-star just like you. How the hell is there such a huge gap? He was getting completely crushed by the insane weight of Laika's heavy sword. She realized that focusing on axe skills had forced her to put even more power into her heavy sword, all thanks to that axe skill tip from earlier. You picked the wrong people to mess with, Laika hissed as she unleashed a final, thunderous strike. The upperclassman could only gasp in despair before being swallowed by the current. A bright energy blast signaled the end of the fight, leaving the attacker knocked out cold on the ground. Laika quickly sheathed her blade and turned to check on her team. Everyone okay? Seeing they were safe, she let out a relieved smile and said, "We did it." The group erupted in cheers. The sound echoed through the forest as they realized they'd survived a literal life-or-death situation. Laika hyped Rangis up for his sick breakthrough, finally hitting the 2-star rank. The blue-haired guy was so moved he was blushing like crazy. He thanked Celine and John for sticking by him the whole time. Looking at her sword, Laika felt good knowing everyone had leveled up and could finally go toe-to-toe with these rankers. But even in the middle of the victory high, she couldn't help but worry about one person. I wonder how Zeke is doing. While Laika's group was safe, over in another part of Venom Dragon Mountain, a real nightmare was unfolding. An upperclassman was running for his life, his face twisted in absolute terror. He was bawling his eyes out. "Stay back! Don't come near me!" Tears and sweat were pouring down his face as he realized he was being hunted by something way beyond his level. Holy hell! What even is that thing? Deep in the dark, foggy night, a horrifying scene appeared. A bunch of students lying motionless on the ground. Standing in the center of a swirling, deep blue aura was one lone figure, radiating so much pressure that everyone who saw him gasped in terror. What is that monster? The upperclassmen were fleeing in a blind panic. Their faces were distorted with fear. They screamed as they ran, "Don't come near me!" Standing in that burning blue aura, Zeke let out a wicked smirk, watching the backs of those trembling kids as they called him a monster. Wait, what? Why is everyone running away? That's so boring, I'm gonna get lonely. The guy's cocky laughter echoed through the night, making everyone who heard it shiver in their boots. The hunter's pride had completely shattered now that the tables had turned. That guy is straight up crazy. Why is an underclassman hunting the seniors? Aren't we supposed to be the ones doing the hunting? In the chaos, an upperclassman tripped and got his foot stuck in some tree roots. He gasped, then went stone cold when he saw Zeke slowly walking toward him, his eyes glowing red with bloodlust. Zeke reached out with a cold look. This is meaningless. I'm bored of this stupid game of tag. Get up already, let's actually fight. It'll be more fun. The flash of his amber eyes was so sharp the guy just let out a terrified shriek and fainted on the spot. Zeke sighed, looking down at the pile of defeated losers around him. He muttered to himself, "Man, seriously? Why are you guys so soft and chicken-hearted? You were all acting so tough at the start. Hey!" he yelled at the retreating figures. "Don't just leave me here by myself." Then, Zeke suddenly stopped. He looked toward the dark bushes with a knowing smirk. "Right, you guys should keep watching. Yeah, just stay right there. I'm guessing my pathing isn't a problem, right?" He laughed to himself and vanished into the night. "Cool, I'll keep playing then." Just then, a tiny noise from behind made someone hiding nearby gasp in shock. Hiding behind a bush, a scout was sweating buckets. What the hell? He could sense me just by me watching him? This underclassman is dangerous. He quickly retreated to the base to report back to Frieza. Seeing her subordinate return, Freyja gave her orders. "Totally chill. You're back. Give me the report," the soldier respectfully replied. "It's been a week since the test kicked off, and about 30% of the 7-year-old class has been cut. However, the remaining students are starting to get the hang of it. I don't think that number's going to drop much more from here." Freyja stared deep at the map, deep in thought, then pressed on. "Is that so? What about the upperclassmen?" The soldier hesitated, his face looking totally stressed out. The upperclassmen? Well, they're running for their lives. Freyja was shocked. Running? The upperclassmen? On Dragon Slayer Mountain? What kind of monster could be chasing them off? The soldier shook, spilling the crazy truth. "It's that kid, Rick. He's out here actively hunting down the upperclassmen. At first, they tried to fight back, but now? They're all just scattering like roaches." The monitors' faces were pale with disbelief at this backward situation. Who the hell is this Rick kid, anyway? He's actually having a blast picking them off one by one. Seriously, you can't make this stuff up. One soldier thought to himself that even if the kid was the chieftain's son, Z was just a total freak of nature who broke all the rules. He was way beyond your average genius. He's basically a straight-up monster, Freyja kept observing. I gotta admit, he is pretty weird. He chooses to act solo and just pops up out of nowhere. You don't think he wasn't the prey from the start, but the actual hunter? Suddenly, a deep thud mixed with the heavy clanking of chains echoed out, making the soldiers jump. That sound, Freyja shouted, totally hyped. "Oh, man, it's finally here? I've been waiting forever." A massive guy carrying a huge iron cage chained shut walked up and asked, "Lady Freyja, where do you want me to drop this?" Freyja coolly ordered him to just leave it there. The soldiers freaked out, realizing the danger. "What is that? Lady Freyja? What the hell is going on? Don't tell me you're planning on letting that thing loose on Dragon Slayer Mountain." They were terrified because the creature inside was a 3-star threat, something the kids couldn't possibly handle. Freyja smiled, reassuring them that everything had been modified. "This monster's only going to go after those who've already hit the 2-star level." Freyja explained that the normal, weaker kids wouldn't be affected by it at all. When the guard questioned why they'd do something so dangerous, she coldly revealed, "It's a direct order from the chieftain." That info hit him like a brick, leaving him stuttering in shock. "From the chieftain?" Looking at the wooden cage rattling with those fierce, glowing red eyes inside, Freyja applauded, "Let's see how you handle this, kid." She knew he was strong enough that even the veterans called him a monster, so she was super curious if he could actually take this thing down. Freyja ordered her men, "Let it loose at daybreak." As the morning sun started peeking over the mountain, Rangus's group was moving along when they suddenly stopped dead. Rangus asked, totally rattled, "Did the ground just shake?" Laika and Jayan felt it too. Their faces went stone, cold, serious. Laika was worried, wondering if it was another ambush from the upperclassmen. While Dumone guessed it was probably just some huge, angry boar, Rangis couldn't shake the weird, creepy feeling closing in on them. Suddenly, Laika screamed out a warning. "Look out! Oh my god! Everyone move! Get out of there! Now!" The group scrambled to dodge just as an ancient tree came crashing down. Out of the rubble, a giant stone creature emerged. Due and Rangis were shaking in their boots, staring at those glowing red eyes as it loomed over them. A golem. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Z was sitting on a pile of monsters he'd just taken down, looking bored out of his mind. He let out a huge sigh. To him, having no one left to fight was a total letdown. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the whole forest, making Z raise an eyebrow. Sensing a weird presence, he realized it had been ages since he'd seen a monster of this level. Z wondered if the instructors had done this on purpose by dropping it here. With his high-level mindset, he worried that a 3-star threat was way too much for the kids to handle. Things like this should have been dealt with before the test even started. But then, Z realized the truth. He understood they'd purposely let it out to test the students, which got him wondering what they were really up to. Instead of being worried about himself, though, his eyes lit up with pure excitement. "You think I'm scared?" As if. "I'm actually having a blast." Rick smirked arrogantly, telling himself this was even better because he'd get a bit more entertainment. He couldn't just sit around looking at a tasty snack, so he jumped up and took off to find that 3-star monster. As he ran, Z thought it was a shame it wasn't closer, which would have been way more fun than having to run so far. On another side of the mountain, Laika's group was struggling for their lives against the giant stone golem. Celine yelled and swung her sword with everything she had, but all she got were sparks, not even a scratch on the beast. She gasped, unable to believe how hard its armor was. Duemon jumped in to help, slamming his shield into it with a deafening roar. But the golem didn't even flinch, leaving Duemon shocked, admitting that even his all-out attack didn't do a single thing. Realizing things were getting real ugly, Laika immediately unleashed her burning aura, a lightning-fast strike that finally cracked the golem's stone shell. Laika realized the trick immediately. She understood that you could only break that shell by using chi, meaning only people who reached the 2-star level had a shot at taking it down. Seeing the monster keep coming, Rangis asked nervously, "What do we do now? Why is this thing so dense? Just standing there waiting for someone to point out where to hit?" Laika made a risky call. "I'll draw its fire." "You guys, run!" That suggestion made Rangis yell back. "What? You think we're just gonna leave you behind? No way, we're not ditching you!" Laika knew it was gonna hurt, but she gave it to them straight. "I know this sounds harsh, but you guys are just getting in my way." She pointed to the tiny crack in the golem's arm, explaining that she had to burn through all her energy just to make that little dent. With the power they've got right now, the rest of them couldn't even put a dent in that rock armor. Those blunt words made Celine just bow her head, feeling totally gutted. But then, Ron suddenly stepped up, looking dead set on what he was doing. "Yeah, we can't scratch the thing, but we can still back you up so Laika can land a solid hit. You gotta love having teammates like this. They're straight up ride or die." Rayon's guts really hyped up the whole squad. Celine got her head back in the game too, promising she'd give it everything she's got. Rain just jumped in, all fired up. "Right, if we all fight together under your lead, who knows, we might actually pull this off." Seeing the squad finally on the same page, Laika cracked a small smile. "All right, team, let's do this." Golden sparks of lightning started surging all over her. Doimoon immediately threw his shield up, rushing to the front and yelling, "Back me up!" Laika took off, shouting, "I'm coming in. Our teamwork is actually looking pretty clean for once." The fight kicked off hard when Doimoon bravely used his shield to tank a heavy-duty punch from the golem. Even though the insane pressure was rattling his whole body and making him cough up a storm, Doimoon stood his ground like a champ. Seizing the moment, Celine and Rangis dove in from below to keep the monster distracted. Up above, Laika closed the distance, her sword crackling with lightning. She poured every ounce of power into one final strike and screamed, "Dragon Soul, heavy sword technique, Heaven's Wrath." A massive pillar of light slammed down with earth-shattering power, causing a blinding explosion that shook the whole area. As the dust started to settle, Laika was standing there panting, forced to plant her sword in the ground just to keep her shaky body upright. Seeing that, Rangis rushed over, totally panicked. "You good?" She just murmured that the move drained all her energy, then turned to ask Han if Doimoon got hurt. Just as Doimoon was saying he was fine and Laika was about to tell the crew to head back to base, a giant shadow suddenly loomed over them. The golem's glowing red eyes flickered with pure menace, leaving everyone frozen in terror. Rain just got sent flying when the golem suddenly snatched Laika up in its massive stone hand. As it squeezed, Laika gritted her teeth in pain. She realized too late that she'd let her guard down. She never thought it could still move after a hit like that. Seeing their friend in trouble, Celine and John just screamed in total despair. Ranjis scrambled up, gripped his spear tight, and charged at the monster, yelling, "Let her go!" But the golem just swung its massive fist, ready to crush the blue-haired kid on the spot. But right at the last second, backup finally showed up. A massive tree slammed into the golem, knocking it flat on its back and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Ranjis instantly rushed over to catch her. "You okay?" Laika was still in shock, barely able to answer, wondering who the heck had just saved them. While the group was still confused, a chill voice spoke up from behind. "Man, seriously? What's with all the damn noise? It's giving me a headache." Recognizing that voice, Ranjis and Laika both shouted in total surprise. It was Zeke. The black-haired kid showed up with a bright grin on his face, casually waving at the team like it was just another Tuesday. "Yo, what's going on here?" A few minutes earlier, he'd seen those golden flashes in the sky, realized it was Laika's lightning, and knew her team had found the target first. He took off like a rocket, secretly missing his prime when distances like this wouldn't have been anything to him. Thinking about his promising friends Ranjis, Doi Moon, and Celine Zeke couldn't help but worry. How long could they even last against a 3-star opponent? To make it in time, Zeke decided, "All right, let's try that new move I learned the other day." He stopped by an old tree, dug his small hands into the wood, and used sheer brute force to rip the whole thing out by the roots. With a roar, Zeke launched the tree like a giant javelin at the monster. Watching the impact, he thought to himself, "Not bad, huh?" Zeke silently bragged to himself about actually reading that basic dragon martial arts and cultivation manual they gave out before the exam. Even if it was just basic energy flow stuff, it fit his current body perfectly. Zeke smiled, remembering his past life from 1,000 years ago when he was already a master of long-range attacks. Pushing those old memories aside, Zeke kept rushing toward his squad. Gotta do something, fast. His sudden appearance had Rangus and Laika freaking out. "It's Zeke!" Seeing their shock, Zeke just waved nonchalantly. "Sup, guys? Y'all still in one piece?" While Rangus was panicked, pointing at the golem, Zeke just went, "Oh?" Totally intrigued when he heard the name of the giant rock creature for the first time. He approached the golem, noticing it had an aura but zero actual life force. Such a weird creature. Suddenly, an attack came down, making his friends scream in warning, "Zeke, look out!" He casually blocked the golem's punch with one hand, totally unfazed, and thought, armor's pretty tough. If you didn't use an attack coated in energy, you weren't breaking that thing, but winning in a normal way was way too boring, right? From a distance, Rangus and Laika just watched, sweating at Zeke's recklessness. Laika couldn't figure out why he'd be bored in a life-or-death situation like this. The golem kept throwing massive punches, but Zeke dodged them with insane speed. He yelled to the group, "It's getting dangerous! You guys should probably back off!" Following orders, the kid scrambled away to give Zeke the stage. He gathered power in his fist and charged straight at the target. Zeke thought, "If the outside is that hard, let's see if the inside is just as tough," he announced, all hyped up. "Let's test this out," and immediately unleashed the first form of his Dragon Destroyer technique. Right after, he followed up with the second form, Explosion, creating a massive blast from deep inside the golem's body. Instead of just attacking the shell, he'd pumped his energy inside to make it blow up completely. Standing amidst the rubble, Zeke asked, feeling pretty smug, "How's that? Nailed it, right?" He wore a satisfied smile, feeling like this era was finally starting to get interesting. After the test was over, Freyja went absolutely ballistic on Zeke. She was screaming in rage. The whole point of the senior exam was to attack the underclassmen and steal their crystals, but he'd gone and attacked them instead. Nobody had ever done anything like that before. Because of Zeke's insane move, not a single senior managed to collect a crystal, and they all had to retake the test. "Man, this kid is nothing but trouble." Faced with the lecture, Zeke just shrugged it off, totally unfazed, acting like he hadn't done a damn thing wrong. Freyja just let out a heavy sigh. She warned him he better drop that casual attitude before the clan head. Seeing he was still cluelessly asking why, she coldly cut in, telling him he'd get wiped out for that kid or not. Even so, Freyja insisted she wouldn't let that happen, leaving Z silently impressed by how cutthroat this place really was. Standing in front of the guarded, imposing doors, Freyja announced clearly, "Black Dragon Guard member Freyja Win Kick," reporting as summoned. After a commanding enter from inside, the two stepped into Ban Lagan's swanky office. Freyja respectfully bowed and explained she was with Z. Ban locked eyes on his illegitimate kid, pressing him on why he attacked the upperclassmen. Z sighed, bored out of his mind because everyone kept asking the same lame question, and shot back, "Wait, are you saying I wasn't even allowed to touch them?" Z coolly reasoned that the only rule was to survive a month and keep the crystal. He hadn't heard any rule about not attacking the upperclassmen, so he did what he wanted. He threw in a little extra sass, saying if there was a rule against it, they should have made that clear from the jump. Z's arrogant answer made Freyja's face go pale with terror. Instantly, a wicked, blood-red dragon aura exploded from Ban, filling the room with suffocating pressure. Freyja collapsed, unable to handle the weight, and panicked, screaming, "The pressure! You're gonna die!" But Z stood his ground like a rock through the wave of destructive energy. He frowned, annoyed, "Shut your trap for a second and quit trying to threaten me." What a pain. Z stared straight into the clan head's eyes and demanded, "So, did you just call me here to ask about this petty nonsense?" Faced with the kid's insane nerve, Ban narrowed his eyes, deadly serious, and muttered, "Exactly how did you do it? And what did you actually do? According to the reports, you didn't just beat the upperclassmen, you took down a golem too." He sensed something was wrong, seeing a kid stand before him so eerily calm, and pressed, "How does a bastard kid like you have this kind of power?" Z smirked, his amber eyes glowing with pure confidence. "2. Why do you need a reason for my power? It's simple, isn't it? No other reason than the fact that I'm just naturally gifted." Ban's eyes darkened. He admitted that Z was every bit as cocky as the rumors said, but added he'd reward him for taking down that golem. The clan head offered him a choice, a treasure from the Dragon Vault, or access to the second floor of the Dragon Archive. Freyja stood by, stunned by how insanely generous this reward was. Everyone knew the Dragon Archive and the Dragon Vault held rare relics and secrets kept since the founder, Gilphus, over 1,000 years ago. These were strictly guarded, top-secret treasures, containing everything from legendary weapons and elixirs to forbidden texts. To even touch the second floor of the Dragon Archive, you'd need some seriously top-tier achievements. Freyja was low-key shocked that Z's disrespectful attitude was still considered excellent. Meanwhile, the kid was silently trashing the clan head for being stingy and not just giving him both. When Ban told them to leave, Zeke wasn't having it. "Seriously? We're done? I've still got plenty to say." Seeing things go sideways, Freyja panicked, covered his mouth, and dragged him out, not forgetting to bow respectfully. "It's our honor to receive this reward directly from you. Yes, clan head, we're heading out." But right as they reached the door, Zeke stopped cold and dropped a parting shot, aimed right at Ban. "Just one more thing, as long as you keep bottling up your feelings like that, no matter how hard you try, you're never going to get any stronger." That hit a sore spot, and Ban's dragon aura flared up in a silent, boiling rage. Freyja was shaking, white as a sheet, and scrambled to pull Z out of the room. "Keep your mouth shut. My apologies, Lord Clanhead, we're taking our leave." The clanhead sat alone in the hall, buried in a chilling silence after the illegitimate son's declaration. As soon as they were out, Freyja exploded. "What the hell were you thinking? How could you say that with such an attitude in front of the clan head? Didn't you hear a word I said before we walked in?" Z just kept his poker face on. "What's your problem? I was holding back as much as I could." The response left Freyja almost passing out from shock. "That was holding back? You can talk politely to me and the instructors, so why not the clan head?" Zeke nonchalantly explained that Ban was his biological father, so there was nothing to be scared of. Freyja stared at the kid, her mind racing. With that kind of power and attitude, he was no normal child. "Who the hell are you?" Facing Freyja's question, Zeke just smirked. "Why are you getting all worked up? I'm just me. Why worry about it so much?" The kid's mystery had Freyja questioning the family's harsh hierarchy. She knew they'd all drank ancient dragon blood and not a single soul could defy the clan head. The one who holds the power of the Dragon King, a species even higher than the ancient dragons. Yet, she couldn't wrap her head around how this kid could stay so weirdly calm in front of such an intimidating existence. Deep down, she vowed to dig through Z's birth records and find the truth. She quickly pivoted to the reward. "So, what are you gonna pick? The second floor of the Dragon Archive or a treasure from the Dragon Vault?" Zeke immediately held up 2 fingers. "Both." When Freyja flatly said no, he just pouted, disappointed. "Can't help me out, huh?" He looked up at the family's massive estate, locking in his goal. Knowledge was everything. Z realized he was severely lacking in knowledge about this era after rotting away in the Annex for years. He was itching to know about the new elixirs and tools humanity had cooked up over the last 1,000 years. Walking beside him, Rangus was losing his mind, unable to believe he actually got a pass into the prestigious Dragon Archive. The blue-haired kid was hyped, saying the techniques he learned were cool. but this was his chance to get his hands on top-tier skills. Seeing Ranjis talking about working his tail off to learn as much as possible in the limited time, Zeke looked confused. Wait, there's a time limit? Right then, Leica showed up and confirmed, yep, we're only allowed on the first floor, but the basic rules are probably the same. Leica started breaking down the rules of the Dragon Archive. Everyone's only allowed to check out one book, but you can read as much as you want inside, so time management is legit life or death. Zeke made a mental note of that. Got it. Leica suddenly turned to him, looking all sus. By the way, I heard you picked the Dragon Text Archive instead of the Dragon Treasure Vault for your reward? She figured with Zeke's personality, he'd definitely go for some actual treasure. Zeke just stayed chill. I thought about it, but knowledge feels way more important right now. Besides, for yours truly, knowledge is always top tier. He pointed up at the towering spire, noting that the second floor has insane martial arts manuals that are on a completely different level than the first. Leica bragged that nothing beats her own soul-cleaving swordsmanship, but Zeke was too busy staring at the building to even care. Hey, are you even listening to me, you scrub? She might as well have been talking to a wall. He completely ignored her. As soon as they hit the entrance, a stern-faced guard laid down the law. He's got 5 hours. Keep it quiet and don't push the deadline. Zeke was wondering if 5 hours was a long time or a blink, while Ranjis chimed in that it was probably plenty. The crew started plotting, trying to figure out which book to borrow first before grinding through the rest. Zeke gave a nod. Got it. Ranjis went off about some prodigies who could speed read through a whole stack. But Zeke's only goal was to find a martial arts style that actually fit him before the clock ran out. The second they stepped inside, they were all floored by the sheer scale of the Dragon Text Archive. Looking at those sky-high shelves and the massive space, Zeke had to admit it was way more impressive than he thought. A total nerd's paradise I could literally live in here. Standing before 1,000 years of Eldragon family knowledge, Zeke cracked a grin. Alright, let's see if there's anything here that actually gets me hyped. The master strolled confidently into the maze of shelves, ready to hunt down the power that had put him back on top. What the hell is this? Zeke yelled, totally freaked out after flipping through the first few pages. He couldn't believe his eyes' concepts about rifts, chaos, and straight-up magic. The world had changed so much over the last millennium, and he had absolutely no clue about any of it. Collapsing onto the floor amidst stacks of books, Zeke started spiraling about those lost 1,000 years. Turns out, about 900 years ago, a space-time tear called a rift just popped up, linking this world to a chaotic nightmare called the Chaos Realm. Monsters started pouring out everywhere, forcing humans to unlock a special energy inside themselves just to survive. The Eldragon family teamed up with some heavy hitters from the other side, forming the 4 main branches, Typona, News, Levius, and Bahamut, which are still around today. Zeke suddenly remembered that black aura around the boar and Leica's lightning sparks. It all clicked, it came from that Chaos Realm. He was annoyed at his own ignorance, but what really had him buzzing was the magic, a whole new tech from another world. He went crazy looking for a book on how to use it, but since it wasn't stashed next to the history books like it should have been, he started shouting in frustration. Just as he was losing it, a voice boomed through the building, telling him to pipe down. Zeke jumped, realizing there was no presence behind the voice, it was just pure sound. He figured it had to be some kind of magic transmission that didn't need external energy. Suddenly, a golden light erupted, and a bunch of books started glowing, floating, and spinning around him. What the hell? Was all he could choke out before getting sucked into the mysterious energy vortex right in the middle of the library. Watching those golden energy threads controlling the books, Zeke's eyes lit up. Whoa, using energy like strings to move stuff? Now that's a sick technique. While he was busy geeking out, the stern voice echoed again. Please, keep it quiet. Not even a little bit scared, Zeke barked back. How am I supposed to be quiet with something this cool? Just come out here and show me yourself. Instantly, those energy threads coiled tight around him. Closing time, the voice said, and just like that, Zeke got yeeted out of the archive like a projectile. He tumbled through the air and landed hard. Ow, man, take it easy. Watching the gate slam shut, Zeke fumed. Another thing I don't know about. Seriously, let me get a look at that. Seeing him all disheveled, Ranjis and Leica rushed over. Zeke, what happened? How'd you get tossed out like that? Zeke just laughed it off. Heh, I just got a little too excited. What about you guys, find anything good? Ranjis showed off his book, stoked. Yeah, check it out. I grabbed a manual called Cloudwater Spear, and I think I already picked up a basic footwork technique from it. Celine chimed in. Same, I learned some footwork too. I grabbed this Windflower Sword manual. Even the guard couldn't hide his pride. I learned the L-Dragon style guard sword technique, and I got the L-Dragon style shield technique. Seeing his friends all hyped up, Zeke just chuckled to himself. All those techniques were just stuff he made up to kill time in his past life. Zeke turned to the lady. Laika, what'd you get? Laika held up an old-looking book. This heavy-wave greatsword manual. I heard the first patriarch made it, and this version was improved by the 15th patriarch. Zeke's eyes narrowed as he realized a crazy coincidence. The 15th patriarch again? The dragon breath and dragon strike tactics were also made by the 15th guy. He thought back to the records in the tower and realized a ton of the moves he'd created had updated versions by that same patriarch sitting right next to them. Zeke flashed a knowing smile. Interesting. Walking down the path out of the estate, Zeke told himself, I thought this place would be a total snooze fest at first, but now, I can't wait to see what's next. Time flew by. 5 years later, at the L Dragon Academy, Laika, now a stunning and poised 12-year-old, is pacing the halls, looking for her crew. Yo, where are Zeke and the rest of the gang? She spots a student passing by and hits them up for info. Hey, where's Laika's crew? The student replies, oh, they're already down at the training grounds. The atmosphere at the training grounds is dead serious. Zeke's squad is grinding hard. Ranges, Celine, and Raymond have all leveled up. They're not kids anymore, and their gear is looking way more pro than before. Standing right in the center of the arena, 12-year-old Zeke Eldragon radiates this intense, mysterious vibe. His amber eyes are sharp as hell, glowing with a deep, unpredictable power, the result of 5 years of non-stop brutal training. Meanwhile, in the clan head's office, Balza Eldragon is locked in, scanning a critical report about a new, bizarre rift that's popped up. The Black Dragon commander stands at attention and reports. There's an 80% chance that mana water is inside that rift. Balza asks if he's sure, and the commander gives a firm, confident nod. But the commander looks worried. The rift appeared in a total nightmare of a location, and the clan head just furrows his brow, deep in thought. Looks like things are about to get real intense. Mana water is this legendary stuff. If you drink it, you can actually become a real deal mage. Anyone who gets their hands on that water can turn their internal energy into actual magic, unlocking new techniques that could flip the whole world upside down. Because it's so insanely valuable, brutal territory wars over these magical springs have been blowing up everywhere. In this age of magic, your military strength is basically measured by how many mages your family has. The kicker? The entire Eldragon territory doesn't have a single natural magic spring. For families like them, the only way to get that mana water is to take the gamble and raid these specialized rifts. Right now, the Eldragon family only has a handful of elite mages, including Balza himself, battle-hardened vets who earned their mana water through backbreaking expeditions. But they're slowly getting outclassed by other clans that have tons of mages thanks to their natural springs. Seizing new rifts is a survival mission now, but the commander is stressed because this one is in the lush Dragon Forest, a super complicated area where small-scale border skirmishes happen constantly. That massive, lush Dragon Forest stretches way past the Eldragon borders and cuts right into the Cerberus family's territory. Those jerks always arrogantly call it the Lushhound Forest. Even though the rift is technically on Eldragon soil, the commander knows that, given its size and location, the fallout's gonna spill into enemy territory. He points out that they've got a sense of smell for trouble just like the wild dogs they are. The Cerberus clan is gonna sniff that rift out any second now and come over to start some drama. Balza Eldragon decides they need to get a force ready to lock the place down, just in case they have to face the Cerberus clan head-on. Since it's a special rift, both sides have limited options. But he's not backing down, he says. They've got to take the initiative and beat those guys to the punch before they even know what's happening. The clan head immediately orders the commander to tell all the dragon squads that it's time for some super strict tryouts. The commander bows his head, looking dead serious. Understood. At the same time, somewhere else, Laika is standing there with her arms crossed, watching the chaos and thinking, damn, they're really going all out. Zeke is a teenager now, his eyes sharp as a blade, holding his own against his 3 best friends at once. Celine lets loose with her Windflower sword style. It's fast and flashy. Doi Moon is holding the line with his Dragon Shield tech, hitting like a brick wall, and Rangis is keeping up with his tricky Cloud Water spear techniques. Amidst all the flying attacks, Zeke is just casually dodging, even flashing a smug grin when Rangis's spear tip misses his neck by a hair. Not bad, Zeke says, but he immediately starts roasting them to help them get better. He tells it straight. Rangis is putting way too much power into his moves, killing the speed and flow that a spear is supposed to have. He turns to Celine and critiques her for obsessing over speed and forgetting her balance, telling her she needs to fix her center of gravity. Finally, he gives Doi-moon some props for doing okay, but tells him to stop playing defense 247 and start taking the fight to them. Zeke claps his hands. All right, again. He dives right back into the insane training, and Laika just watches, totally exhausted by how weird this whole scene is. Laika calls him out for taking hits head-on without using his internal energy to protect his body. Zeke just brushes her off. Stop being so extra. This is real, serious training, okay? He flexes his rock-hard muscles, bragging that this is the result of his grueling grind. His body is so tough it doesn't even need energy shields anymore. Seeing Zeke casually arguing with her while ignoring his friends, still throwing everything they've got at him, Laika just holds her head in her hands, realizing that everything about this kid is just off the charts. Watching Zeke defend himself without a shred of internal energy is mind-blowing. She looks at his friends and thinks to herself, he's not a normal person, so don't even try to put him in the same category as them. Laika mentions that the upperclassmen actually have a terrifying nickname for him, the Monster Kid of the East. When she gets asked if she wants to join the drill, she nods. But first, she says she's got some big intel she needs to drop. Looking at the map of the north, west, south, and east sectors, Laika says they're going to be going up against kids from the other dragon squads real soon. Rangis and Raymond are so shocked their jaws hit the floor. Celine looks deep in thought, realizing the next test is finally here. Zeke just looks confused, asking how she even knows about stuff like that. Laika says it's easy, you just watch how the coaches act and listen to what they're saying, and you can piece it all together. Zeke admits he never pays attention to the small stuff, and Laika sighs, telling him he's an heir who's way too carefree. But then she gets super serious and warns him to watch his back. Laika reveals that in the west sector, there's someone seriously dangerous, one of the top contenders for the next clan head, just like them. Instead of being worried, Zeke just flashes a hyped-up grin. Well, he thinks to himself, this is definitely going to get interesting. Man, this guy really doesn't know the meaning of fear. He's out here ready to take on the world by himself. A few days later, the atmosphere at the academy got super hype when all the students from every class got called out to one spot. Rangis sensed something was off because a gathering this big is rare, while Zeke already knew this was the exact event Laika had predicted. The whole squad stood in the courtyard, sweating it out, waiting for the official word from the clan. Right then, Freja stepped up, giving off that heavy, boss-level aura. She hit them with a cold command to shut it, and once the crowd went dead silent, she dropped the news. Starting today, for the next 3 days, an all-out war is going down. Every single student has to step up and face off against kids from the other dragon nests to see who's actually on top. Facing this brutal challenge, ZK didn't flinch. Instead, he flashed a cocky grin, totally ready for the throwdown. For the next 3 days, everyone's got to go head-to-head with kids from the other dragon nests. Freja's bombshell had the crowd buzzing like crazy. I mean, cross-region matches like this usually only happen during graduation exams. Freja made it clear that while she couldn't give away all the details, the winners of this tournament were getting a massive special mission. When they heard that, Z's eyes lit up. He was hyped for a challenge that made everyone actually work for it. The format was single elimination, aiming to pick the 7 best reps from the East, West, North, and South regions. Freja ordered everyone to lock in their rep lists before the day was out. When some kid named Rick asked if those 7 were all supposed to come from their grade, Freja shut him down fast. They were picking from every level. Rick and his seniors couldn't hide their disgust. They figured the underclassmen were just straight-up trash, and that nobody but them had the skills to even stand in the ring. Rick started acting all entitled, yelling that the 7 slots belonged to his crew. Just as he was gloating about how nobody would dare challenge him, Laika stepped up and shut that noise down. She called it out as totally unfair, saying she had every right to be in the running for one of those spots. Rick laughed, saying Laika didn't get how the hierarchy worked, but he clammed up real quick when she let out this insane pressure from under her feet. Dude looked like he'd seen a ghost, realizing he messed with the wrong one. The seniors were shook, terrified to realize Laika had hit 3-star level, blowing past all those rumors that she was just topping out at 2-star. Laika straight up challenged them to prove there were 7 seniors stronger than her, leaving Rick stammering and trying to act like she was just a lucky exception. While Rick kept trashing the underclassmen, calling them useless, Zeke finally cut in, cold as ice. Man, this is giving me a headache. You guys are way too loud. Provoked, Rick started yelling to assert dominance, but Zeke stayed chill. He stepped in with a sharp look in his eyes, suggesting they just settle this once and for all. Zeke flashed a wild grin and dropped a crazy suggestion. How about we fight until only 7 people are left standing? Seeing how violent that sounded, Laika immediately yelled to stop him, quickly cooling things down with a way more reasonable plan. She called for a fair qualifying round, open to anyone who wanted a shot in 3 days, regardless of grade level. Laika smirked at the seniors. So, what do you think? If you're so confident in your strength, then bring it. We good? Even though they thought it was a total waste of time, with the whole crowd watching, Rick and his seniors were backed into a corner and had to take the deal. Fine. As soon as things were settled, Laika turned to Zeke and asked if he was joining. Zeke just nodded, but then he dropped a bomb. He called out Ranges, Doymoon, and Celine, telling them they were joining the qualifiers too. His best friends were so shocked their jaws hit the floor. They were trembling, asking, "Wait, what? Us? You want us to fight the seniors?" Z didn't budge. He hit them with some cold reality, reminding them they'd been training with him the whole time, and if they couldn't show results now, the training was for nothing. Under that heavy pressure from Zeke, Rongus and the rest of the crew gritted their teeth and decided to give it everything they had. Laika asked if anyone else wanted to try, but the underclassmen were just whispering, scared of the skill gap since their opponents were seniors who were at least 3-star level. Zeke stood back with his arms crossed, judging their lack of spine, because he knew you gain the most when you fight someone stronger than you. He decided to use this chance to see if the seniors' hype was actually real or just talk. One of the upperclassmen looked at the underclassmen with pure disdain, clicking his tongue and saying no matter how hard they tried, they had zero chance. The guy next to him laughed, telling his buddy to go easy on them, because other than Miss Laika, they saw everyone else as just low-level 2-star brats. Seeing Ranges and the squad shaking under the pressure, Zeke spoke up to steady them. "Yo, what's up? Why you looking so worried?" Ranges stammered, pointing out their opponents were top-tier juniors who already reached 3-star. Z pointed a finger to motivate them. "You've been training nonstop for 5 years, right? You guys are doing great, just believe in yourselves a little more." His encouragement really lit a fire under them, and the whole group locked in. Seeing that, the senior snapped and yelled, "Hey, cut the chatter. Top-tier students don't have time for this." He lunged with his sword looking for blood, loudly declaring he'd show these rookies exactly where they belong. Gasps of shock echoed through the stands when the result of the match went down. The students watching couldn't believe their eyes. They were totally bewildered, wondering what the hell was happening. Did these top-tier seniors just suck? Or what? Ranges stood tall with his spear, while a senior lay face down in the dirt at his feet. The senior gasped, in total disbelief. Watching his squad's growth, Zeke crossed his arms and smiled, feeling real proud. "Nice moves. You guys are getting really good." He mentally noted that Ranges' parrying had gotten way sharper, and he was spotting openings like a pro. On the other side, Celine was pulling off some insane sword work, perfectly using the multi-hit combos from the Windflower style. Even Doymoon showed he'd leveled up big time, switching smooth between defense and offense to crush his enemy. Z thought to himself that they were finally seeing the fruits of 5 years of hardcore training. It wasn't just Ranges' group. Even Laika was clearly stronger than before. Seeing all that go down, the upperclassmen just froze, barely able to choke out, This is impossible." Laika calmly sheathed her sword, muttering that that was probably enough. The ringleader, refusing to accept reality, pointed his finger and screamed bitterly, "No way! There's no way we, the 3-stars, are losing to you bunch of 2-star nobodies." Zeke stepped up and shot back with total disdain. "You're delusional. It's staring you right in the face and you're still talking trash." He walked away casually, dropping the harsh truth that age, rank, or level means absolutely nothing now. Zeke stared his opponent down, coldly stating, "They're just numbers, man. Strength in a fight is decided by who's left standing. You're weak, you lose. Simple as that." That line sent the upperclassmen into a total meltdown. "Are you stupid? Star ranks are power. Don't tell me a brat like you doesn't even know that." Zeke smirked, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint. "Look, star or no star, you break a heart, anyone drops dead. Don't go ignoring the real nature of power. Fighting strength is just about whether or not you can win." Cornered and desperate, the upperclassman shrieked, "Shut your mouth! I'm a high-ranking student. Don't think you can scare me with your weak-ass excuses, you little snot-nosed brat. I was gonna go easy on you kids, but don't come crying to me later when I don't hold back." Zeke sighed, totally bored. "Man, I'm over this posturing. Kids should use their fists before they run their mouths. Now it's just you and me." He got into a stance, his eyes burning with the thrill of the fight. "Show me what kind of martial arts you've got and how far you've actually taken it." The upperclassman gritted his teeth and charged. "Don't you dare look down on me." He poured everything he had into a heavy-hitting strike. In a blink, Zeke unleashed a lightning-fast counter that had his opponent gasping in pain before face-planting into the dirt. Zeke flashed a bright grin and remarked, "Not bad, I guess." Laika just stood there frozen, watching the whole thing. She sighed and muttered, "You're really gonna say that after putting him down without even waiting to see if he was actually out?" The fight ended in a flash, leaving the watching students shook at Zeke's real power. Meanwhile, at the West training grounds, a similar scene of chaos was unfolding as a bunch of students lay moaning on the ground. In the middle of the carnage, a kid with silver hair and cold, sharp eyes was chilling, sitting right on top of a guy he'd just taken out. He looked at the pile of shattered weapons around him and scoffed, "Damn, you guys are all equally useless." That was Vinian Fabnar Eldragon, one of the top contenders for the next family head. Right then, Alan, his right-hand man, walked up to report that the selection list for this area was finalized. Out of the few still standing, Venian caught sight of Ron. The kid was 12 now and rocking a glowing 3-star mark on his chest. Venian squinted, intrigued, his voice dropping low. "Huh, a junior reaching 3-star already?" Feeling the heat of his senior's gaze, Ron quickly bowed his head in respect. "Yes, sir." Seeing potential in the kid, Vinayan spoke up. "Not bad. I like guys with talent. If you're useful, I'll take you on as a subordinate." Ron was freaking out with joy, bowing repeatedly to thank him, finally getting noticed by a big shot like Vinian. Venian wore a sinister grin, already plotting to pull off something huge in the upcoming special mission so he could become the future family head's direct lackey. Just then, Alan leaned in and whispered something important into Venian's ear. "It seems Miss Laika is joining the East Wing selection team, sir." At the sound of that name, Venian's face went dark with pure hostility. He was losing his mind over this annoying obstacle showing up. Ugh, that girl is always sticking her nose in people's business, just dragging everyone down. Still, Venian quickly pulled himself together and regained his arrogant posture. He walked away, dead set that no matter how much of a genius Laika was, the West Wing would be the one coming out on top. With ambitious eyes, he swore he'd breeze through the special mission and show his brothers exactly who the real heir to the family head seat was. The next day, everyone gathered at the arena. Ranges noticed that even though a ton of people had been cut after the brutal exams, the remaining crowd was still massive. Ranges looked a little sad, thinking about those who didn't make it, the ones they called false dragons, the same insulting title his own dad had to deal with. Laika immediately patted his shoulder to snap him out of it, telling him to ditch those negative vibes. She reminded him that they were chosen as the elite representatives for the East Hall, so instead of stressing, they should be proud. Motivated by the girls' hype, Ranges vowed to give it his all in the coming fight. However, they realized Zeke was just standing there, looking totally deep in thought. When Laika asked what was up, Zeke coolly replied that he was just sizing up the competition, shut up and let him do the heavy thinking. Suddenly, Rick, the guy Zeke had handed a beatdown earlier, came running over, acting like a completely different person. He announced loud and clear that he and the rest of the East Hall upperclassmen had totally changed their outlook. With his face all fired up, Rick shouted that even as an Eldragon member, he respected true strength and looked up to Zeke as his hero. Zeke just awkward smiled through the guy's intense fanboying. While Ranges was still reeling from the sudden attitude adjustment, Zeke quickly got back to the main goal. He narrowed his eyes, scouting the reps from the other zones. As expected, except for the East Hall, the selected students were all 3 stars, and he didn't see a single 4-star yet. Still, Zeke's eyes got sharp when he realized more than a few were right on the edge of a breakthrough. He couldn't wait to see what kind of elite techniques his opponents were hiding in this tournament. While everyone was focused, a pretty blonde girl suddenly rushed over and hugged Laika tight. She was stunned to see it was Sandy Typhona, the daughter of the famous Typhona family. The presence of someone from the 4 great families had the Ranges crew feeling the pressure, totally starstruck. When Laika introduced them as teammates, the girl acted super snooty, saying they weren't even worth standing next to a future house head candidate, typical high and mighty attitude. Geez, who does she think she is? Queen of the world. Z kept it chill, saying that one fight is all it takes to see who's actually legit. Sandy was shook, realizing this dude was the rumored illegitimate kid everyone's been whispering about. She didn't hold back, trashing the whole crew and calling them straight up trash since nobody had even hit the 3rd stage yet. Zeke gave her a cold warning, saying if she keeps looking down on everyone, someone's gonna flip the script on her and she's gonna regret it. Sandy lost it, going off on him, constantly harping on how he's a nobody with 0 backup. Saying another word might just get him swallowed whole, or so she acted like. Zeke just kept that arrogant smirk, saying it was just some real talk, a friendly heads up for her. Just as things were about to blow up, Edge, the rep from the North Hall, stepped in out of nowhere and told everyone to cut the crap and quit messing with the other teams. He reminded them the selection battle was about to go down, so they shouldn't waste time on pointless drama. The vibe got super serious as a massive wave of golden energy swept across the arena. The captain of the Golden Dragon Legion, Tekmanchik, finally stepped up, his gaze looking sharp enough to kill. He announced loud and clear that the brutal selection battle was officially starting. This tournament's going to be a bracket-style knockout across the 4 halls, split into 2 groups to see who's worthy of making it to the finals. The format is set. It's all one-on-one. Each hall has to send their people out in a preset order. Out of the 7 fighters from each hall, the first one to take down 4 opponents takes the W. The proctor made it clear that once the match starts, the lineup order is locked in, no changing it up, period. So, deciding who goes out first is a huge tactical play. The winners are going to be handed a special mission, something massive that'll decide if the Eldragon family thrives or dies. Z grinned, getting hyped up at the mention of the prize. After all, anyone who pulls off that mission is taking a huge step toward becoming the next head of the family. To figure out the matchups, the proctor told the reps from each hall to step up and draw a stone from the wooden box. The West Hall rep, Venian Fabnar Eldragon, walked up with a straight-up cocky look on his face, grabbed a stone, and dipped without saying a single word. Seeing that attitude, Leica couldn't hide her shock, whispering, "What the hell? Who does that guy think he is?" Noticing his friend was on edge, Zeke asked, "What's up, you know him?" Leica gave a small nod, confirming that he was the scary candidate from the West Hall she'd mentioned before. Venian Fabnar Eldragon. Zeke did a mental check, realizing the West Hall wasn't just about him, they had plenty of other monsters too. Even though the other halls had been grinding hard, everyone could feel a crazy power gap radiating from the West Hall reps. His eyes locked onto a familiar face. It had been a minute since he'd seen that guy. It was Ron, the dude he'd faced back in the entrance exam. Zeke remembered he had some skills back then, but he never expected him to hit the 3rd stage at his age. Looking at the guy, the high-level master couldn't help but give him credit. Looks like he's been putting in the work, gotta respect the hustle. Meanwhile, Ranges showing up had all the old students buzzing. "Yo, check it out, isn't that Ranges? Wait, why is that dropout standing over there?" Ranges looked super uncomfortable, breaking into a sweat from all the roasting. Seeing his friend sweating, Celine asked, worried, "Ranges, you good?" The guy with the blue hair just stuttered that he was fine, even though he was clearly dying inside from all those judgmental stares. The speakers blasted the announcement. Next up, the North Hall rep Ed Gandy stepped out with authority, followed by the South Hall rep Venian. Finally, when the East Hall was called, Leica started rushing him. "Yo, Z, they're calling you," Zeke asked, totally blanking. "Me?" Forcing Leica to double down. "Obviously, 'cause you're the strongest one here, Zeke." Zeke kept that lazy look, thinking these events should be left to the little guys, and tried to show off. But Leica shut that down real quick, since they're literally the same age. "Sometimes I get too caught up in acting like the big kid that I forget. I'm still just a total shrimp, you know?" Sandy went absolutely ballistic when she saw Zeke stepping up instead of her own sister. "Wait a second. Why is that brat taking Leica's place?" Leica calmly explained that Zeke's the heavy hitter of the group, but Sandy wasn't having it. She couldn't wrap her head around some nobody who hasn't even hit 3-star rank representing the hall. She was stressed because this whole succession war between her and Venian is a big deal. Despite her sister's attitude, Leica just flashed a confident smile. "Relax, sis. We're actually pretty cracked." The instructor ordered each hall rep to channel their real power into the stones they just pulled to set up the brackets. Instantly, all 4 reps let their energy rip, making those crystals glow with all kinds of crazy colors. The bracket results dropped fast. First round, East Hall versus North and West versus South. The air got heavy and thick with killing intent the second the North Hall squad walked out. Ranges and the crew were totally shook when they saw one of the fighters looking like a full-grown, terrifying adult. "Yo, are you serious? That guy's a student too?" Leica realized with a sinking feeling that her first opponent was none other than her own sister, Sandy. Sandy was already crackling with this intense, fiery lightning aura. She said, cold as ice, "Leica, this is the perfect chance for you to wake up. I'm gonna crush you until you remember exactly where you belong." Leica fired back by sparking up her own lightning, shooting a cocky grin. "Bring it on." On the other side, Edge walked up to Z with a super friendly vibe to say hi. "Yo, looks like we're up against you guys first. Honestly, I'm hyped." Z kept the same energy. "Let's put on a hell of a show." Both of them were radiating some serious main character energy. Edge was genuinely looking forward to this fight. Rick stepped out to the arena first, pumped and ready. He shouted out loud, "Lord Zeke, I'm gonna bring home that W." But even with that brave face, Zeke could see the nerves all over Rick's mug. Man, I don't know about Rick. He's looking super tense out there. The ref yelled out, "Both sides ready? Then let's get it." Rick didn't waste a second, charging at his opponent with his fist glowing bright. Watching from the sidelines, Zeke mused, "All right, let's see what you got." Laika worriedly noted that the look in the opponent's eyes meant this was going to be one hell of a grind. Z replied coldly that there's no such thing as a sure bet in a fight. He added all cocky, "Except for me, obviously. My win is guaranteed." Laika got annoyed at how these strong guys talk. "I wasn't even talking about you." Z just went back to focusing on the match. He figured the North fighter's skills weren't really that different from Rick's. If Rick just keeps his cool and fights like he does in practice, the win is totally in the bag. Still, Laika was worried since this was their first time fighting in front of such a huge crowd, and the pressure of the whole team was weighing on them. Rick was struggling to hold up against some heavy-duty hits, gritting his teeth through the pain. He squinted at the rest of the North Hall lineup. Aside from the regular fighters, those two standing at the front were the real deal. Sandy and Edges, they were basically knocking on the door of the 4-star level. Zeke squinted at the arena, silently thinking the North Hall crew wasn't going to be easy to break. He realized that Sandy, Laika's cousin, was probably using bloodline techniques too. This would be a great chance for Laika to get some real experience. Right then, the speakers blared loud and clear. That's a wrap. North takes the first round, and Rick went down on the arena floor. Seeing her teammate lose, Maureen, another girl from the East Hall, was shaking under the pressure. She kept telling herself she had to win, even with friends trying to calm her down, man. Looking at that, I'd probably just want to head home right now. But reality hit hard when the ref announced North took the second round too. Marin and the others walked back feeling completely drained. They bowed their heads, apologizing to Z for letting the arena vibe get to them. Z wasn't mad at all. He just gave them a big, reassuring smile. "It's all good. If this were a real battlefield, it would be life or death. But here, this is just a place to test your limits, not a place to kill each other." He told them that safe lessons like this are just fuel for them to sharpen their skills for the real deal later, which made them snap out of it and answer loud and clear. "I don't really get all that, but hey, whatever. We got it." Zeke turned to Rangis and reminded him that since the East Hall is down 2 games, his turn is massive. Hearing that, Rangis totally lost it. "Oh my God, stop putting more pressure on me. I've been stressed out of my mind since this morning." He looked at his opponent, some upperclassmen with crazy intensity and a massive sword. Rangis was actually tearing up, thinking this guy was scarier than anyone he'd seen in the East area. Zeke patted his head to chill him out, reminding him that Rangis had been fighting upperclassmen since they were back at Dragon Peak. "Look at his weapon, Rangis. What's he holding?" After Rangis confirmed it was a swordsman, Zeke gave him a confident grin and started breaking down the strategy. "Exactly. You're fighting a sword user. Don't overthink it. He swings, you parry. He slashes up, you back up. He lunges, you step in and strike." Zeke patted his shoulder, super chill. "Just focus on the blade right in front of you, like always." Watching the focus in his friend's eyes, Zeke thought Rangis's ability to lock in was actually pretty impressive, though he still needed a little nudge to keep his head in the game. He was curious to see how much this fight would level up Rangis, especially if he could pull off that in the zone mode on his own. Down in the stands, the trash talk was getting loud. "Yo, look at that giant versus the little twig. How does that scrawny kid think he's going to take down a beast like that?" Ignoring the chatter, Rangis gripped his spear, his eyes sparking as he got into his battle stance. The ref shouted, "Start." Immediately, the North fighter lunged like a whirlwind, pulling off some crazy 3-leaf sword-style moves, fast and powerful. He roared, "You ain't getting away!" Those lightning-fast slashes had Rangis scrambling back on defense. Watching from the back, Z figured the guy was trying to crowd him to kill the range on that spear, trying to force Rangis into a corner. Seeing his friend struggling, Raymond nervously asked, "Lord J, is Rangis going to be okay?" Z just kept that calm smile on his face. "Don't sweat it. Look at Rangis's eyes. He's more focused than I've ever seen him." Seriously, Rangis's eyes were literally glowing with this deep blue energy, like he was straight up controlling the whole vibe of the fight. When his opponent pulled out their ultimate move, the Leaf Storm Dance, Rangis immediately clapped back with his Cloud Water Spear technique. That flowy, water-like style totally neutralized the enemy's hurricane of an attack. The senior guy was shook, yelling, "What?" Seeing his opening, Rangis didn't let up. He spun around and dropped his finisher, the Raging Torrent Strike. His spear hit like a freight train, slamming into his opponent's chest with so much force it sent the guy flying and crashing down hard. The ref didn't even hesitate to call it. Match over. Third round, East Hall takes the W. Rangis let out a huge breath, wiped the sweat off, and thought, damn, I got lucky pulling that off. Watching his teammates snag the first win, Zeke just smirked, looking cocky as hell. His eyes lit up with that I'm next energy as he basically signaled it was time to flip the script in style. Starting with Rangis's highlight reel win, the East Hall kept the momentum going, wrecking everyone else to go on a total win streak. Rounds 4 and 5 were over in a blink, with the East Hall fighters completely steamrolling the competition. One more win, and the East Hall takes the whole championship. And then, the main event, the 6th round, the sibling showdown between the Dragon Sisters. Laika looked at her big sis and cracked a small smile. It's been a minute since we've crossed blades like this, huh? Sandy just gave her a cold look. You weren't even supposed to be on our level, let alone standing in front of me. I didn't think my East Hall elites would lose to you guys. She admitted she'd slept on Laika's squad, but that wasn't the real issue here. Sandy snapped, Laika, listen to me. She insisted that teammates don't mean squat to be a real leader. You need raw, absolute power. She was pissed, yelling at her little sister. And you're only the second in command of the East Hall? Are you seriously that clueless about how dangerous this situation is? Facing all that heat and her sister's overbearing attitude, Laika stayed cool. I get it, believe me. But when Laika looked back at her crew standing solid behind her, her eyes flared up with pure fire. She stood her ground, declaring she wasn't giving up on becoming a leader, even if it means going through you. Sandy, I can take you down now. Seeing her little sister actually growing up and holding her own, Sandy narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, Sandy blurred forward, and the crowd lost their minds. She just vanished. Then, she appeared from above, her sword crackling with lightning. She roared, "Show me what you're made of then." They both collided in a massive explosion of electricity. Watching from the sidelines, Zeke muttered, "Just as I thought, Sandy's got the upper hand." He wondered how long Laika could hold out against someone who knew the exact same techniques but did them way better. Sandy kept spamming that lightning sword art, landing a strike that sent Laika spiraling backward with a scream. "No!" Celine and the others were freaking out, shouting her name in pure panic. Laika struggled to get back up, fighting to catch her breath. "I'm fine. It's just a graze. Just gotta get my breathing right." Down on the floor, Rangis and Raymond were terrified seeing Laika getting backed into a corner like this. They whispered to each other about how Sandy was the one who personally taught Laika everything since she was a kid. Laika grit her teeth and rushed back in, but Sandy dodged her effortlessly. "You still haven't learned, have you? You always get sloppy and reckless when your back's against the wall." The second Laika tried to fire off a flash lightning strike, Sandy countered with a crushing lightning dissipation move. Laika got swallowed by a massive surge of electricity, screaming in pain. Sandy just looked down at her sister with ice in her veins. "Useless. You're still full of the same bad habits. You can't even secure the #1 spot in the East Hall." She sounded disappointed, saying if Laika had just come to the North Hall back then, she wouldn't be in this pathetic spot. Even though her body was wrecked, Laika forced herself back up, gripping her sword. "I'm not done yet." Sandy wasn't having it. "With that level of skill, give it up. You're never gonna beat me." Sandy even regretted not forcing her sister to move to the North Hall way back. Seeing Laika still being so stubborn, Sandy sighed. "You're such a pain." "Fine then. If you're gonna be like that, take this as a reality check." Sandy charged, hitting her with a flurry of electric strikes that left Laika struggling just to stay conscious. Laika was sent flying back, the ground cracking under her from the sheer pressure of her sister's moves. Sandy leaped into the air, gearing up for the final blow. Celine was screaming in the stands. Zeke watched intently, thinking to himself that Laika looked like she was about to break through another one of her own limits. Sandy screamed from midair, "Just give up already. Great sword art, lightning strike, heavenly thunder." A giant blast of lightning engulfed the whole stage. The crowd was dead silent, wondering if it was finally over. Sandy stood there, sword glowing, totally convinced she'd won. But when the dust cleared, Laika was still standing. Her body was a mess, clothes shredded, but she was still there. She whispered, "So that's it. That's the great lightning sword art, huh, Sandy?" Sandy was stunned, couldn't believe her eyes. How? That should have been the end of it. She realized if it were the old Laika, she would have been out cold ages ago, but this past year had changed everything. Laika flashed a bright smile, even with blood on her face. "I've been training too, you know." Her eyes burned with pure grit as she shouted, "The real fight starts right now." Flashback to before the match, Zeke noticed Laika was acting super tense and asked, "Yo, what's up with you? You're acting weird today, not like your usual self. You worried about something, Laika?" Laika sighed. "Yeah, I guess. I mean, my opponent is Sandy. She admitted that Sandy was the one who taught her the basics of the Great Lightning Sword art. To Laika, Sandy was basically the mentor who'd held her hand since day one. Zeke listened. Quiet. Laika admitted. Bitter. That's why she'd never been able to beat her sister even once. She'd gotten way stronger this year, but Sandy hadn't been standing still either. Seeing her lose her cool, Zeke piped up. Remember our training sessions? Every brutal memory from the last year hit her the extreme workouts, carrying those massive rocks, getting tossed around the training yard until she couldn't move. She remembered it all. Seeing Laika's annoyed expression at the flashback of her training, Zeke cracked a grin and asked, "Oh man, chill out. I was just messing with you. Why you gotta be so salty?" He pointed out, dead serious, that her biggest flaw was how her vision tunneled the second she got emotional. That was exactly why he'd been putting her through the ringer for the last 5 years to keep her cool in a fight. Zeke joked that him not holding back was just part of his charm. Laika was speechless. Charm? Yeah, right. Zeke insisted the training was finally paying off, allowing her to stay level-headed while tracking her opponent. But Laika was still doubting if that was going to be enough to take down her own sister. Zeke shut that down, just get in there, and she'd see for herself. He told her straight up, with her natural talent, once she caught onto her opponent's rhythm, the whole game would change. Zeke didn't forget to flex a little too. Plus, you're being taught by the strongest guy here, right? So stop stressing about whether you won or lost in the past. Laika smiled at his confidence, though she still had some lingering worries. Hey, thanks man. Actually, I feel a lot better now. Zeke nodded, satisfied. He double-checked. Good, and you said your sister taught you the lightning strike greatsword style, right? After Laika nodded, Zeke pointed enthusiastically. Perfect. This is a golden opportunity. Just like in our training, watch her lightning strike technique like a hawk. If you can do that, you're gonna level up even more. Laika stood in the middle of the arena, face covered in blood, but her eyes were burning with newfound confidence. I watched her close enough. Laika declared loud and clear, talking about Sandy's lightning strike style. I took the hits, I observed, and now, I finally see it. Sandy gasped. What? In a split second, Laika lunged forward with speed and rhythm completely unlike before. Sandy swung her sword to defend, then froze in shock. What the hell? Is she just stopping? No way. How is she that slow? She couldn't believe her eyes as Laika's attack trajectory shifted in the weirdest way. A surge of electricity crackled around the sword of the sister, closing in on her. Sandy barely managed a sound before Laika roared, unleashing a flash-fast lightning strike technique that left her opponent zero time to react. Sandy scrambled to block, but it wasn't over. Laika suddenly jumped into the air, changing her attack angle, making Sandy wonder how is she shifting her moves like that. Laika brought down a massive, earth-shaking strike called the lightning flash. She offered a cocky smile and revealed the secret. It's the rhythm, the thing you have, and I was missing. She stated it clearly. I get it now, I just gotta put it to work. Sandy was frozen stiff. She couldn't believe that just understanding the theory could help someone mimic it on the spot like that. Down in the stands, Ranjis and his crew were jaw-dropped. That's insane, Laika. Her movements changed in a blink. Zeke stood among the crowd, looking smug. Exactly. Turns out fighting someone who uses the same style is a great way to learn a few things. He explained to his confused disciples that Laika had mastered her sister's technique mid-match, thanks to all that training on keeping her cool and analyzing her opponent's moves. Before, Laika used to get way too fired up in the heat of battle. She couldn't keep her head, and all she could see was her own sword. But now, she was totally different. She was calm enough to keep a steady eye on her opponent. By studying the same sword style her sister used, Laika had officially hit a whole new level. Sandy gritted her teeth and yelled, "Don't get cocky, kid. It ain't over yet. You think those amateur moves are gonna win you this?" She lunged, but Laika instantly countered with a powerful lightning speed strike. Blown back in total shock, Sandy couldn't believe she was being overpowered. Laika attacked and declared, "As for physical training, I've been dragged through hell and back by a certain someone." Laika poured all her remaining strength into the final blow, shouting, "Sister Sandy, this is the lightning strike greatsword, Sky Thunder." A massive pillar of lightning slammed right down on Sandy's position, leaving her only enough time to scream in agony before the energy swallowed her whole. The dust settled, and Laika stood there, panting from exhaustion after going all out. Sandy, though wiped out, looked at her sister with a proud smile. "You've gotten a lot stronger, Laika." Sandy passed out right after and hit the floor. The loudspeaker blared, "Match over." It marked a total victory for Laika over her genius sister. Laika stood in the center of the ring. Even bruised and beat up, she stood tall and proud after the win. Up in the stands, seeing his boss looking deep in thought, a subordinate whispered, "Sir Vinan?" He stayed silent, his sharp eyes never leaving the young lady who just pulled off a miracle. Laika stumbled back toward her team, muttering a bit regretfully. Phew, man, that was one hell of a fight. Even if I didn't get to look as cool as I wanted, she beamed, blood still on her face. I'm just glad I handled it on my own. If I had lost, the next guy up would have been that Edges dude. Z asked, confused. Wait, what? You know him? Laika explained seriously. Not personally, but he's a huge deal. Word was, in the martial arts world, Edges Van Bred was the greatest genius since the Van Bred family was founded. Zeke squinted at their opponent standing in the distance. Huh, from where I'm standing, that guy's definitely on a whole different level than everyone else here. Laika warned her. No matter how strong you are, Z, if you run into a guy like that, who knows what'll happen. The proctor stepped onto the field and announced that the East Hall had clinched the win. Still, the matches were going to keep going until the bitter end. This news caught Rangis and Zeke off guard. Wait, what? For real? That's wild. Damn, that's weird. They said the whole thing would end once 4 members of the opposing team were down. Zeke looked at the retreating proctor, suspicion building. What exactly is their game here? On the other side, Edges gave a knowing smile. Whatever, as long as I get to fight. Zeke grinned, his fighting spirit firing up at the thought of taking on the Van Bred genius. That's more than enough for me. Edges looked straight at Zeke, admitting that even though his North Hall team might have lost, he was stoked to finally square up with Zeke like this. Edges said, "Of course. I mean, you're the representative for the East Hall, right? Even with someone like Laika on the roster, you're the one who clinched the spot." He pointed at him with a suspicious look. "How come you're so mysterious, huh? Who the hell are you? Seriously." Edges couldn't wrap his head around how some guy claiming to have noble blood but still stuck at 2 stars could even step up for a 3-star like Laika. Z smirked and shot back. I was thinking the same thing. Looks like we're cut from the same cloth. I've been itching to go toe-to-toe with you for a long time. Seeing Edges looking stunned, Zeke kept hyping it up, saying this arena was packed with killers, but Edges was something else entirely. He dropped a compliment about Edges being the genius of the century for someone so young. Z's eyes suddenly lit up with a wild, manic gleam. He shouted, "Damn right, I want to test my skills against you." Edges drew his katana, getting hyped. Hell yeah, now I'm getting fired up. Zeke silently thought to himself that it had been ages since he faced a blade that actually felt real. The announcer called the start of the 7th match. Edges lunged forward like a freaking whirlwind. Z realized with a jolt that his opponent closed the gap in a single step, that footwork was absolutely insane. Edges immediately unleashed the Heavenly Sword style, and a blinding shockwave erupted, making Zeke gasp in shock. Whoa! He was rattled to see the sword's aura vanish in that exact split second, but thanks to his sharp reflexes, Zeke managed to dodge the blitz attack just in time, leaving Edges completely stunned. Edges couldn't believe Z actually dodged that hit, he thought. He twisted his body at the last millisecond. I really thought that strike was a guaranteed hit. Unlike his opponent's shock, Zeke was just buzzing with excitement. Haha, that's top tier, man. That was an epic move. Come on, hit me with a few more of those. Edges just gave him a cold smirk. Heh, I get it now. You're the real deal. He stomped his foot, took a breath, and launched forward again, executing the Heavenly Sword style with a lethal, shimmering wave attack. Zeke was floored. Edges' blade path was so twisted and unpredictable, there was no way to read where it was coming from. Instantly, a massive surge of energy called the Mad Current swept through, forcing Z to jump out of the way just in time as pillars of energy exploded all around him. Even though he was being pressured, Z didn't hold back on the props. Not bad at all. Never thought I'd let you get a shot on me that easily, but don't get cocky just yet. Edges immediately followed up with a blindingly fast flash of his sword. Z was internally shocked by the chaotic yet terrifying power behind his opponent's strikes. Z's eyes turned stone-cold serious as he admitted, the guy's a genius, no doubt. Edges' blade work was impossible to predict, yet he kept up such insane speed and force. Zeke noticed the guy's energy flowed so smoothly, not a single wasted movement. Every slash was razor-sharp and perfectly synced to his own breathing and rhythm. Z figured there was no way someone could pull that off without grinding through endless, brutal training. He shouted in excitement, "This is too good. I didn't think it'd be this hard to land a clean hit." Edges narrowed his eyes at Z, asking in a low voice, "You're a tough one. How the hell did you train to get this good?" Zeke gave a cheeky wink. "What? Curious, are ya?" Fine, train with me then, and you'll see. Zeke threw a heavy punch straight at his opponent. Even though Zeke closed the distance at a terrifying speed, Edgis managed to block, but the raw power behind that fist made him admit, this guy is a monster. Edgis flashed a thrilled grin, certain that with this kind of power, there was no way Zeke was just some two-star scrub. Zeke backed off, staring at his bleeding hand, silently assessing that Edgis was a much more dangerous warrior than he'd thought, especially since he adapted to his breathing pattern so fast. Edgis noticed Zeke finally going on the offensive and asked if he was done analyzing him. Z just shrugged and said he'd seen enough, which made Edgis laugh, clearly amused. Not giving Z a second to breathe, Edgis charged in again with insane speed. Zeke was shocked to see his opponent use the same move, but he was even more stunned when he realized it was just a sick afterimage blurring past his eyes. By the time he snapped back, Zeke felt a blade slice his chest. He reached up, his eyes burning with a wild intensity as he felt the adrenaline surging through his veins. He wore a cocky grin and declared that this was exactly when the real fun was just getting started. The two stood facing each other in the windy arena, ready to tear into each other for the next explosive round. Outside the ring, Sandy woke up after her loss to Laika, her bloody hands shaking as she dizzily asked where she was. Her subordinates panicked, rushing over to check on her. "Miss Sandy, are you okay?" She quietly replied. "Yeah." Then, the memory of her bitter defeat hit her like a truck. Looking toward the arena, Sandy muttered, "Right, I lost, didn't I? Guess losing just wipes your memory, huh? Why are you acting so dazed and confused?" Sandy gave a sad smile and apologized to her team. "My bad, guys. I really wish I could have won." Seeing that, her followers bowed, apologizing and claiming they were the ones who held her back. Sandy calmed them down, telling them the opponent was just plain stronger. That's all. She encouraged her team with a warm look. "Next time, we'll give it everything we've got so we don't lose again." Hearing a loud, fired-up "yes, ma'am," she suddenly wondered if the match between the West and South Halls had started yet. A kid pointed toward the arena, stammering that for some reason, the insane battle between Z and Edgis was still going on. Sandy looked where he was pointing, her face twisted in pure shock. No way. How is that even possible? Right in front of her was an insane sight. Edgis was flooding the area with thick, suffocating bloodlust. Sandy trembled, realizing Edgis was going all out to crush his opponent right here and now. Deep down, she knew for a fact that out of all the candidates, Edgis was the strongest. He let out a roar, unleashing his heavenly sword technique with a powerful 5-shadow strike, raining down blows that created massive shockwaves. Z still stood his ground, face covered in scratches but his breathing rock steady. Edgis gasped. "Even that didn't take you down? And there's more coming. Can't believe you aren't even panting after going this hard for so long. Are you even human, man?" Z replied casually. "Come on, don't sweat it. This little stuff is pretty normal for me. I just put in a ridiculous amount of work into my foundation and conditioning. Sure, flashy techniques are cool, but the basics are just as important, you know?" Edgis looked down at his own feet and admitted, "Guess you're right." His fighting spirit caught fire as he shouted, "From now on, I'm gonna push my body even harder than that." Meanwhile, Z was deep in thought, locked in and measuring his opponent's strength with every single clash. He thought, the sharpness of that blade. Its hardness, speed, range, and overall performance. Honestly, the blade's still pretty low tier. But considering how young he is, he's gonna be a real problem later on. This match just confirmed a wild truth for Zeke, the massive gap between martial arts from 1,000 years ago and the modern era. Back then, physical movement was everything. Fighting was all about using your own techniques to channel the world. Was just a side thing. But nowadays, people express the world by manifesting itself. In other words, mastering is the whole point of modern combat. Zeke charged in, a hyped-up grin on his face. He low-key roasted himself for being so obsessed with old-school techniques that it took him this long to realize how much the world changed. He wondered, excited, 1,000 years. Is it really this interesting? Edge's attacks were perfect, making Zeke shiver as he realized this guy was a total monster in human skin. The sparring dragged on for 2 hours, leaving Rangis and the squad shook, with no end in sight. Laika was covered in bruises, but she kept watching closely. She muttered that both of them were freaks, but the match had to be nearing its climax. Edgis looked at Zeke and whispered that he'd clearly been watching every single move he made. "Man, this is peak performance, the golden age of fighting." Zeke agreed. "Yeah, I feel you." To show respect, Zeke decided to use everything he'd learned in this fight to wrap it up. Zeke raised his bloodied fist with a cocky grin. I'll gift this to you right now, a brand new move. Edge was shocked, finally realizing the skill gap, so that's why I couldn't win. Still, with a genius's ego, he refused to fold. I'm not done yet. I'm fighting till the end. Edge poured all his energy into his ultimate technique, the five-sword peerless art. Facing Giss's secret move, Zeke immediately countered with an earth-shattering blast called the Dragon Slayer technique. Second form, refined the Essence Punch. Countless flaming fists rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, obliterating everything and creating a massive explosion that shattered the entire arena into dust. Watching that insane power, Rangus's crew was paralyzed with fear. Sandy shrieked through the chaos. Holy crap, that's way too OP, who even won? The referee stepped into the ring and shouted, "That's enough, the match is over." As for Edge's sword, he was slumped on the ground, totally drained, silently admitting he couldn't even lift a finger against an opponent who was unfairly strong. Edges realized he still had a long way to go. Meanwhile, Zeke stood tall amidst the wreckage, smiling as the ref announced, "The winner is the East Hall." Gasps of shock echoed through the North Hall stands as their genius went down. You gotta be kidding me, Lord Edges lost? What the hell was that move just now? Who the heck is that guy from the East Hall? As the organizers paused to fix the arena for the West versus South match, Zeke casually walked back to a warm welcome. Rangus and Raymond couldn't hide their awe. Whoa, man, that was legit legendary. Didn't think you'd actually take down Lord Edges. Laika looked at the trashed arena and teased him. You destroyed the place again. You're such a beast. Zeke pouted, acting salty. What's with that tone? I barely won that one. Shaking it off, he looked toward the ring, curious. Whatever, what's next? Laika reminded him that the other candidate for the Venian household seat was up next. Zeke figured the West Hall had the strongest fighters overall, but he noticed a guy from the South Hall looking pretty tough with a long staff. Zeke wondered how this one would go. But instead of the intense fight he expected, the match between the West and South Halls was a total stomp. In a flash, Venian snatched an easy win with his glowing iron fan. While the South Hall opponent was left crumpled on the ground, bleeding, Venian's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless vibe, proving the West Hall's overwhelming power in this tournament. After the fight, looking at the trashed arena, Zeke worried, I think I went a bit too hard. With this much damage, it won't be fixed in time, but Rangus showed him a miracle. It's fine, look, see? Zeke panicked as he saw the shattered rocks flying back into place, sealing up like nothing happened. Wait, what? Are you serious, man? What is this? It's auto-repairing itself. Rangus explained the whole arena was made of Irite, a rare stone that reverts to its original shape when fed E-energy. Zeke was just stunned this was some straight-up, absurd, high-tech material for a building this size. Watching the fight that just happened, the ref squinted, suspicious. He felt like something was seriously off. With all his experience, he couldn't believe the match was that one-sided and wondered if Venian actually had enough power to completely crush La Sona. On the stage, Venian, with his arrogant silver hair, wielding his twin blades, coldly looked down at his fallen opponent and asked if she really wanted to keep going. No reply. The referee declared, "It's over, winner, West Hall." And so, the dream final is set, a fiery showdown between the East Hall and the West Hall. The announcement blared through the arena. We start in 1 hour. While Lasona was being carried away by her team, totally spent, the crowd was still in a daze. They couldn't believe it even a genius like La had failed this hard. Watching from afar, Zeke frowned, sensing something was wrong. He analyzed it, there was no way the skill gap was that huge, but for some weird reason, that girl's E-flow had been sluggish as hell the whole match. Zeke's gaze sharpened. He was certain something shady had gone down on that stage. Losing like that? No way, that's not right. Looking at La's wounds, Zeke understood why the fight ended so fast it was rigged. He noticed the ref seemed to have picked up on it too, but he was keeping his mouth shut. Students around them, like Celine, were whispering in fear. They never expected the lady of the prestigious Sona family to be so helpless against Venian's power. Remen clicked his tongue, admitting it. Just as he thought, someone who's a legitimate heir is just on a whole different level. Even though Celine thought the match was way too one-sided, her friend felt it was just the brutal reality of seeing elites from other halls in action for the first time. Rick, with a bandage on his nose, chimed in, agreeing. He figured since Venian is a legitimate heir, just like Lady Laika, he's gotta have some insane power. Hearing the chatter, Zeke stayed quiet, scouting out the Western Hall's lineup. He noticed it wasn't just Venian, everyone from the West seemed to be giving off this weird, overwhelming aura. Z wondered to himself, are they all seriously this ridiculously strong? Rick spilled his guts, feeling super insecure. I can't even beat you guys. Even if your star rank is lower, it's the same thing. But right after that, he clenched his fists, his eyes burning with serious determination. But that doesn't mean I'm planning on losing. Rick insisted that he and his squad could still pull off a win, just like how they took down those high-ranked opponents before. Watching from a distance, Zeke cracked a satisfied smile, seeing Rick and Aaron's fighting spirit firing up, but his gaze quickly shifted to worry when he looked over at Laika. Zeke secretly realized that Laika still hadn't picked up on the weird anomaly in the girl named Lila's E-flow, and if she was just chalking up Vinayan's win to pure strength, her being all jittery right now made total sense. Zeke pondered to himself. Since he didn't know the exact details of that weirdness yet, he couldn't just go giving advice he wasn't sure about, which left him stressing over what he should do next. Seeing Laika looking totally out of it, Rangus walked over, worried. "Lady Laika, you holding it together?" Laika gave a soft thanks and then quietly turned around, walking away with a gloomy look on her face. "I'm just gonna go get some air to clear my head." Watching the lonely silhouette of the young lady fade away, Zeke just stood there in silence, feeling heavy. Standing alone by the fancy fountain, Laika was spiraling, stuck in a loop of negative thoughts about her opponent's strength. She couldn't believe Vinayan had gotten strong enough to absolutely crush Lila like that, something even a prodigy like Aegis couldn't pull off without getting a scratch. She dipped her hand into the cool water. Memories of that humiliating loss to Vinayan when she was 5 came flooding back, making her heart ache. Since then, Laika had been training like a maniac just to get revenge for that loss, and she'd been confident that she had finally caught up to him. But when she realized the match order meant she was likely up next against Vinayan, she felt a flash of relief that she didn't have to fight him directly. Laika gritted her teeth, clenching her fists until she was shaking, her face showing just how much she hated herself. She hated that she felt relieved. She realized that feeling was basically admitting defeat in her own mind, even though she'd always been dying to take him down personally while she was lost in thought. Laika jumped when a mocking voice came from behind. "Oh my god, look at that. You look pretty serious, don't you?" It was Vinayan, with his lackey Alan, walking up with a cocky grin. Laika answered coldly, "What do you want? I've got nothing to say to you." Vinayan, totally disrespectful, started trash-talking. "Hey now, don't go getting all high and mighty with me. Once I become the head of the family, you might just end up as my wife, too." Feeling insulted, Laika snapped, "Shut it! You're gonna be the head?" "No, I am!" Vinayan smirked, digging right into the fear showing in her eyes. "You think you can't beat me, right? No wonder you couldn't back then. You saw the match, didn't you?" He leaned in close to her ear, whispering poisonous words, trying to crush Laika's will. "You already know you won't win, right? Why are you being so stubborn? If you couldn't do it back then, obviously you can't now. You're never gonna beat me, so why even try?" Vinayan shamelessly demanded she just give up and submit to him. Couldn't take the insults anymore. Laika gritted her teeth and yelled, "Shut your trap!" Watching Laika's back as she walked away, Vinayan clicked his tongue in disgust. "Tch, she's no fun at all. But as for this..." "All right, that's done. You know what to do with the rest, right?" Turning to his lackey, Vinayan asked about the next step. Alan stepped closer, worried about the bastard kid, Rick. Vinayan replied coolly, "Oh, him? Taking him out during the match won't be a problem." Still, Alan stayed cautious, reminding him that even though he's an illegitimate kid, Rick was the one who took down the prodigy Aegis, so hitting him first was totally necessary. Vinayan admitted that dealing with things before the match would be ideal, but he noticed Rick had a sharp intuition that was a pain. He mused over the last match, realizing it'd be annoying if he noticed something. Besides, from what I saw, he lets himself get hit on purpose sometimes. Even during the match, I can still set a trap, even without relying on anyone. There's no way in hell I'm losing to a bastard kid like him. Sitting by the fountain, Vinayan and his lackey smirked, looking into the distance. With way too much confidence and twisted plans up his sleeve, he loudly finished his thought. "The winner of this match is gonna be me." Back at the arena, Rick was shivering, facing the harsh reality. He muttered in fear. So, it's finally time. Even though he was a second-year student, Rick knew he was the weakest one on the Eastern Hall's representative team. While the Western side was a lineup of high-pressure elites, his eyes showed he was wavering, his hands clenched tight with anxiety. Can we? Can we actually win? Just as Rick was drowning in his own insecurity, a heavy-handed punch from Z landed right on his head, followed by a scolding. "You idiot," Z asked. "What is wrong with you, man? Where did that fiery energy from earlier go?" Rick just stuttered, totally confused. "Well, the thing is," not letting up, Z pointed right at Rick's face and shouted, "Rick, what are you fighting for? To lose?" Z sternly reminded him what a warrior is all about. When you're out there, you gotta fight with the determination to win, no matter what the power gap is. That's what matters. Z's hard words hit Rick like a bucket of ice water, snapping him out of it. He clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with resolve. Seeing his friend get his spirit back, Zeke immediately changed his vibe, giving Rick a firm pat on the shoulder to cheer him on. "You've trained hard, man. Believe in yourself." Rick responded, touched. "Yeah, thank you so much." To give Rick a better shot at winning, Zeke decided to give him a little tip. "Loosen up your shoulders a bit." Seeing Rick still looking clueless, asking, "Huh?" Zeke started explaining the essence of martial arts. His power fist technique, you gotta focus all your strength into one point and let it rip. If you tense up too much, the power that should be focused just gets scattered. Z stepped right up, fixed his stance, and pushed him. "All right, relax, just loosen up." Feeling a wild surge of power flowing through him, Rick let out an excited shout. "I feel like I can actually win this. Thanks a ton, man." Zeke smiled and shoved his buddy onto the arena floor. "Damn, I'm feeling lucky. You're good to go. Now get out there and wreck 'em." Watching the whole scene from a distance, Laika couldn't help but squint, looking suspicious. "But hold on, that's weird," she muttered, pointing out the red flag. "You've never actually studied the power fist technique, right? Yet, you seem to know a ton about it. Sometimes you even show crazy random knowledge about other fighting styles too. Why is that? Doesn't that strike you as a little off?" Dismissing Laika's serious vibe, Zeke just smirked. "Why are you being such a drag? Obviously, it's just 'cause I'm me, duh." Seeing him acting all cocky, Laika just let out a frustrated sigh, silently kicking herself for even trying to get a straight answer out of him. Rick stood facing his West Hall opponent, his eyes sharp and cautious. He recognized this guy as the powerhouse who'd flexed his skills back in the first round. But this time, Rick was dead set on not letting himself get tasted by defeat again. The West Hall dude shot Rick a sneering look and started running his mouth. "You're just some weak loser who choked in the North Hall, and you've got the nerve to act all high and mighty here?" Getting triggered, Rick barked back at him to shut his mouth, telling him he wasn't that pathetic kid he used to be anymore. The guy just curled his lip, looking sinister, wondering if someone like Rick could really change anything in such a short amount of time. The referee's booming voice echoed across the arena. "East Hall versus West Hall. Round 1, start." Instantly, the West Hall fighter lunged forward with a broadsword glowing with an eerie cyan aura. He mocked Rick's naivety, claiming nobody could just magically level up their skills in a few measly hours. He put his weight into a bug-style slash from his insect sword technique. Rick was shoved back, gasping in pain from the sheer force of the blow. The guy laughed, mocking him for using his aura to block like a pro, then immediately followed up with a brutal, deadlier strike called the Thousand Bug Soul Eater. Waves of dark green energy swarmed over him, tearing into his body, forcing Rick to scream out in absolute agony. The guy gloated, laughing loud, constantly asking where that "I've changed" energy went now. Even though he was struggling and bleeding out, Rick gritted his teeth, silently promising himself that even if the guy was strong, he wasn't about to get one-sidedly wrecked ever again. Rick tried to pull off a lightning-fast counter, but the opponent dodged it like it was nothing. He mocked Rick's attack as stupid and said he couldn't even touch his shirt. Rick kept getting sliced up by the guy's blade. He realized in a panic that he couldn't keep up with the guy's speed if he kept fighting the same old way. In his moment of total desperation, Z's coaching suddenly echoed in his head. Hey, loosen up and use that. Are you even listening to me? Take all that power and focus it into one spot. Move it." Rick started steadying his breathing, his eyes locking in as he told himself it was time to go all in. Do or die, huh? The West Hall guy gritted his teeth and charged, thinking Rick was just total trash but annoying as hell, and put all his power into his sword, unleashing the heavy-hitting wind spike technique straight at him. Suddenly, instead of dodging, Rick grabbed the guy's blade with his own hands, which were burning with a golden glow. Before the enemy could even process what was happening, Rick smirked. "Gotcha, you little creep. I got your neck now." Ignoring the guy's shock, Rick shoved all his juice into a flaming fist and roared, "Eat this!" The power fist blast triggered an energy explosion that sent the guy flying, screaming in pain. The loudspeaker blared, the match was over, and they'd pulled off a crazy comeback. The stands went wild, while Z and Laika just smiled, looking satisfied. The referee clearly announced, "Winner, East Hall," while the loser just laid there in the dirt, completely stunned. Rick was still standing in the middle of the arena, looking like he'd been through a lot. "See? Told ya. Don't judge a book by its cover, man," Rick yelled, feeling stoked. "That was so lucky. Let's go. Thank goodness. He held his fist up high toward the crowd, claiming the reward for 5 years of grinding. Across the way, the West Hall guy was clutching his wounds. He was bitter, unable to believe he actually lost. Right then, a deep, ice-cold voice boomed from the Venian side. Hey, and even though his lackey was kneeling and apologizing, he just swatted him away without a second thought. His eyes went wild, ordering the next guy to crush the opposition no matter what to get the West Hall's honor back. Over on the East Hall side, Rick cheered his head off to hype up Marine before she went out to face the enemy. The ref shouted for the second round to start, and Marine immediately let her aura blaze, using the red fire sword technique with a heavy essence fire slash aimed right at her opponent. But the West Hall fighter parried it easily and countered instantly with a tricky, soul-piercing spear move. With a lightning-fast, savage thrust, he dealt Marine a serious wound, leaving her clutching her chest in agony under the suffocating pressure of his spear. Watching Marine get trashed like that in the arena, Rangus and the rest of the crew were totally shook. Rick and the others were gritting their teeth, ready to jump in and save their friend, but they had to hold back because the match hadn't been called yet, and they didn't want to get disqualified for breaking the rules. Finally, the ref announced that the West Hall had won the second round. Rick and Rangus scrambled out to catch Marine, who was passed out in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Z was watching from afar, his eyes burning with pure rage at the opponent's cruelty. Rick hugged Marine tight, still unconscious in his arms. While Rangus and Celine couldn't hide how freaked out they were by how bad she looked, Rick screamed in fury at the opponent. Yo! What the hell, man? Did you really have to take it that far? Responding to the heat, the West Hall warrior just glanced back, looking totally chill. Problem? The West Hall guy argued nonchalantly, this is a match, or in other words, it's real combat. I just do whatever it takes to make sure I win. That cold-blooded excuse made Rick and Celine lose their minds. Even so, this is way too much. Exactly, you didn't have to go that hard. He smirked, calling them a bunch of softies, and doubled down that the West Hall guys never go easy on anyone in real combat. He flat out declared their only goal was to crush everyone under Vinian's boot. Before Laika could even question him, he challenged them, if you don't like it, just quit, and coldly stated that crushing Marine's fighting spirit was just common sense. Laika gritted her teeth in rage. You bunch of jerks. Suddenly, Redon appeared with a wicked look on his face. He mocked. Oh, please. Instead of worrying about others, why don't you worry about yourself, kid? Because all of you are about to face an ending even more bitter than a gourd. He arrogantly threw his arms out, challenging the East Hall group to just quit right there if they were scared. When Rangus called his name, Redon immediately brushed it off with total contempt, calling him a small fry and forbidding him from using his name so freely. With a twisted grin, Redon threatened to beat Rangus to a pulp just like Marine, or repeat the nasty stuff he pulled back at that village years ago. He pointed an insulting finger right in his face. Right? You pathetic weakling, Rangus. Facing that humiliation, Laika snapped and went to charge, but Rangus held her back. Miss Laika, I'm okay. I'm not gonna run. He stepped forward, his eyes locked in determination, shaking off his usual shy vibe. Rangis pointed his spear straight at his opponent, declaring loudly for everyone to hear, right here, right now, Ron, I'm gonna surpass you. As the stunned crowd watched, Marine was carried out of the arena, badly beaten, leaving the air thick with tension. Rangus stepped onto the arena floor, his hands shaking. The pressure from the stands made him shiver. Suddenly, a voice echoed right inside his head. Rangus jumped, looking around frantically. Wait, what the hell? Why am I hearing Z's voice in here? From a distance, Z gave a slight smirk, using telepathy to calm his friend down. Don't sweat it. I'm just replaying an experience from a few years back. Rangus was totally lost. He stammered in his mind. I don't even know where to start with this. Z just kept going, cool as ever. More importantly, I used magic to give you a tip. While Rangus was still confused and asking questions, Z started reciting a cryptic mantra. Clouds drift peacefully, water flows free. He repeated the advice slowly. Clouds drift peacefully, water flows steady. When you're in trouble, just think about that. Rangus was so caught up in the advice, he just stood there like a statue, until the ref yelled, Hey, you high or something? What the hell are you doing? He snapped back to reality, bowing his head in a hurry. Oh, sorry. Regaining his focus, Rangus gripped his spear, his eyes turning cold and sharper than ever. The ref shouted, East Hall versus West Hall. Second match. Start. Instantly, Rangus dropped into a fighting stance. Facing Radon, who was brandishing his sword, he stomped hard and launched himself toward his opponent like an arrow tearing through the wind. Ranges took the offensive, shouting, "Cloud water spear art, water piercer." His spear surged forward, wrapped in a blue aura like a raging current. But Radon didn't flinch. He sneered, "Quit showing off. What's with the tough guy act? You weakling." In the blink of an eye, Redon launched a brutal counterattack. Sword art, viper strike, piercing raid. A purple-black aura shaped like a giant snake's head lunged forward, slamming into Rangis's chest, leaving him only enough breath to let out a painful grunt. Redon roared with disdain. "That's all the trash talk you've got, you pathetic loser?" He surged forward at insane speed before Rangis could even react. Redon unleashed his viper strike, the blade wiggling like a venomous snake, slipping right through the guard of the spear. Rangis couldn't block it. The blade slashed across his ribs. He stumbled back, clutching his wound, shocked. He didn't get how he could have blocked it, but the blade bent in such an impossible way. Seeing his opponent struggling, Redon kept taunting him. "What's wrong, kid? Why aren't you fighting back? Waiting for an invitation? If you're so good, come on and try it." Gritting his teeth through the pain, Rangis decided to use his own technique to respond. Cloud water spear art, clouds drift, water flows. But Redon just smirked wickedly, knocked the spear away with one hit, and yelled, "Get lost." Rangis was sent flying back as his teammates cried out in worry. Rangis collapsed, his body covered in blood and wounds. He realized every move he made was being read and used against him for a counter. Redon walked up, looking smug. He laughed at Rangis's attempt to counter. He gloated, revealing that his specialty was high-level counter moves. "Too bad, kid. Want me to tell you what I'm good at? It's counterattacks." Before Rangis could move, Redon grabbed his hair and yanked it ruthlessly. Redon kept insulting Rangis's bloodline, swearing that the son of a fake dragon would never be strong. He got in his face, calling him a weakling just like his old man, trying to crush his spirit. Rangis's eyes blazed with pure rage when he heard the enemy trash his dad. "Don't you dare talk about my father." But Redon just roared, "Fake!" and delivered a brutal kick to his stomach, sending Rangis flying until he lay on the ground, coughing up blood in total helplessness. Rangis realized bitterly that all his effort over the past year still wasn't enough. He told himself he was just a weakling, a fake, just like the guy said. Amidst the haze, memories of peaceful days with his father suddenly flooded back. On the riverbank, his dad asked if he liked fishing. Then he smiled, saying Rangis was just like him, loving to watch the clouds and the blue water. His dad had taught him gently that clouds always drift, and the river water just keeps flowing forever. And when you look at them, all human worries just seem so small. He hoped one day Rangis would understand that truth. Back to the brutal reality. Those words echoed in Rangis's mind like a guiding light. Up above, the instructor watched the fight unfold, eyes deep and unreadable. Redon grabbed Rangis by the collar, roaring triumphantly. "I'm done waiting. End this already." He swung his fist, still spitting insults. "A fake stays a fake, so stay crawling in the dirt where you belong." But at that exact moment, Rangis's eyes snapped wide open, burning with a fierce will. Z's mantra echoed, "Clouds drift peacefully, water flows steady." A deep blue aura, like a flowing river, suddenly wrapped around Rangis's arm, helping him block Redon's bone-crushing punch right in front of him. The sudden turn of events left Redon stunned. "I didn't finish this brat off yet? What the hell is going on?" Witnessing this sudden burst of power, the captain of the Golden Dragon Legion smirked in amusement. Oh, right in the middle of the arena, Rangis stood firm in a glowing aura of light. The sharp look in his eyes showed he had completely awakened his power. Redon was absolutely shook, couldn't believe his eyes seeing that insane aura radiating off his opponent. No way, absolutely no way. 3 stars? Rangis stood there with his spear, body beat to hell, but his drive was stronger than it had ever been. Ron grit his teeth, fuming, letting out a raw roar of pure jealousy. "I ain't buying this. No way some knockoff like you stands on the same level as me, not in this lifetime." He poured everything into his purple-black glowing blade, unleashing his snake-style sword art. Radon bellowed as he struck, sending waves of spirit energy to cage in the arena. Rangis's eyes ignited with a deep blue light, calmly tracking every move of his enemy with laser-like focus. Redon panicked, realizing his attacks were doing absolute zero. "This little punk. I know I nailed him dead on. Did he see right through me? No way. This can't be happening." Not ready to quit, Ron went full psycho, spamming his snake-fang sword strikes with a frantic, wild flurry of slashes. He screamed in desperation, "Try dodging this!" But Rangis just glided effortlessly through the razor-sharp strikes, leaving Redon absolutely stunned. What the hell? What kind of freak show is this? Watching this unreal display, Laika called out to her friend in a panic, but Rick just replied, calm and collected. Yeah. Zeke figured Rangis had taken it to the next level, finally tapping into the core essence of the martial arts. To Laika's confusion, he muttered a quick explanation. Clouds drift, water flows no matter what goes down, it never stops. It's fluid, shifting its shape, soaking up all that power and just letting it wash away. Zeke was low-key impressed, seeing how Rangis had mastered exactly what he'd taught him in such a short time. Though, it looked like the kid didn't even realize he'd leveled up that hard. Rangis's focus was honestly insane. Facing that glowing deep blue pressure, Ron totally lost his cool. He backed off, straight up terrified. What the hell is this? Oh man, get lost, back off, don't you dare take another step toward me. Ignoring his opponent's meltdown, Rangis kept pushing forward with eyes burning with grit. He effortlessly parried every one of Redon's strikes with a flick of his spear. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out as Rangis blocked Redon's heavy swing with the shaft of his spear. Seeing his students awakening, Rick broke into a wicked grin from the sidelines. That's it. Water doesn't just flow calmly. Redon grit his teeth, his face twisted in a mix of rage and pure fear. Damn it, he couldn't wrap his head around how some nobody he used to look down on could turn into such a monster in the blink of an eye. Once the water turns violent, there ain't a soul who can stop that force. Rangis channeled every ounce of his energy into the spear, unleashing a finishing blow with the raw power of a tsunami. The deep blue energy slammed straight into Redon. The hit was so brutal it sent him flying. He was out cold before he hit the ground, his face pale as a sheet from the shock. The announcement boomed across the arena. Match over. The winner is the East Hall. Redon lay slumped in the rubble, completely incapacitated. Standing in the center of the ring, Rangis was still dazed. He gasped, looking down at his own hands. Huh? What? Just then, Laika came rushing down from the stands. Rangis, she shouted, totally hyped. Sick moves, man. Congrats on hitting 3 stars and taking the W. That was legendary. Rangis just stared at his teammate, still dazed. He muttered in disbelief. Wait, what? 3 stars? I actually won? He looked down at Redon, passed out at his feet, still unable to process it. Did I really do it? Laika and Celine rushed over with massive grins. Yeah, that was one hell of a fight. Memories of Ron's insults flashed through his head, and Rangis stood there, still questioning if he'd really beaten Redon. I won. He stood still, clutching his spear so tight his hands shook with pure emotion. Happy tears streamed down Rangis's face as he felt the fruits of all his hard work. Raymond and Laika couldn't stop showering him with praise. Yo, what was that badass move from before? That was top tier. Straight up martial arts perfection. Raymond asked, fired up. Yeah, I want to know too. That move looked like a water dragon swimming up a waterfall. It was way too cool, just straight up insane. Hearing them rave about a water dragon, Rangis looked around, totally clueless. What are you guys talking about? I don't know any move like that. Seeing Raymond still insisting. But it felt exactly like that. Zeke stepped in from behind, coolly dropping the knowledge. That move is the Soaring Dragon Piercer. He revealed that it was one of the techniques recorded in the 2nd volume of the Cloud Water Spear Manual. Zeke looked at Rangis with respect. You only read the 1st volume, right? And yet you touched on it all by yourself. Impressive. Laika asked, surprised. Wait, hold up. That's how it is? How do you even know that? You been snooping around, Zeke? Zeke quickly made up a lie about seeing it in the 2nd floor of the Dragon Archives while sweating bullets, thinking, I can't exactly tell them I made that move up myself. Seeing Zeke's modesty, Laika was blown away. Wow, reaching the level of the 2nd volume all on his own. Rangis is actually a genius. Zeke watched his teammates back, secretly thinking about the martial art he'd invented in his past life, though he couldn't quite remember when he'd actually written it down. He figured later, generations must have copied and split it into volumes, hiding the core essence in the higher levels so the weak-minded couldn't get their hands on it. And yet, Rangis had managed to crack open that hidden path all on his own. Zeke smiled, feeling proud, definitely a promising kid. Suddenly, the judge's shout cut through the atmosphere of the East Hall. How much longer you guys gonna stand there yapping? Celine and Laika scrambled to apologize, while Rick pumped up the team. All right, let's keep this momentum going. Celine clenched her fists, ready to go. Yeah, I'm gonna give it everything I've got. Ever since Rangis's epic win, the East Hall's morale was through the roof. But the West Hall wasn't gonna fold that easily. They quickly shook off the loss, making the following matches way more brutal. In the 4th match, even though Celine put up a massive fight, she took a super close, heartbreaking loss. Right after that, in the 5th match, Raymond grit his teeth, tanking through a storm of attacks to pull off a win by the skin of his teeth. The head-to-head kept dragging on into the second half with the tension hitting a breaking point. Raymond returned, looking totally wiped. He muttered that he had no clue how he even pulled off the win, while Ranjis gave him props for his crazy endurance. On the other side, Celine hung her head, apologizing for not bringing home the win. But Laika quickly reassured her that they all did a great job. Laika reminded the squad that East Hall is currently leading with 3 wins and 2 losses. They just need one more point to clinch the whole thing. She declared she's heading out to end this once and for all. Just as she was about to hit the arena, Zeke suddenly stepped up and called her name. The sudden move caught her off guard. Zeke kept a straight face, got right in her personal space, put a hand on her shoulder, and stared her down. "What's up with you? Are you actually feeling all right?" Laika was a bit rattled by ZC's weirdly intense vibe, but she brushed it off, telling him she's totally fine, same as always. She shoved his hand away, told him not to stand so close, and declared loud and clear that there was no way she was losing. Hearing Rangis cheering her on from the back, Laika walked out onto the stage with a bright, confident smile. But at the same time, Z narrowed his eyes, sensing a weird, shady energy ripple through the air. The West Hall enemy scoffed at Laika's resistance. Ice is such a useless pawn, couldn't do anything right. He snorted, thinking as long as he wins this, everything will get back on track. Facing the blade pointed straight at her, Laika shot back. "That's not happening, 'cause I'm the one who's gonna win." The 6th match between East Hall and West Hall officially kicked off the moment the signal went out. Laika lunged forward with insane speed, making her opponent gasp. So fast! The West Hall guy struggled to keep up with her lightning-fast strikes. He realized her lightning aura was way beyond Sandy's level. Deep down, he knew he might lose this fight if Vinian didn't step in. A dark, shady purple energy erupted from Vinian's hand, engulfing the arena and making Laika gasp. "What the?" The opponent smirked maliciously. "I told you, didn't I? There's no way you're beating me, so stop trying, you're just wasting your breath." Laika screamed in agony as a bright red surge of electricity tore through her body, her face twisted in pain. She realized in horror that not only was she losing control of her lightning, but she couldn't even tap into her internal energy anymore. For a warrior, the body and their internal power are linked. It's what makes them strong. In other words, if a warrior loses their internal power mid-fight, it's game over. Every attack from the enemy now could be a fatal blow to Laika. Even with her body falling apart and blood on her face, she tried to hold on, screaming desperately inside. "I've got to find a way to defend myself, no matter what." Watching from the stands, Sandy gasped, realizing something was wrong. "Hey, something's off." Zeke noticed Laika's internal energy wasn't working at all and wondered what the hell happened. Laika collapsed on the arena floor, coughing up blood, completely helpless. The West Hall guy looked down at her with a smirk, though he had to respect her grit. "To last this long without any internal power, you're definitely worthy of being a candidate for clan leader. Right up there with Lord Vinian." Meanwhile, Vinian sat back with a sinister grin, his eyes glowing with satisfaction that his dirty little scheme worked. The opponent coolly declared, "You put up a good fight, but this is the end. Hurry up and finish it so we can go eat. I'm exhausted." He swung his sword, ready to deal the killing blow to the girl who couldn't fight back. Ranjis screamed in tears, "Please, stop." But Rick held her back to keep her from doing something reckless. Seeing his teammate being humiliated, Z's eyes burned with murderous intent, and a surge of angry energy flared up in his hands. Just as the enemy's blade was about to come down on Laika, a bolt of golden lightning slammed into the arena. Sandy had rushed in just in time, using her massive heavy sword to block the enemy's brutal attack. She barked at the West Hall guy, "What the hell is wrong with you?" The West Hall opponent froze, gritting his teeth in annoyance at the Northern Hall genius's sudden interference. Sandy glared him down. "Hey, this isn't a joke, you hear me? What the hell were you thinking? Why would you jump into the match like that? Don't play dumb with me. You were trying to finish her off on purpose, weren't you?" Faced with the accusation, Alan stayed cocky, casually replying that that was a dangerous accusation and he definitely didn't do that. Just then, Edges stepped onto the arena with a grim look. He stated that, no matter how you looked at it, that move was way too dangerous. Alan, annoyed, asked if Edges was opposing him, but Edges coldly told him to be more careful with how he acts. Edges pressed on. "Everyone can see Laika can't use her internal power right now, yet you still used your aura to attack someone like that." In the middle of the tension, Venian stepped up, put a hand on Alan's shoulder, and mocked them. "Hey, listen, Edges, you're gonna mess with the match and then whine about how we do things? That's hilarious. It's your fault, so why are you complaining so much? He flashed a wicked smile, claiming that in a real fight, the opponent's condition doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is crushing the enemy completely. Venian stated clearly that West Hall treats every match like a real life or death battle. Sandy yelled back in frustration. Even so, there have to be limits. This isn't a death match. Venian looked at Sandy with total disdain, sneering, so naive. That's exactly why you guys always lose. He emphasized that West Hall doesn't play training games like the others. They are fighting actual, real-deal battles. Vinayan gave off an oppressive, dark purple aura, casually claiming that they were actually holding back since it wasn't a death match. He smirked maliciously, and Alan added with a taunt that even if they weren't trying to kill anyone, stuff getting crushed or broken in the process is just how it goes. Sandy gritted her teeth in rage, lightning crackling around her. Suddenly, a massive wave of purple pressure smothered the entire arena, making everyone shake in fear. The Golden Dragon Legion captain, Tekman Sheik, appeared with an overwhelming presence. He coldly questioned, "Is there no order or respect left here? Since when did I allow this useless bickering to go on?" Even as Sandy tried to explain Alan's dangerous move on Laika, he just shouted silence, with eyes burning with authority. The Tekman chick coldly declared that anyone not involved in the match has absolutely no right to speak up. Deciding whether to stop or keep going is up to us. Facing the captain's fury, Edgis and Sandy could only hang their heads and apologize. The referee officially declared the West Hall the winner, while ordering all unauthorized personnel to clear the arena immediately to prep for the final round. Edge quickly told Sandy to grab Laika's sword and help him get her out of there. Seeing how bad Laika looked, Rangis and the rest of the crew were freaking out. Edgis calmed them down, saying he'd already given her a healing potion, but since her wounds needed time to mend, he was taking her to the infirmary himself. Edge looked at Zeke and smiled, knowing the kid had been about to step in and stop that dirty move from the other side. Zeke stood there silently watching his teammates walk away, calculating his next move for this final showdown. "You guys chill, I got this. I'll handle this whole mess for you." On the way out, Sandy couldn't stop wondering why Laika got wiped out so easily. It was like a one-sided slaughter. She realized something was off since Lila's first match. It's like the West Hall is using some shady tricks to rig the results. Sandy worriedly warned them to be extra careful when facing those creeps. Facing Vinayan, who was smugly waving his magical artifact around, he taunted that the loss was a done deal and the East Hall didn't stand a chance. But Z's cold, dismissive silence and totally chill attitude made the guy feel seriously disrespected. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. The 7th match between the East Hall and West Hall was on. Before anyone could even react, he closed the distance in a blink and landed a solid punch straight to Alan's face, sending him flying and leaving everyone in total shock. The whole arena went dead silent, stunned by Z's lightning-fast, brutal counter. Even the proctors were losing their cool, staring in disbelief at the kid's terrifying power. Zeke looked at his enemy struggling to get up, flashing a sarcastic smirk at the guy who kept running his mouth about real combat. "Man, you're sloppy." He reached out with a challenge, his amber eyes burning with a wild intensity. "Oh, what's wrong? Isn't this what you wanted? You want real combat? Fine, let's play by your rules." Seeing the shift in momentum, Venian's lackey started screaming in terror. Venian clutched his bloody face, howling in agony. He couldn't believe he'd been knocked around like a rag doll without even seeing it coming. Watching the aura swirling around his opponent, Rangus thought to himself, "Wind-style power? I get it now." He realized Venian must be from one of the 4 great families, and that was his clan's signature move. Venian just gritted his teeth, cursing in pure frustration. "Had enough? How's that real combat taste now, huh?" He smiled provocatively, admitting he'd even copied Venian's trashy style, just so he could get a taste of his own medicine. Humiliated, Venian lost his mind and lunged, but the kid vanished right before his eyes. In a flash, Zeke was right behind him with a cold, sharp gaze. He stated coldly, "That's strike 2. Then he landed a hit that sent Vinayan flying helplessly. What the hell? What is even happening? How is a guy like me getting handled so easily? While he was stuck in his own head, confused as hell, Zeke slid right up to him with a mocking grin. "Oh, come on, man. You're really gonna daydream in the middle of a real fight?" He added one more thing that made Vinayan's skin crawl. "You feeling pretty safe right now, aren't you?" He suddenly slammed a massive punch into his gut, leaving him only enough time to scream before collapsing to the arena floor. Standing over his enemy, who was coughing up blood, Zeke stated calmly, "And that's 3. Venian shivered, trying to stammer out, "What the hell are you talking about? I don't get you at all." Ranges pointed right at his face, explaining coldly, "Still don't get it? I'm talking about how many times you would have died by now." He started listing the kill shots he'd tapped. First the face, second the neck, third the heart. Z insisted that in a real battlefield, Venian would have been dead 3 times over. And the only reason he was still breathing was because he was holding back. Venian looked at his own shaking hands, stuttering in despair. No way. Z suddenly unleashed a brutal kick to Venian's head, launching him away. He added nonchalantly, "Oh right, this is real combat, isn't it?" Venian tumbled through the air and crashed onto the floor as Zeke announced that break time was officially over. Watching this total beatdown from the stands, Sandy and Edge froze in shock. Sandy realized, shaking, that this wasn't even a match anymore. It was a one-sided slaughter that ignored all the rules. Looking at the state of things, Ed just realized with a bitter sting that his own intense fight with Z earlier must have just been a friendly sparring session. He was floored by the absurdity and unfair power of Zeke as he saw him radiating a dark, crushing aura. Standing tall over Venian, who was down for the count, Zeke boomed. "So, you starting to understand what real combat is yet?" He conceded that the enemy's philosophy of crushing everyone on the battlefield had some merit, and claimed the West Hall guys might actually make decent soldiers one day. Zik looked down at Venian trying to scramble up and threw another bucket of cold water on him. "But this isn't a battlefield. We've got instructors watching, and we've got healing potions to boot. I'd say this is a pretty soft environment for someone who keeps running their mouth about real combat." Faced with his opponent's frustrated silence, Ranges smirked, his amber eyes flashing sharp. "Bottom line, the real combat you keep talking about is nowhere near the real deal. All you're doing is running from your own weakness, right?" Stung, Venian roared like a maniac. "Shut up!" A violent burst of wind energy tore up the ground as he lost his cool. "A bastard like you has no right to lecture me." Facing Venian's rage, Zeke kept a totally bored face, even throwing in some more teasing. "Oh, so we're at that rebellious phase, are we? Fine, I guess I have no choice then." Ranjis got into his stance and declared, "I'll take you on. Come at me and let out all that pent-up anger already." Venian lunged like a wild beast, screaming, "Why the hell are you so damn annoying? I told you to shut your trap. Stop acting like you know everything." He's waving that fan like a maniac, unleashing his Stormblade technique. Sharp as hell wind slashes are tearing the arena to shreds. Deep down, Venian is screaming in pure desperation. Just one hit. Just one damn second, that's all he needs to lay a finger on him. He's going full-blown berserk, putting his whole life into every swing, praying he can somehow flip the script. Down in the stands, Ranges is freaking out, watching the ground crumble. "What the hell is happening? How's the floor cracking when I can't see a single thing?" Another student pipes up, explaining it's the power of the new family, one of the big four. Their wind-style spirit energy is completely invisible, making those sneaky attacks dangerous as hell. Sandy is sitting off to the side, sneering with pure disgust. How typical. That kind of cheap, dirty power suits those losers perfectly. Even though Rangus knows these invisible combos are a nightmare to deal with, he's still glued to the fight. On the stage, Venian is looking completely unhinged. "Why? Why can't I land a single hit? Getting salty yet? Stings, doesn't it? Honestly, just give up and go take a nap already." Z is dodging everything with his eyes closed, totally relaxed, before casually flicking the guy on the forehead. "It's way easier if you just go with the flow, man." Venian loses his mind, screaming his head off. "What? Stop spitting that nonsense at me." Zeke moves like a ghost, constantly pointing out his flaws. There you go again, wide open everywhere. Ignoring Venian's frantic flailing and screaming, Z just sighs. "Kid, I already told you, enough is enough. Get lost before I lose my patience." Z keeps moving like a pro with his eyes shut, weaving through the wind blades. He sighs again, looking bored. "Man, talk about a rebellious phase," Rick asks casually. "So, what's up? You feeling any better yet?" Venian howls in pure rage. "Better? My ass. Quit messing with me. I'm gonna kill." Zeke sighs again. He's got to give the guy credit for having the guts of a real warrior. But Venian's body hit its limit a long time ago. In a flash, Z closes its knee and lands a solid gut punch, sending the guy reeling in agony. He coldly warns him that if he keeps this up, it's only going to get worse, and suggests they wrap this up. But Venian is stubborn as hell, grabbing onto Z's leg. Suddenly, his hand starts glowing with this nasty, shady, purple energy. Seeing his opponent kneeling there but refusing to let go, Z mutters, "Wow, you're really something, aren't you? Still trying to go the distance?" Suddenly, Venian starts cackling like a madman. The creepy laughter echoes all over the arena and Z is left wondering what kind of trashy move he's planning. Venian's eyes go completely wild, staring up at Z with a twisted grin. You're done for. Instantly, a massive surge of blue wind energy explodes around him, shaking the whole place. Z looks genuinely caught off guard, wondering what the hell that power even is. Venian pours every ounce of his remaining strength into his crazy storm shell technique. High-pressure wind blasts head straight for Z, who only has time to let out a confused, "Huh?" before he gets completely swallowed up. Watching the chaos, Rangus screams in horror, "Holy crap, he actually nailed him?" Up in the stands, Ed is watching silently with a deep, thoughtful look. A student next to him notes that something looks off, making Ed squint, suspicious, and asking what the hell they mean. Right as the fight hits its peak, Sandy manages to get Laika and Marine back to the stands. Seeing his crew safe, Rangus and Rick rush over. "Lady Laika, Marine, are you two okay?" Marine gasps, apologizing for making everyone worry. Rick stares at the arena, thick with smoke and dust, and asks Laika, "Lady Laika, do you have any idea what's going on with him?" Laika stares intensely at the arena, finally realizing a shocking truth. "It's not so much that I know, it's just that I realize he's just like me." She reveals that during her fight earlier, she suddenly couldn't use her internal energy at all. Rangus and Rick are stunned, wondering how the hell something that insane could happen. Laika keeps breaking it down. She noticed Z had the same weird symptoms during his fight with Venian, and she fears that if this is some kind of dirty trick, Z is stuck without his powers right now. On the stage, Venian is grinning like he's already won. "Ha ha ha ha, this feels so damn good. That's the price you pay for acting so high and mighty against me." He vows to put Z down for good, pouring everything into his fan technique. Secret Art 1, Gale of the Earth. A massive sandstorm swallows everything as Venian screams, "Die!" While Rangus is down there screaming in despair, Z just stands in the center of the storm. Suddenly, a fist of steel smashes right through the gale. He didn't even need his energy, just pure, raw physical strength to shatter the secret art and land a punch right on the guy's face. Venian yells in pain as the sudden counterattack slams into him, sending him flying helplessly. Venian hits the ground, coughing up blood in pure frustration. "How? How did you?" Z retorts, "Talk trash early, get put in the ground early, genius." Seeing that, Laika gives a small, impressed smile. She realizes that whether his powers are sealed or he's playing against some dirty move, it doesn't mean squat to a monster like him. In the middle of the wreckage, Z stands tall, aura flaring, clenching a glowing fist, a total display of absolute power. "Why?" Venian gasps in total despair. Z quietly stares at his own hand, which is glowing with that sketchy purple aura. He smirks. "Huh. So, it's poison." Venian screeches in disbelief. "No way. How the hell did you figure out it was poison? That stuff's supposed to be undetectable." Z walks over, totally chill. He gives his opponent a rare compliment. "Guess you finally passed the test. The reason everyone else loses to you so fast is because this poison only activates once you start stirring up your internal energy." Looking at the poison mist fading away, Z thinks to himself, "It even got past my senses until I actually used my energy." "You did all right, kid." Wait, is his hobby just backhanded compliments for the losers he beats? Venian grits his teeth. "With that poison, I know for a fact I had your energy locked down. But how? How in the hell did you still pull off that final hit?" Z casually flexes his rock-hard muscles and declares, "None of that matters when you've got a body trained to this level. Getting my internal energy sealed? Man, that's nothing. You really think a powerhouse like me is gonna break a sweat over that?" Zeke's words completely set Venian off. He gripped his weapon, screaming in pure frustration. "Nothing? You dare call my life's work? Nothing? Is that god-slaying venom supposed to be a big deal?" Zeke asked, squinting at him. "Oh, so you cooked up this poison yourself? Seems like it's totally harmless to you. But you channel it through your energy to mess others up. I gotta admit, it's a pretty sick invention, real impressive stuff." But then, Zeke's tone turned cold as ice. "But it ain't gonna work on me." In a split second, he forced all the poison out through his nose. Venian looked like he'd seen a ghost, his legs literally giving out from shock. He just detoxed himself? Through his nose? Are you kidding me, old man? Is that all you got? Zeke just pointed at him, schooling him with some brutal honesty. "That's a neat little party trick, but that's all it is. At the end of the day, it all comes down to your own raw power." Zeke hammered it home. If Venian keeps relying on crutches like poison, he's never going to make it to the top. Venian stood there paralyzed, his face twisted in disbelief. "So, You satisfied now? Vinian gritted his teeth, the humiliation hitting him hard. He let out a desperate cry against this screwed-up world, a cruel world that flashed back into his memory, showing him as a kid with dead, hollow eyes. Back then, his ruthless mother haunted him with her twisted logic. No matter what it takes, you will be at the top. If you can't be the best, you've got no reason to exist. Vinian was just an average kid in a family full of absolute monsters. While everyone else was busy praising his siblings for mastering secret arts, people kept whispering about how Venian was the biggest loser of the bunch. He just took it, silently drowning in his own mediocrity. He realized that no matter how hard he grinded, all his effort just highlighted how much he lacked compared to his older brothers and even his younger sister. His mother wouldn't stop screaming, whipping him and tearing him down, asking why he couldn't even handle the simplest things. She spent endless days just calling him trash, over and over again. But in that dark, hopeless hole, Vinian found a way out through books and chemicals. He obsessed over his notes until he finally found his true calling, poison. Staring at all the dead test rats on his desk, Vinayan flashed a manic smile, clutching that glowing purple vial. He dove headfirst into his new, deadly talent. Venian truly believed that with poison, he could fight his way to the top and finally get his mother to notice him. Vinian roared in agony. What could you possibly know about me? I'm always being compared to those freaking geniuses. Every single day. Doesn't matter how hard I try, compared to them, I'm nothing. But they keep comparing me anyway. I don't care what it costs. I will fight, and I will crawl my way up. And now you, some guy who knows nothing, dare to judge me? Honestly, I kind of feel for the guy. It's that same, why can't you be like so-and-so trauma? He charged in like a maniac with his blade, but Zeke just dodged every swing like it was nothing. In a heartbeat, Zeke grabbed Venian's arm, twisted it behind his back, and the blade went flying. A massive explosion of purple-black energy went off, swallowing both of them. Down below, Rangus and the others were losing their minds in panic. Looking on from a distance, Sandy squinted, suspicious as hell. What the hell kind of freak is that kid? How's he packing that much power? Veiled in that ominous purple aura, Venian screamed like a madman. Relying on poison? Yeah, so what? As long as I win, nothing else matters. I've got no talent for real combat, but when it comes to poison, I'm the best. As long as I have it, I can't lose. He pulled out a hidden device, looking like he was ready to go out in a blaze of glory. I really didn't want to use this, but I've got no choice if I want to win. He was about to set off a death cloud and enough poison needles to kill even himself. But just as he was about to trigger his suicide move, Zeke lunged in and clamped his hand over Venian's. Zeke locked eyes with him, asking coldly, "That's your big finale, right?" Venian looked completely shattered. "What the?" He collapsed to the ground, scrambling back as Zeke loomed over him like a reaper. In his head, Venian was screaming in pure terror, "What kind of monster is this guy?" Zeke's hands glowed with a blinding white light as he grabbed Venian, leaving him frozen in absolute despair. Zeke stared him down, gritting out, "Listen close, you've got this all twisted." He made it clear. To be strong, you don't need some God-given martial arts talent, and you definitely don't need some special gift to control energy. Zeke's eyes glowed with intensity. All you need is this, you need to want to win. That hunger, that's the only real path to power. Seeing Vinayan still in shock, Zeke pointed right at him. "And what you just said, you claim you've got no talent for fighting? That's total bull." Zeke called him out on using the wrong gear. "Try something with more reach. An umbrella, for example, might actually suit you." When Vinian looked at him like he was crazy, Zeke didn't back down. He wasn't even joking. It sounds weird, but like the Iron Fan, an umbrella has a long history as a weapon. To Zeke, pretty much anything in this world could be a weapon if you know how to use it. Vinian stood there, lost in thought. Something that suits him? He was still stuck in his dark memories, but Zeke just reached out and patted his head, super casual. "You keep telling yourself you've got no talent for this." Ignoring Vinian's struggle, Zeke gave his shoulder a firm, encouraging squeeze. "But when you step onto that battlefield, you've got more of a warrior's spirit than anyone I know. At this rate, they're going to be best friends by the end of the fight." Zeke looked off into the distance, toward the battlefield, piled high with bodies, and said quietly, "In a real fight, like you said, anything goes as long as you win. If you get too hung up on some fake warrior's pride, you're never going to protect a damn thing. You claim that to win and protect what matters, a person has to use every single tool at their disposal." Z concludes that Vinian's mindset isn't wrong at all. The only thing wrong is where he's applying it. He stands up, flashes a bright grin, and reaches out a hand to Vinian. "Come with me. If you do that, Look your opponent dead in the eye and say it loud and clear, "Don't worry, I promise to make you as strong as you've always wanted to be." Vanian is shaking, totally shocked, and asks back, "What do you mean?" Z smirks and hits him with it, "Exactly what I said. Like you can see, I'm stronger than you, right?" He gives a big, friendly grin and holds out his hand. "Don't sweat it. Once I'm done with you, you won't have any time left to whine about talent or whatever other garbage. I'm gonna train you until you're actually strong." Watching Z's sheer confidence and aura, Venian is frozen, silently thinking, "Damn, this guy really knows how to talk the talk." But right in that touching moment, Z suddenly stops, like he just remembered something. "Oh, wait, my bad." With his opponent totally confused, Z suddenly throws a thunderous punch straight into Venian's face. "We're still in the middle of a match, remember? Come find me when you wake up, all right?" Seriously? What kind of twisted logic is that? One second he's acting all supportive, the next he's hitting the guy like a truck. Vinian is lying there, barely able to choke out a "you piece of scumbag." Before he completely blacks out, the ref clearly announces the final result. The match is officially over. He's genuinely terrified, realizing the kid even managed to neutralize the poison in that split second. The speakers blare the announcement across the arena. The champion from the East Hall stands tall with a huge grin while everyone goes absolutely wild. Ranges, Celine, Raymond, and the rest of the East Hall crew are losing their minds with joy. They're hugging each other, celebrating this historic win. Meanwhile, Vinian is quietly being dragged away by his teammates, looking crushed. Honestly, it's kinda sad, but hey, what can you do? The speakers boom one last time, wrapping up the event. That's a wrap on the selection matches. To celebrate the East Hall's glory, a massive, lavish feast has been prepared. Platters of savory barbecue, fresh-baked bread, and tons of delicious food are laid out beautifully on long tables under the warm glow of candlelight. In the middle of this fancy setup, students from other halls are also there, looking confused. "Hey, the East Hall won, right? So why are we all being dragged into this?" Someone else sounds just as suspicious, honestly having no clue what's going on. I'm guessing they're about to explain. Just wait and see. While everyone is buzzing and gossiping, Z is just casually devouring a giant chicken leg, looking perfectly content. Seeing Laika staring at him with a tense look, he speaks with his mouth full. "Something up? You should eat faster. It's gonna get cold. How can you be so chill in a situation like this? Aren't you dying to know what they're about to explain? I swear, you're unbelievable." Just then, the massive doors swing open, and the official walks in with a calm vibe. "Sorry to keep you all waiting. Seriously, I can't even with you right now." Just then, the big doors swung open, and the official waltzed in, looking all chill and composed, apologizing for keeping you kids waiting. He looks around the room and continues, "All right, some of you have already started, but the rest of you dig in. This feast is a reward for all your hard work in the selection matches." The official stands at the head of the table, his face turning serious. "Now, I'm going to explain the special mission." One student shyly raises a hand to ask if they're even allowed to hear this, and gets a nod of confirmation. "No problem. You guys are probably going to be part of this anyway." He starts dropping the bombshell. A few days ago, a special rift was discovered inside the Eldragon family's territory. The whole room goes dead, silent, stunned by the news of the rift. Z is still gnawing on his chicken leg while silently recalling the stuff he read at the Dragon Archives about this weird phenomenon. The official explains that while everyone knows what a rift is, these special rifts are a totally different beast. He emphasizes that these spots can't be conquered using normal methods, leaving Laika confused about what that actually means. The secret starts coming out as he reveals the harsh conditions for this specific rift. Only 7 people at the 3-star rank or below can step inside. Anyone at the 4-star rank or higher, or anyone past the limit, will get kicked out by a massive forced energy field. Even the family head can't get in if they don't meet the criteria. The reason the kids are being picked is because the family's 3-star troops are spread way too thin thanks to all the rifts popping up lately, leading to a major manpower shortage. The ultimate goal of this mission is the mana water, a magical liquid needed to awaken magical power, supposedly hidden inside that special rift. Hearing that, Rangus and the other students are totally shocked. Z is clearly interested too, thinking to himself, that's... The official confirms that consuming mana water helps convert internal energy into magical power, creating a body that can wield actual magic. Thinking about getting his hands on that kind of power, Z's eyes light up with pure excitement. He can't help but shout, "Magic! Man, sounds like he's way too hyped up. Chill out a second, boss." The official reminds them that the world is currently ruled by the 8 great families, including the Eldragon family. However, while the other 7 families own magical springs that produce mana water, Eldragon is the only one without that treasure. In other words, this mission is all about conquering the special rift to bring that mana water home. He looks the student straight in the eye, face cold and voice stern, making it clear that this is a mission of the utmost importance, and failure is absolutely not an option. However, the official lowers his voice to give a warning. The rift is located right on the edge of the Cerberus family's territory, one of the other 8 dominant families. You can bet they're going to be gunning for that sweet prize too. That's exactly why the family organized this selection match to find the best fighters at the 3-star rank and below. Sandy nods, finally getting it. Oh, okay, I see. So the 7 winners from the East Hall are going to be the team for this special rift mission? Man, we really lucked out, didn't we? But the official immediately sets the record straight. Just because the East Hall won, that doesn't mean those 7 are the automatic team. Instead, with the East Hall leading the charge, a brand new squad is going to be formed from everyone sitting in this room. The official explained that forcing everyone to fight to the bitter end, win or lose, was just so the committee could get a crystal clear look at everyone's individual skills and fighting style. Even though some people haven't had the chance to show what they're really made of yet, that intel is the key to building the ultimate squad for this mission. So, Z, go ahead and pick your team for the Rift Conquest. Z freaked out, shouting in total confusion. What? Me? While Z was still reeling, the official coolly reminded him that as the representative of the East Hall, this was his responsibility. Annoyed, Z immediately pointed at the girl next to him. Ugh, this is such a drag. Hey, I'm not doing this. Yo, Laika, you're just gonna let him call all the shots? Laika was so shocked his jaw practically hit the floor. What? Z just chuckled, making it clear he'd be joining the mission, but the actual picking? That was Laika's job. When asked if he was sure about this decision, Z just shrugged and admitted, if it were up to me, this squad would just be me, myself, and I. That arrogant comment left Laika speechless, realizing that with Z's crazy personality, he'd actually do it. Z added that if Laika ever wanted to be the head of the family, learning how to judge people with his own eyes would be a damn valuable lesson. Z turned to the official and asked, so, can I pass the rep duty to Laika? The official wasn't against it, but he asked again just to be sure. After all, leading this squad was a huge stepping stone toward becoming the family head. But Z just brushed it off. Whatever. I've got zero intention of becoming the family head anyway. That bombshell had everyone, from Vinayan to Laika, staring with their jaws dropped. What? You're not planning to be the family head? Rika was stunned. Hey, seriously, this ain't a joke, right? You're really gonna just throw it away like that? It's my business, what I value, right? Maybe. But if you become the head, you'd have the entire Eldragon family in the palm of your hand. Z coldly shut it down. Forget all that, I don't need any of it. There's only one thing I'm looking for. Meanwhile, in a shady luxury mansion, a mysterious guy with dark glasses and a cigar was lounging on the sofa, flanked by 2 pitch-black hunting dogs with glowing red eyes. His lackey bowed and reported, it's highly likely the magic item is actually there. He flashed a twisted grin. Ah, I see. In that case, they're going to want to get their hands on it at any cost. So, what's the entry requirement for that special rift? The lackey bowed low. 7 people, max, and they all have to be 3-star rank or below. He figured the requirements weren't too crazy, but the real issue was that Eldragon had already gotten a head start. He sneered. Those lizards are definitely going to take all the slots, but it sounds like they're short on actual troops, so they're sending the kids in training to do the heavy lifting. The lackey was stunned. They're trying to clear a rift with kids who aren't even real warriors yet? He schemed darkly. Looks like it. But if those kids are going, then the heirs to that old lizard's legacy will definitely be there. He suddenly asked his lackey, how many cloaking bracelets do we have left? Upon hearing there were 4 left, he gave a sharp order. That's an order. Use every single one of them and wipe out every last one of those brats for me. The lackey hesitated, worried about how rare the items were, but he cut him off. Keeping them in storage is just going to make them rot. Using them all at once here is a much better use. Besides, I can't wait to see the look on that old lizard's face when he sees his kids get iced. That's going to be hilarious. He let out a sinister laugh through a cloud of cigar smoke, prepping a brutal plan aimed right at the future of the Eldragon family. Back at the party, after being handed the reins for the mission, Laika declared loud and clear, all right, here's who I'm picking. Immediately, an extreme training regimen kicked off under Z's direct supervision. Standing in front of the crew, he announced, all of you need to get stronger. First up, Rick and Marine, basic drills. Just like Rangus and the others, you're running every day and conditioning your muscles. Watching Ranges and the others crawling across the ground with giant boulders chained to their backs, Rick and Marine went pale. Z explained casually, strengthening your foundation is how you're going to pull off stronger combat arts. Seeing the sheer terror and cold sweat on his teammates' faces, he asked, totally clueless, what's with the looks? Something else coming? Even though he was panicking, Rick grit his teeth and managed, this isn't going to end well. The whole group braced themselves for hardcore training. Z pulled back a red cloth, revealing a jagged, rough-looking rock, and turned to Doi Moon. As for you, Doi Moon, you're going to use this rebirth stone the instructors prepped. Doi Moon gasped, a rebirth stone? Z insisted it was the perfect pick, based on some unique properties he just remembered. He explained that this rock reflects any impact it takes with 100 times the force, and it's basically unbreakable unless you're using pure raw power. To everyone's shock, Z announced a crazy decision. Anyway, from now on, without using any raw power, I'm just gonna punch it. That had Laika and Rick completely floored. Huh? Hanging out with this guy? All we do is go, huh? Every time he opens his mouth. Z focused, then unleashed a powerful punch into the stone with his bare hand. He just punched it like normal, but without raw energy, the recoil should have been massive. But Doi Moon quickly caught the secret behind it when he saw Z use the shield on his other hand to block the rebounding wave of energy. He shrieked, oh my god, for real? He blocked all that recoil with just his shield? Z had skillfully funneled the recoil through his body and used the shield to cancel it out, creating a high-level drill for reflexes and physical conditioning. Z held up the shield to demonstrate. Like this. The drill I'm giving you is to learn how to take impacts head-on or just redirect them. Ranges watched in awe, thinking, oh, so that's it, I'm the one doing this? Never thought there was training involving a rebirth stone like this. After Raymond's turn, Z called the next one. All right, next up, Celine. She replied nervously. Yes, Z handed his sword to Celine and instructed, try stabbing this rebirth stone repeatedly. You can use your raw power for this one. However, he stressed one major point. Don't let your focus get scattered. Lock onto one single target. Celine answered loud and clear. She immediately poured all her energy into a massive shout, then unleashed lightning-fast stabs that ripped through the air toward the rock. After giving it her all, Celine stood there panting at the results. Zeke just casually dropped his take. See? Even when you try to focus on one spot, it ain't exactly a walk in the park, right? Celine wiped her sweat, admitting it. For real, that was way harder than it looks. Keep grinding. It'll pay off later, though. I'm not sure what for exactly, Z added, just to be annoying. Anyway, your homework is to drill that single point with pinpoint accuracy. Watching the rock magically repair itself like nothing ever happened, he continued, well, look at that. It's already fixed itself. No matter how many times I see it, I still can't get used to it. But it's perfect for training. Now, watch closely. In the blink of an eye, Zeke unleashed a thrust with insane power, shattering the regenerating rock right at the impact point, leaving Celine stunned. Seeing that kind of power, she blurted out, that's insane. Zeke explained calmly, your Windflower swordsmanship usually focuses on the sheer number of hits, but you'd be better off learning to value every single swing and aim with precision. Celine smiled and replied clearly, I get it now. Finally, Z turned to call over the last member. All right, last up is Rangus. Rangus waited nervously for his final task. Yes, sir. What do I need to do? Z casually pulled out a snowy white feather. This? Rangus asked, totally confused. A feather? Right away, Z channeled his wind aura to make the feather dance gracefully around him. Seeing that, Rangus freaked out, realizing something was way off. Wait, what the hell? What's with that wind? Isn't that Vinian's signature move? Since when can you use that? Z explained it like it was no big deal. Oh, this? Ever since I fought Vinian and took a hit from his wind aura, I just kind of picked it up, you know? Rick, standing next to him, was sweating bullets in shock, while Rangus was straight up speechless at how ridiculous this powerhouse was being. He said it so casually, it was completely insane. Ignoring his friend's freakout, Z began the lesson. Now, your exercise is to train yourself to flow with the current. Gotta try hard. If I screw up and he kicks my ass, I'm toast, Rangus thought. Watching the light feather drifting freely, he asked. Flow with the current, you said? He explained the martial arts philosophy calmly. Exactly. You aren't following the current or catching it, you just need to let yourself drift right along with it. And if you master it like this, standing steady, keeping the feather perfectly balanced right on the tip of a glowing spear, you'll even be able to create your own current. Just then, Laika's voice rang out from the castle gate. "Hey, Rick," Laika waved, rushing them. "If we don't hurry, we're gonna be late." Rick suddenly remembered the schedule. Oh, right. He tossed the spear back. Rangus fumbled to catch it, and as he ran off, he didn't forget to shout instructions to his teammate. "All right, I've given you all your homework. Train hard." Rangus and Rick just stood there, stunned, watching his back fade into the distance. Rangus sighed, completely helpless. Could it get any easier? There's no way in hell I'm pulling this off. He and Rick exchanged a look, both moved, promising to do their best so they wouldn't let everyone down. Meanwhile, Z and Laika were strolling down the hallway. She couldn't help but wonder what on earth Z did that made everyone wait for him. He gave a sheepish laugh and explained that he'd just finished assigning training drills to Rangus's group to keep them busy while the main squad was away. Z excitedly remarked that this lineup was actually a really interesting group. Laika laughed loudly, clearly hyped up, while Zeke secretly confirmed these were the absolute elite members he'd hand-picked. Looks like this one's a done deal, for sure. Just as they reached the end of the hall, they saw Aegis waiting for them. The guy smiled and greeted them as they teamed up. Aegis apologized for keeping everyone waiting. The ultimate elite squad of the Eldragon family was finally assembled, including Sandy, Venian, and Alan. With his sharp eyes burning with a wild intensity, he cracked an arrogant smile and barked the order. "Let's move." The group took off instantly, their spirits blazing as they headed straight for the mission. Back at the main palace, the official reported to the Eldragon family head that the elite squad had officially departed. He added a crucial update. The Cerberus family had discovered the existence of this special rift faster than expected. Even so, he insisted that even if those hounds rushed over right now, the Eldragon elites had already officially entered the rift. Ban sat in silence, his face deep in thought over these new variables in the journey. In the office, the official respectfully reported, "Yes, sir, there's just one concerning matter." When asked what it was, he expressed his worry that after the rift was conquered, the Cerberus stray dogs might show up to steal the spoils. He figured if the elite squad and the guards around the rift could link up quickly, it would be fine. Ban pondered for a moment, then asked, "Just how capable is this elite squad?" He insisted they were among the strongest at the 3-star rank. There wouldn't be any issues conquering the rift. Just hearing that sounded prestigious enough. He was clearly full of himself. He believed that even if they had to face those stray dogs, this squad could hold their own. Even when Ban skeptically asked about a 2-star being mixed in, he stood by his word. "Yes, sir. Even Lord Z alone is more than enough." That statement left Ban stunned. He explained that he'd seen all of Ban's children, but Z was the first one whose true limits he absolutely could not read. Even though the other official questioned it since he was only 2-star, he insisted that after seeing him fight with his own eyes, he realized the number of stars didn't dictate true power. He added one more thing that left his colleagues shocked. And furthermore, the first time I saw his martial arts, I got the exact same vibe as the first time I witnessed Lord Balza's dragon-slaying combat technique. The earth-shattering revelation made Ban blurt out, "What?" You see, the dragon-slaying combat technique was the ultimate secret art passed down only to the heads of the Eldragon family, and it was kept strictly confidential. Regular people didn't even have the right to learn it. The other official asked in a panic, "Does he actually possess that kind of terrifying power?" With a steady gaze, he confirmed that because he'd seen the family head's dragon-slaying technique so many times, he was certain that Z's martial arts were exactly like Lord Balza's. Z's power isn't just on par with our Eldragon family's Dragon Slayer combat arts. Honestly, it feels like it's on a whole nother level. Looking at that flickering purple aura, the commander thought to herself, or rather, it might even outclass them. Maybe I was wrong about him this whole time. Banga sighed, thinking back to a few years ago when he ordered Freja to dig up everything on Z, including his birth records, but they came up with absolutely nothing. 0 leads. There wasn't even a shred of evidence showing he'd ever trained with anyone before he stepped foot into the dragon's den. She whispered to herself, completely shaken. Does that mean he's entirely self-taught? How the hell is that even possible? A wild thought crossed her mind, like something the first head or the 15th head would say while staring at a portrait. He's like their reincarnation. That realization made the room feel heavy. Banga narrowed his eyes, clearly troubled by such a wild truth. Deep down, the clan head couldn't help but doubt it. Reincarnation? Transmigration? He muttered, still skeptical of her crazy theory. He let out a dry laugh, brushing it off. What are you even talking about? That's some fairy tale nonsense. But despite his words, his eyes turned ice cold. He stated clearly, if that kid really has that much power, then those stray mutts from the Cerberus family aren't even worth stressing over. A week later, at the site of the anomaly, the air was thick and suffocating, choked by glowing purple energy. A group of soldiers looked panicked as they briefed Freya. "Ma'am," before we even realized it, he just, disappeared. Freya looked toward the dark forest, letting out a frustrated sigh. Man, that guy. She worried, wondering if sending just a few people was really going to cut it. Suddenly, Freya felt a familiar presence approaching and looked up. "Oh, you finally decided to show up?" Watching him saunter over, she snapped. "You could have been here way faster if you'd actually put some effort into it." Z just shrugged. "Why are you being so extra? Why waste all that energy before the mission even starts? Not my vibe." Laika shouted, startled to see a familiar face. "Instructor Freya? Why are you here?" Freya corrected her firmly. "I'm on duty, not here to teach." She explained she was there to secure and protect this special zone. In front of them, the entire forest looked twisted, warped by those dark, ominous purple energy surges. Laika gasped, "No way. Is this that legendary territory everyone talks about?" Freya explained that these rifts bleed energy into the real world, creating these zones. This place was no exception. Standing before the rift, which was practically vibrating with pressure, Z stood there with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Looking at the pitch-black trees, Z realized this energy felt way too familiar. It was identical to the black mist coming off that feral boar he'd fought before. So, all these mutations were just side effects of this rift. Z turned to Freya and asked why she was bothering to guard this place. She calmly replied that it was to stop the Cerberus family from muscling in. Seeing Laika still looked lost, Freya explained that if they conquered the rift and snagged the magic core, the Eldragon family's power would skyrocket. And obviously, those Cerberus jerks wouldn't let that happen. Aside from watching for enemies, Freya added that they also had to deal with the monsters getting spat out of the zone. Z asked, confused, "The hell? What do you mean spat out?" Freya confirmed it, reminding them of the rules. Only 7 people, level 3-star or lower, could enter the rift at once. Vinian, standing nearby, nodded he'd heard that rumor too. To prove it, Freya touched the purple energy and was immediately blasted back by a violent force. She told them even she was blocked by the barrier. The same thing happened to monsters 4-star and above in the woods. Anything that didn't fit the criteria literally couldn't step inside. Freya laid out the brutal truth. It's first come, first served. Until the people inside either clear it or get wiped out, nobody else is getting in. Z reached out and tapped the barrier, weighing his options. So it's a gate that picks and chooses its guests. When Freya said it couldn't be broken by force, Z's eyes suddenly lit up with a wild, manic energy. He clenched his fist and grinned. "That sounds like a challenge. Makes me want to smash it even more just to see what happens." Freya's sweat dropped. "Could you actually listen when people are talking?" Z winked. "I heard you, loud and clear." She just muttered under her breath that he was a total liar. Freya got back to business, urging the team to move. No telling when Cerberus would show up, so they needed to get inside, now. Standing at the gates of life and death, they all shouted in unison, "We're ready." Freya smiled, giving them a nod. "Good luck then." As soon as they stepped into the barrier, a gloomy violet mist swallowed everything whole. Out of the shadows, a herd of mutated deer with glowing, evil eyes charged at them. Facing the massive beasts, Venian readied his new weapon. With a loud hi, Venian swung his staff, whipping up emerald wind currents that blew the monsters away. Watching the display, a subordinate couldn't help but cheer. "That was amazing, sir." Venian just gave a grunt, looking pensive. He still couldn't believe he had that kind of power. A memory flashed back to a few days ago, when Alan accidentally overheard a secret conversation in the hallway. Alan peeked, surprised to see Z and Venian face to face. Venian was holding the staff, looking incredibly annoyed. He asked, "What is this?" Z looked at him, dead serious, reminding him of their deal. "I told you from the jump, didn't I? Why are you even asking? I'm gonna train you myself." Venian looked shocked. "You're serious?" He was still wondering what this thing was supposed to do. Z spoke up. "Damn right. Once I say I'm gonna do something, I do it." He emphasized that this was a real-deal combat opportunity and told Venian he better use that staff for the entire mission. Venian was so shocked he nearly lost it. "Yo, that's tough, man. You want me to use a weapon I've never even touched for a mission this important?" Z just shrugged, totally unbothered. Venian totally blew a fuse, kicking the ground to vent his frustration. He gritted his teeth, straight up refusing this insane idea. "Nope," Z barked. "Stone cold. Do it. Even with Vinian pushing back hard, Z wasn't letting it slide. Z lunged at him, forcing the staff into his hands. I don't care, just do it. It turned into this ridiculous struggle, with Z keeping the pressure on while the other guy put up a weak-ass fight. Vinian eventually dropped to his knees, totally gassed, breathing hard and realizing Z's stubbornness was on a whole other level. He brought up how Z mentioned an umbrella during the selection match, but there wasn't an umbrella in sight. Z casually explained that the staff was just a stand-in since it handles just like an umbrella, and told Venian to start training with it right now. Venian was low-key panicking, wondering how he's supposed to train when he doesn't know any umbrella or staff techniques. He was stressing about missing the basics right before a huge mission. Z let out a good laugh, reassuring him that he literally made up a whole martial art just for him, called Phantom Wind Umbrella style. The second Venian grabbed that staff and started flowing with the wind energy. It clicked he was obsessed. He'd even call Z his master at this point. Watching Venian's sharp moves, Alan was shook. He realized his master's strikes were way faster than when he used a fan, and most importantly, they synced perfectly with his wind powers. Alan was trippin', wondering if Z really just invented this style from scratch, specifically for Venian. Z stood there with his arms crossed, vibing as he watched the monster go down. Not bad, that move was actually pretty solid, not gonna lie. Alan was sweating buckets, trembling as he asked to confirm if Z really created that style. When Z gave him that chill nod, both him and Venian just froze, one question echoing in their heads. Who the hell is Z that he can just invent martial arts? Alan was totally spiraling, trying to figure out this kid's real identity. While the mood was heavy, Z suddenly called out when he spotted someone familiar hanging back. Yo, you're Lai, right? The girl with light purple hair gave a small smile, her long staff held tight in her hand. Lai stepped closer, her eyes glowing with curiosity and a bit of awe. She looked straight at Z and asked, Hey, did you really come up with that technique yourself? Facing Lila's suspicious look, Z crossed his arms, super confident. Yeah, I definitely did. Lila was still shook, wondering how that was even possible. He just smirked, feeling himself. Need I say more? Obviously, dude, 'cause that's just me. Watching him be so cocky, Lila looked super impressed. Meanwhile, Sandy was in the back, totally fed up. What is he even saying? Inventing a martial art is impossible. She was denying it out loud, but deep down, she was wavering for some reason. It sounded way too convincing. Not far off, Vinayan turned away, cold. Whatever. He gritted out that he just didn't want to become dead weight and drag the team down. Sandy raised an eyebrow, dripping with sarcasm. You gotta be kidding? A guy who can't even fight without his drugs is gonna use some weird new style? You actually enjoying this? Venian snapped back. That's what I'm saying. The air got super tense as Venian and Alan started screaming at each other. If you just shut up and listen, you're so rude. Watch your mouth. Sandy didn't hold back either, barking right in their faces. Oh, the truth hurts, huh? If you're gonna be a servant, act like one for your master. Seeing things go south, Edge rushed to break it up. Hold up, guys. Stop arguing. We're all on the same team now to take down this rift. He flashed a peacemaking smile, reminding them that once they're inside, nobody knows what's gonna go down, so they gotta cooperate to finish the job. But Sandy wasn't buying it. She seethed, Huh? Cooperate with the people who poisoned Laika and almost killed her? Stop playing. She turned her back on them, flat out refusing to work with this crew. Even with Edge calling after her, Sandy marched off, not looking back. Edge turned to Lila, looking uneasy. Lila, you cool with this? Standing next to Z, Lila just looked confused. What do you mean? Edge looked at her, asking if she felt any type of way about teaming up with Vinayan. Unlike Sandy, Lila just chilled and said she didn't really care. At the end of the day, she just wanted to get the job done right. She was totally fed up, so that was all she wanted, a simple wish, even if it's a pain in the ass to actually pull off. Seeing her keep it cool, Z laughed, saying Lila was seriously built different. But the tension stayed high as Sandy kept grilling Laika on why she picked trash like Venian and Alan for this elite squad. Facing her cousin's questioning, Laika sighed, admitting she wasn't as forgiving as Lila. Still, she laid it out she couldn't deny their skills, and she put her personal beef aside to pick the people actually needed to win. Sandy had to give it to her. Laika was thinking like a real leader now, though she couldn't help but jab at Venian, calling him a total loser compared to her sister. That hit a nerve, and Laika snapped, asking if Sandy was looking for a fight, forcing Edge to jump in again to keep the peace. You guys are teammates, but keep acting like you want to tear each other apart. Z watched the team falling apart, low-key worried if such a shaky squad could survive in a place where people die. Z realized the drama from the selection match. from the selection match was still messing with their heads. They couldn't even trust each other with their lives yet. He knew if they couldn't get over their own egos and accept each other, they'd just be a bunch of loose ends, totally doomed. While he was stuck in his head thinking about the team's future, a massive tremor shook everything, startling them all. Laika pointed ahead, shouting for everyone to look. In the dark, a massive spatial rift was glowing with purple energy, putting out a pressure so heavy it felt like it was going to crush them. Z and the squad were shook, staring straight at the legendary space rift hanging right in front of them. Chaotic energy was leaking out like it wanted to swallow anyone dumb enough to get close. Laika told everyone to lock in, because no one knows what's waiting for them in that hellhole. He clenched his fist and told the squad to move out. But the second they stepped into that purple glow, Zeke's eyes went weird and started glowing like crazy. Z just stayed quiet for a sec and acted like nothing happened. He rushed everyone to get inside the rift so they could start this suicide mission. Zeke barked the order. "All right, let's go." As soon as the squad crossed over, a massive purple flash exploded, swallowing everything in sight. Instead of a normal path, the space inside was all kinds of messed up. In a heartbeat, the squad realized they weren't on the ground, they were free-falling. Laika screamed, "What the hell is this?" While Zeke and Sandy were totally bugging out over the situation. They were dropping straight from the clouds, seeing a massive forest rushing up at them way too fast. In the middle of the panic, Laika tried to keep it together. "Stay calm. We gotta find a way to land this." But she froze when she saw Z, just chilling on the back of some fat, weird-looking golden bird. Z just went, "Huh," while Sandy was way off in the distance screaming at the wind. "What else is gonna happen? Hold up." Z looked at the bird holding onto his legs and just gave his take. "Damn, this is actually kinda lit, guys," Laika snapped back. "That's my line. Get over here and help us out, now." The bird carrying Z zoomed past her, leaving Laika screaming his name, totally helpless. On the other side, Edge was freaking out, calling for Laika. They realized the ground was right there. Forget that loser, landing safely is the priority. The forest was way too close now. Desperate, the whole squad started yelling, "What do we even do?" Vinaya gritted his teeth, annoyed. He hissed, "Shh, these idiots are useless." He immediately shouted an order, Alan, move!" Vinian immediately hit them with his wind warp tech, syncing up with Alan's wind blade style. They both dropped a cyclone strike and wind wall at the same time, creating a massive wind barrier to catch the whole squad and save them from the crash. Vinian and Alan combined their wind powers to create a gusty updraft, slowing down the fall. Still, it wasn't exactly a smooth landing. They slammed into the grass, all of them groaning in pain. Sandy got up, annoyed, and shouted, "Yo, listen, I know we're in a rush, but keep an eye on us for a sec. You gotta at least let us land right, man." Vinian didn't even care, just turned away and muttered, "Not my problem." Edge stood up, brushed himself off, and tried to cool things down. "Come on, we're only alive because those two slowed us down. Chill." Lila stood up on her staff, moaning in pain, but told the squad they'd managed to survive somehow. Looking at the gloomy sky of the rift, Edge thought about how brutal this was, starting off by falling from the sky and getting attacked by giant birds. To get ready for what was coming, the whole group started chugging recovery potions. Laika walked up to Venian and Alan, giving them a real shout-out for saving the squad. Venian just huffed and turned away, making excuses that he didn't want the squad's combat power to drop and fail the mission right away. Seeing that, Laika just sighed, telling him he really needed to learn how to take a compliment. Lila mentioned being worried about the guy the monsters snatched up, but Venian snapped at her to just forget about him. "Seriously? You're really gonna ditch him like that?" Lila teased him for actually being worried about his boy. Venian's face turned red as he shouted, trying to deny he cared at all. Sandy and Edges saw right through him. But they all agreed that with a guy like Zeke, worrying was probably a waste of time. The dude would definitely be fine. Edge admitted that they were the ones who really needed to worry about their own skins. Just then, Laika looked deep into the forest with a worried expression. She wondered, what exactly is Z in everyone's eyes? Thinking back to his crazy stunts and inhuman strength, everyone agreed the guy was a total monster. Laika just stood there confused, wondering if she was the only normal one left. Edge looked at the jagged terrain. He said no matter what, they had to regroup with him, because getting separated in a place this dangerous was a major problem. "Exactly. We gotta hurry up so he can protect our backs." Edge looked at his tracker, worried. He realized the squad had no clue where to go in this weird forest. Just then, she remembered a weird light pillar she saw while they were falling. Even though Sandy wasn't sure because no one could remember their orientation after that crash, Lila pointed in one direction and said she was sure that was where they needed to go. Sandy was shook, asking if she really checked their direction while she was free-falling, and got a calm nod from her. Laika realized the bird had also flown toward that light, so she told the team to head for the glow and regroup. Vinayan and Alan agreed, knowing that with Zeke's personality, he'd never pass up something that weird. While the squad was losing their minds, Zeke was just chilling on the back of the monster bird. He thought the whole situation was pretty interesting, and mused about getting snatched by a bird the second he entered the rift. For a big shot like him, being able to feel these trans-dimensional vibes was a totally new and valuable experience. The squad is out here losing it looking for him, while he's just enjoying the ride, guys. Even though he was separated from Laika's group, Zeke still trusted them to figure it out. The flight ended suddenly as the bird started dropping altitude and slowing down. Zeke wondered if they'd hit the destination, but he was stunned to see a massive bird nest with chicks waiting to be fed. The giant monster bird suddenly opened its beak wide, putting off some serious pressure right in his face. Realizing he was about to be dinner for the chicks, Zeke bailed off the bird's back. He only had time to let out one shocked sound before he was free-falling through the air again. Damn, this is such a pain. I almost turned into a snack there. Looking at these jagged mountains, I realized I'd somehow wandered into some totally twisted alternate world. Zeke thought back to everything he knew about the chaos monsters, the freaks that usually hide out in dimensional rifts. Glancing at the tiny, terrified creature cowering behind him, he asked, "Wait, you're one of those?" Zeke reached out to pet its head, thinking, "Man, this little thing is actually pretty cute." But he quickly noticed how messed up it was. The bird was covered in wounds and looked tragically thin. He wondered what the hell could have happened to leave it in such a state. Suddenly, Zeke narrowed his eyes, sensing a weird presence that had been tailing him this whole time. The little bird shrieked in terror as a swarm of insect monsters, glowing with eerie purple energy, swarmed over the horizon and had them surrounded. Zeke got it instantly. "Oh, I see what's going on. These bugs are the ones hunting you, huh?" Who would have thought insects would be out here bullying a bird? Seeing the dark, murky aura leaking off them, he confirmed for sure. These were chaos monsters. Zeke sized up their power levels. The grasshoppers were 3-star, but the massive one in the lead was at least a 4-star. Standing in that death trap while the bird shook in fear, he wondered what he was actually going to do about this. Looking at the shivering bird, a thought crossed Zeke's mind. Should he just book it? Nah. Even though it was terrified out of its mind, the bird bravely spread its injured wings to shield its babies behind it. Seeing that, Zeke couldn't help but crack a smile. "Oh my god, I love that spirit. That's top tier." He clenched his fist, declaring, "Fine, I've got your back." The chaos monster started roaring, radiating a dense, suffocating aura that felt like it could cut through skin. Zeke thought to himself, this bloodlust is razor sharp, like killing is the only thing they're hardwired for. So, this is chaos, huh? Not waiting for them to move, Zeke bolted like a lightning strike, delivering a 1,000-pound punch that made the insect monster explode instantly. His eyes went cold, fully locked into the battle against the monsters swarming them. Standing in the middle of the shrieking bugs, Zeke silently unleashed an insane amount of pressure. The little bird just stood there, jaw dropped, totally stunned by the shift in its savior. A golden, draconic aura flared up, with the giant, majestic eyes of a dragon manifesting behind Zeke. The sheer pressure made the chaos monsters tremble, backing off in absolute terror from something that was way beyond their league. Zeke pointed at them and laid down the law. "If you guys turn back right now, I'll let you live. But if you want to keep playing tough, I'll toy with you until I'm satisfied." I mean, he said it, so you guys better listen. That's my guy loves to intimidate the weak. His eyes glowed with a crazed intensity, radiating a bloodlust that left the lead monster frozen solid. Seeing them still being stubborn, Zeke dropped the hammer. "Fine, get lost." Turns out, while running for its life, the bird had managed to snag some food for its chicks. Watching the little ones huddled on the ground, Zeke mused that he'd almost been the one on the menu, but maybe this was just a weird twist of fate. Zeke clapped his hands and announced, "All right, I've made up my mind." He looked at the still confused bird and grinned. "Hey, real talk, you're still hungry, right?" The bird let out a weak chirp, its stomach growling because it was still starving. Zeke got pumped and suggested, "Then let's go hunting right now." The little bird let out a shocked chirp in total disbelief. Zeke flexed his muscles and declared, "So you never have to struggle for food again. I'm gonna train you." Meanwhile, in another part of the rift, a sharp blade plunged straight into a monster's head, sending green sludge flying everywhere. Some mysterious guys in suits and fedoras appeared in the dark forest, surrounded by piles of monster corpses. One of them mused, "Honestly, I didn't expect this rift to connect straight to the sky like this." He casually adjusted his hat and just said, "Whatever." The suit-clad guys drew their swords in unison, their killing intent heavy enough to choke the air. Seeing the monster guts under their feet, the leader stepped forward with his blade glowing bright. He gave a wicked grin and commanded the squad to start hunting the Eld Dragon lizards. A week into the rift, things were looking worse than ever. Bizarre creatures with glowing pink eyes kept popping out of the shadows, letting out ear-piercing screeches that tore through the dark, creepy space. Sandy was losing it, screaming in total panic. She swung her glowing sword, hacking at the monsters while shouting in despair, "This is absolute trash. What kind of hellhole is this? Damn." Seeing her lose her cool, Venian swung her battle staff and snapped, "Shut up," instead of screaming, "Just get moving." The whole squad was fighting for their lives in a pitch-black cave where the monsters seemed endless. Rangus wiped the sweat from his brow, looking totally drained. "This just never ends. We've been fighting non-stop for a week now." Hearing that, someone muttered, "Better to keep pushing than to die early." The rest just sighed, feeling like they'd had enough of the chaos and exhaustion in this cursed place. Riemann gave a bitter laugh and poured everything into his sword. As he landed a finishing blow on a monster creeping up from behind, Leica zoomed in like a golden lightning bolt. She yelled, "Great sword art, electric web owie." A massive web of lightning erupted, incinerating the entire swarm of insect monsters in an earth-shattering electric blast. Leica caught her breath after the move and asked anxiously, "Hey, everyone's good, right? No one got left behind?" Edvis watched her, realizing she was pushing way too hard trying to carry the weight of being the leader. Sandy kept whining about how brutal this place was, explaining how every rift leads to a completely different chaos realm. Edges patted Sandy on the shoulder, trying to cheer her up, saying they just got unlucky running into the bugs she hated most. Even though she was still annoyed, Sandy admitted that whining wasn't going to get the job done. Edis smiled, feeling lucky that they had Leica leading the squad. Looking at her hands covered in green monster slime, Venian felt the energy in the air shift and confirmed that the exit had to be close. Sandy asked, half doubting, but Venian coldly told her not to get near him, looking like a mess covered in slime. The whole squad booked it toward the bright glow at the end of the path, hoping to bail out of that creepy forest. Leica yelled out, hyped to finally see the exit. Sandy was stoked to finally ditch those nasty bugs, but the second she stepped out into the blinding light, the smile on her face just froze, looking totally confused. Sandy sprinted straight toward the massive purple beam shooting up into the sky from the middle of the limestone canyon. She was gasping for air, totally wiped. "Are we really doing this again? How are we supposed to handle this?" Gis looked around the canyon, thinking this place looked just as much of a headache as that forest. Venian pointed, confirming, "That's the one." Alan nodded. That was the same beam they'd seen from way up in the sky when they were falling. Venian smirked. "Yep, we're basically right on top of it." Leica pointed toward the glow and blurted out, "Edgis, is that light actually?" Edgis nodded. "Up this close, it's pretty obvious." It was the energy source radiating from the Chaos Stone that Instructor Tech had mentioned. Memories from a few days ago at the Eldragon Mansion flashed back. The stern instructor had reminded them that just collecting magic water wouldn't cut it, the mission wouldn't be finished. Zeke asked, looking blank, "Wait, what? That's still not enough?" He wondered if clearing the rift meant they had to close it for good. The instructor cut to the chase. Exactly. He stressed that they had to destroy the Chaos Stone, the root of all the mess, to seal the rift permanently. Hearing Chaos Stone, Zeke got deep in thought, recalling what he'd read. It was a type of mineral said to be the cause of spatial tears all over the world. Roch suddenly realized, so that stone is the heart of the rift. The instructor opened an old book and confirmed it wasn't just a source, but a straight-up threat to the land. He explained that the stone constantly pumped out massive energy to keep the rift open. That toxic energy seeped into every corner, corrupting the entire ecosystem of the Chaos Realm and turning every living thing into mutated monsters. The nature of chaos is slaughter. They don't stop killing until they've conquered the whole world. Then they look for new lands, passing through the rifts to start invading the human world. Hearing that, Zeke rubbed his chin. Whoa, that's pretty dangerous. Sounds like a real pain, though. Edgis and Lila sat nearby, looking just as deep in thought. They knew the mission meant finding both the magic water and the Chaos Stone. Edgis flipped through the old book, pointing to illustrations and explaining that magic water usually pops up near the Chaos Stone. Instructor Tech stood at the front and stated clearly, "Exactly right. Find the Chaos Stone first." He emphasized that even though the stones look different, they all have one thing in common. They put off a massive amount of energy. Get close enough, and anyone can feel it. Back in the canyon, Vinian pointed at the purple beam and wrapped it up. Basically, from here on out, we just head straight for that light. Alan smiled in agreement, while Sandy narrowed her eyes at Vinian, being totally sarcastic. You guys are something else? Finally saying something that isn't just an insult? Getting called out, Vinian snapped back. Huh? What? What's that supposed to mean? Just hoping that if they could link up with everyone there, everything would be perfect. Laika stared at the glow, silently hoping they'd find the Chaos Stone soon. Vinian kept his usual grumpy face, rushing the team to move instead of standing around worrying about nothing. Seeing Lila about to tease him for actually caring about the team, Venion shouted, "Will you just shut up already?" Trying to hide how flustered he was. Pushing deeper into the canyon, Laika noticed a huge difference. There wasn't a single bug like the ones back in the forest. Sandy let out a breath, relieved because she was totally wrecked from all the fighting. But the instructor's warning still echoed in her head. Near the Chaos Stone is where the strongest chaos creatures hang out, the ones totally twisted by the stone's evil energy. Edgis groaned to himself. What a headache. While Laika felt the vibe getting sketchy, she warned the team, everyone, stay sharp. The group cautiously walked deeper into the grim limestone canyon, where the purple light was putting off some suffocating pressure. Can't believe we actually made it to the spot without running into anything. Laika breathed a sigh of relief. We made it, and nothing happened. Right in front of them was the Chaos Stone, a massive, glowing purple crystal hovering in the air. Sandy shivered. So, this is the Chaos Stone? It's straight up evil. Lila was stunned by how huge it was. Sandy started getting cocky since it was so quiet. Man, I'm literally gonna die of boredom. There aren't even any monsters here. But out of nowhere, a shadow dove from above, making Laika scream in a panic. Everyone, something's above us. A massive shockwave hit when the thing slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The group quickly got into formation, ready to take on the biggest boss yet. But from the smoke, a super chill voice called out, "Whoa, long time no see." A foot stepped out, and there stood Zeke, flashing a bright grin and waving like it was nothing. Laika was so pumped she yelled, "Zeke!" and the whole team lost it, stoked to finally have him back. Laika was hyped. So glad we're all back together. Edgis let out a sigh of relief. Good to see you're safe. Z looked around and said, "Whoa, everyone looks so energetic today, huh?" That's awesome. His comment made Vinian snap. Energetic? Are you blind? Alan groaned, saying the whole team was in rough shape right now. Z squinted at his crew's trashed, beat-up gear and asked, looking confused. Now that you mention it. Edgis stared, pointing and stuttering, unable to get the words out. You did that? The whole group froze seeing the carcass of a giant black and purple bug lying dead in a crater. Zeke scratched his head, looking clueless. Oh, this thing? Turns out, not long ago, Sandy had been scared out of her mind when this high-level chaos beast suddenly jumped out of the shadows. Sandy's scream had echoed through the canyon when she faced that beast snapping its jaws right in her face. Edgis broke a sweat. I think this is that super strong chaos creature they were talking about. Did Zeke actually take that thing down? Zeke just casually shrugged, saying since it tried to ambush him, he just took care of it on the spot. Is that why there haven't been any monsters around this whole time? Zeke suddenly remembered and dropped another bomb, like, oh yeah, I think I might have just cleared out a whole bunch of them on the way here. Watching Z being so absurdly chill about it, the whole squad from Laika to Vinayan just froze, their faces twisted in shock, internally screaming their heads off. Like, dude, this guy is just too much. Putting the monster talk aside, he pointed toward the purple crystal that was radiating such crushing pressure. The main deal is this stone. I had a gut feeling about it, which is why I was waiting here for you guys. Edgis nodded in confirmation. Yeah, this has got to be Chaos Stone. Just like they guessed, right under that floating rock was a small pool, shimmering brightly amidst the white crystals. Laika and Sandy were confused, just asking, water? Wretch stared hard at the glowing pool and firmly declared, this is mana water. Wretch leaned in close, excited, like, okay, this is definitely it. Awesome. He noticed there was way more mana water here than they'd expected, but warned that to actually get the magical benefits, everyone had to drink a specific amount. This little pool probably only has enough for a few people. Laika quickly grabbed some small glass bottles and started rushing the team, like, get your act together and move it. Let's grab this stuff fast and wrap this mission up. The group started carefully scooping every drop of the magical water into their bottles to finish the job. Laika held up the bottles to let the team know they were done collecting the mana water. She explained that depending on the color of the water, the magical properties change like fire, water, or lightning. But the water they found was crystal clear, or actually, it had this super weird look to it, with glowing, sparkling lights dancing inside. Ed just grabbed a bottle to inspect it and confirmed that even though the color was weird, this was definitely mana water. Even Sandy had to admit how strange it looked. While Zeke was deep in thought, Venian was standing by, salty as hell, acting like the whole squad was obsessing over tiny, pointless details. Suddenly, Z's eyes flared up as he felt a terrifying surge of killing intent rushing toward them. No time to explain, he grabbed Laika and yanked her back hard. Just as Laika was in the middle of a shocked, "Whoa!" a massive beam of energy ripped through the air and slammed right into where they had been standing a second ago. A deafening explosion went off, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere, leaving Laika in total disbelief. From the smoke, heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed with insane pressure. A guy in a suit and a black fedora stepped out, looming over them. He casually commented that it was cute how they managed to dodge that last attack. With glowing red eyes and bizarre tattoos all over his face, he looked at the group with total disdain, calling them little lizards. This guy really loves to talk trash, like he's asking for a beatdown. The whole team immediately got into defensive positions, super wary of these strangers who just popped out of nowhere. Unlike his stressed-out crew, Zeke kept that cocky smirk on his face. He stared right at the leader and boldly announced, "Finally, you guys decided to show your faces.